ABC News with Miriam McDonald. Good afternoon. A major fuel supply problem has grounded dozens of flights at Perth Airport and is also impacting other flights around the nation. Pramila Ratnam reports.
Thousands of passengers are facing long delays at Perth Airport due to a significant fuel supply issue. Aircraft arriving at Perth Airport are currently unable to be refuelled. This has led to the cancellation of 9 international and 5 domestic flights. Further cancellations are expected, and inbound flights, which have not already left their departure points, will also be impacted. Airlines have been advised not to send aircraft to Perth Airport until further notice unless they have sufficient fuel to make a return flight. Passengers are being urged to contact their airline for information about their flights.
The Victorian government has been ordered to release the details of more than 100 COVID-19 briefings following a 4-year freedom of information push by the opposition. The Department of Health has previously denied requests lodged by Liberal MP David Davis, saying it would take up to 74 work weeks to process the documents requested under the FOI. But this week, the Victorian Civil and Administrative Tribunal ordered the department to process the information requests. Opposition leader John Pesutto says Premier Jacinta Allen should not appeal against VCAT's decision.
That they will comply with VCAT's order so we can all assess the grounds, learn the lessons to make sure that in future, if anything like the COVID pandemic occurs again at that scale, we can avoid the tragic mistakes that were made only a few short years ago.
The government has been contacted for comment. Victoria's police union says officers will be safer on the job and will have better work-life balance thanks to a landmark pay deal. Victoria Police reached an in-principle agreement with the state government yesterday, putting an end to 12 months of long and protracted negotiations. The deal sees officers gradually move to a 9-hour shift and 9-day fortnight, as well as securing a 16% pay rise over 4 years. Police Association Secretary Wayne Gatz says he expects members will give it the tick of approval.
A vote will always be a matter for our members, but I'm very confident that the offer that has been put on the table and unanimously endorsed by our more than 100 statewide delegates across the state just yesterday meets the key claims that have been put forward by our association membership.
US President Joe Biden has called on Hamas to accept an Israeli proposal that would lead to a ceasefire in Gaza. Ali Crew reports.
The 3-part Israeli proposal would involve a 6-week pause in the fighting, the release of some Israeli hostages in exchange for Palestinian prisoners, and Israel's withdrawal from populated areas of Gaza. Israel says the war won't end until all of its goals are achieved, but confirmed negotiators have been authorised to present a truce deal. Mr Biden says after nearly 8 months of war, it's time for Israel and Hamas to agree to the deal. Hamas says it's willing to deal positively with any proposal offering a permanent ceasefire and a complete Israeli withdrawal.
Donald Trump has vowed to fight his conviction a day after a New York court found the former US president guilty of falsifying business records. Sarah Hall reports.
Donald Trump was found guilty of 34 counts relating to the falsification of business records to cover up a hush money payment to a porn star. His criminal conviction does not prevent the 77-year-old from running in November's presidential election, even if he is sentenced to jail. Speaking at Trump Tower in New York, the former president and Republican candidate angrily attacked his political opponents.
If they can do this to me, they can do this to anyone. These are bad people.
President Biden says the verdict showed no one is above the law. Donald Trump has declared it will be his honour to appeal against his conviction.
To sport, and in the AFL, Adelaide will look to break its MCG hoodoo when it takes on Hawthorn this afternoon. The Crows have lost 9 in a row at the venue, dating back to the 2017 Grand Final. The Hawks have won 4 of their past 6 matches and could leapfrog Adelaide into 12th spot with a win. In today's other matches, St Kilda has travelled to Perth to take on the Eagles, and Geelong hosts Richmond at Cardinia Park. Australian golfer Minjee Lee remains in contention for a win after 2 rounds at the Women's US Open in Pennsylvania. The 2022 champion carded a 1-under-69 to sit in 3rd on the leaderboard, 3 shots behind leader Wichini Michai. Lee says she's embracing the challenge.
Obviously, I love playing US Opens. I love the challenge. I love the difficulty. I just love that I really need to think about what I'm doing and be strategic.
To the weather now for the state, partly cloudy with isolated showers. For Melbourne, partly cloudy with a medium chance of showers, a top today of 14. It's 12 degrees. ABC News.
Hey Google, play the footy on the ABC.
Did you know you can now listen to the footy on your smart speaker?
Oh, that is amazing!
Play.
ABC AFL.
Time to steady and pull the trigger.
Get the best call, the biggest experts in the game, every round of the AFL season.
Can he bend it back? You bet he can.
On your favourite station, ABC Radio. Your home for footy. Now on your smart speaker.
ABC Sport.
You're listening to AFL Saturday on your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app. This is AFL Saturday.
A virtuoso performance from Marcus Bontempelli last night as he bent the game to his will.
English, handball was good. Bontempelli with those lobes from right on 50. And the Bont turns around and says, hey, Dacos brothers, check me out.
It's a win that helps the Dogs keep touch with the top 8. Marcus Bontempelli, our special guest here on AFL Saturday. And what are the Dogs capable of this season?
I think there's definite signs there that we're evolving and maybe morphing into a team that can challenge a little bit.
While for the reigning premiers, the Pies, have their injuries reached a critical mass? While back on Thursday night, a final quarter Blues midfield barrage put paid to Port.
Big fist from Adelaide, back to DeConey, got the handball to Walsh under pressure, releases Cripps, tight in the pocket, the skipper strikes for the Blues. Bang, bang. 2 to start the final term from Patrick Cripps.
And how has the umpiring gone through the first two games of round 12 as the AFL adjusts the interpretation of holding the ball? We'll ask the umpire's boss, Steve McBurney, when he joins us. Those are the questions. We've got the answers here on AFL Saturday. Welcome on your Saturday afternoon. Ben Cameron in their chair for Corbin Middlemass. A coaching games record holder, Mick Malthouse, is here. And Adam Ramanauskas is filling in for Luke Ball. Mick, firstly to you. Welcome along. You saw the Bulldogs last night. We've seen them run Sydney deep while depleted, and we saw them beat the reigning premiers Collingwood last night, whatever's left of the Pies. How deep can they go this season? What does their best look like?
Good morning, Ben. Good afternoon, Benny. Just got back from Ocean Grove, and we've got Rama with us, and anyone that's listening, and I know a lot of people up around the Yarrawonga do listen to our show, and they had a bit of rain, which is fantastic for them. I was really impressed with the Dogs for 2.5 quarters. I was less than impressed in the first quarter. I thought they were all over the shop. Collingwood could have put them away. 12 shots on goal. Ended up with only 5 goals reward from it. And I was really disappointed in their body language. They just didn't seem to be engaged. But as the game wore on, and I know that Marcus Bontempelli virtually drags them into that position of wanting to believe, that they all of a sudden a little bit of belief started to take place. They found weaknesses within the Collingwood side, which is logical when you've got a lot of players out. Their forward line start to separate. So all of a sudden Darcy Moore wasn't able then just to spoil everything and anything. So he was then accountable. It meant that Darcy was able to find an opponent that he could beat one-on-one. Lobb was in the same position. So they spread beautifully. Now, I don't know whether that was a talk at quarter time or just, talking about themselves. But then they gave themselves opportunities with the target. But even at three-quarter time, I'm thinking, it's still a long way back. They got back, and then they let Collingwood kick the last couple of goals, I think it was. And you think, I don't know whether they've got the capability of kicking 3 or 4 goals, because that's what they'll probably need. As it turned out, they kicked 5
unanswered, yeah.
And Collingwood couldn't kick a goal. But it was more meritorious because they'd lost 2 players early. This is talking about the Dogs. And then they needed everyone to lift. And there wasn't too many players that you would say were poor in the night. So they had to lift for that occasion. On the other side of the coin, I thought Collingwood was exposed with the players they brought in. They were really left, as much as the system looks after itself, you've still got to have quality. And I thought last night that deserted them. And they're vulnerable while all these players are out.
Yeah, so 11 points down at three-quarter time. They kicked 5 unanswered, the Bulldogs, in that final quarter to, in the end, comfortably win by 18 points and keep themselves in touch with the top 8. Adam Ramanauskas wasn't with us last night, but had the slippers on at home watching the action. What was your main takeout, Ram?
Oh, I think you can also say this on Thursday night. I think there's critical moments in team seasons where they have to stand up, and no doubt the Blues did that in the last quarter on Thursday night. And then last night the Bulldogs, they had their moment in that last quarter where Collingwood looked well on top in that game, and the Bulldogs they found a way in the end. And you mentioned a critical mass of injuries, Benny, no doubt, and that was costly last night. You look at Collingwood's forward line of Frampton, I think it was Johnson and Markov. Yep, they're good players, but you replace those with Elliott, Myercheck, and others that are missing out of Collingwood's forward line, and it's a big difference. 6 inside 50s to 20 in the last quarter, clearances 18 to 6 in the last quarter, Bulldogs' way, and they completely dominated that last quarter.
Remember, can I just come in there? It doesn't matter who you got forward if you only get it in there six
times. That's right.
So it really it then means that did the mids drop off or the Dogs' mids jump up?
Well, disposal in the last quarter, Mick, 112 to 74.
Yeah, well, that says it all. Yeah. So it was both that. Collingwood's mids dropped off, Dogs' mids picked up, forwards then had opportunity multiple times. 5 goals is still a lot of goals in today's football. So that really has left the Dogs in a very tight position, but at least they're not chasing 3 games.
Yeah, if they lost, they could have been 3 games outside the 8 by the end of this round. So that would have made it incredibly tough. And the Wolves were certainly at the door between rounds 4 and 8, where they lost 4 or 5, but they've been able to turn it around and have now won 3 of their last 4 to get their season somewhat back on track. We'll speak to Marcus Bontempelli about all of that. It was a Friday night duel in many ways. I mean, Nick Dacos was brilliant early on, and then Marcus Bontempelli was excellent late and scintillating. That fourth quarter performance, 14 disposals. He kicked a goal. He had 3 score involvements and 4 tackles. I said off the top that he bent the game to his will, and he certainly did, didn't he, Mick?
Oh, he was... Well, I'm going to ask you about this because COVID years, when he was appointed captain, we had it's quite eerie, really. You're sitting in a stand, watching a game, calling a game with no one in the stand. You're able to hear instructions, which you love as a player and then you love as a coach. And my thing was, he's such a good player. Will this impact his ability to play top level while he has to focus as a young captain on his team? So I really want to ask him a bit about that when he's on air, and the transformation from then to now. He's become the warrior. He's become the Selwood. Selwood was a warrior, got Geelong over the road so many times. And if you go back through history, there's a warrior in nearly every developing side that goes on and plays finals football, and basically they've been there for a long time. And as he has, now they latch onto him. He drags them over the line. He dragged them over the line last night.
Yeah. Single-handedly, just about. I know you were big on the team effort as well, but a simplistic view from us non-former players and coaches, etc. How did you see the duel last night? Not a perfect heads-up duel, but we hanker for the old days, don't we? Djakovic and Carey, etc. To see these 2 stars out there at the same time doing it for their team.
Well, I don't think Nick Dacos could have done much more for his team last night. That's as simple as that can be. He was brilliant. I think he had 16 clearances himself in the game, Nick Dacos. So he's had 32, 16 clearances and 2 goals. And, he's had 8 score involvements to add to that. So there's not really much more. Of those 32 possessions, 27 of those were contested.
Unbelievable, which was a Collingwood record last night. So he set a Collingwood record for contested possessions and for clearances in one game. And
to be honest, when you think about Nick Dacos, I don't think of him as a big clearance player or a big contested football.
He's so clean, though.
He's so clean, but his running ability is probably what separated him really in the first couple of years, and now he's turned into this beast around stoppage and clearance. So, look, he was sensational. But I think Nick would agree with this. He's still got a long way to go to get to Marcus Bontempelli standards. Well, Bont's done it for a number of years.
That's right. That's the only thing I say is it's consistency over a long period. You mentioned Carey and Djakovic.
That was 10 years.
That's
battles.
That's what happens. Yeah. It's and we'll go back further and well beyond your time, Farmer and Nichols. Because everyone said, "Well, what a great duel that was," but that was over a long period of time. You start to build these, and Westgate, Van der Haar and Peter Knights.
Yep.
They're all things that stay in your football. If you're a football fanatic, they're the ones that stay with you for a long time. The game is dominated by midfielders. Like last night's 3 votes come from midfielders. I'm just looking at the Coaches' Awards right now. Nick Dacos is in second place, Bontempelli a little bit further down. I'll be intrigued to see how the votes went from both coaches last night. It's not going to change this dramatically, but nonetheless, if you look at Heaney, Dacos, Sarong, Merritt, Warner, Gawn, he's the exception. He's a ruckman. Knight's always said that he's probably as good as anyone going around that could win a Brownlow, but he doesn't get votes. Don't get votes. Bontempelli, Butters, Cripps, Dawson. So, and I made the remark, you win games through the middle, but 60, I think there was 42 inside 50s, or maybe 52 inside 50s after quarter time to 23 or something. And yet Collingwood were in the game with probably 5 minutes to play, 6 minutes to play.
If you isolate last night as a one-on-one contest between Nick Dacos and Bontempelli, in money time, Bontempelli was better.
Yeah. Have you got...
we gave him the... Well, Lingy gave him the 3, and there was no arguments.
No. Have you got Bont as the best player in the game at the moment, and if not, who?
I would have him right there. Then I'd also have Charlie Curnow right there. I still think Jeremy Cameron is very good, but Paddy Cripps has put together a very good season.
Yeah, which we saw again on Sydney
Thursday night. They're on top for a reason.
Heaney's going very well. Chad Warner's going very well.
Okay, give me one name. Are you going with Bont?
As number one in the competition, if they were up against the wall and I'm picking first, yeah.
Yeah. What about you, Mick?
Oh, close. I still think big forwards, if they're good enough.
Charlie Curnow's hard to go past.
Curnow works so well with Mackay. But no, I'm going to lean towards Bontempelli. And I've never hoped people win Brownlows, but I hope he wins a Brownlow.
You can build your team out from Bont if you sort of, he's right there in the middle and you just build it out.
Yeah.
So,
and people sometimes get sensitive about comparing players, but there's no shame in running second. We are talking about the best of the best, and that is what people love to do when they sit in the pub. So I'm pleased to say that we can welcome in that man, the 5-time best and fairest, 5-time All-Australian. He's been voted the best player in the comp by his peers, the coaches, and all the rest of it. He's one of my favourite players to go and watch, or my favourite player to go and watch, week in, week out, the captain of the Western Bulldogs. Welcome, Marcus.
No, thank you very much, gents. Great to come on today and have a bit of a chat.
Great to have you on. We appreciate your time. It feels like we've seen this team trending. So the game against Sydney, depleted. You nearly run the best team in the competition deep. And then we see you win last night. What are you seeing from this group, and what do you think it's capable of?
Yeah, I mean, I think these are the wins that you remember for a long time, and they can often be ones that hopefully can trampoline your season. And I just feel like our last 4 to 6 weeks of football has just been a really strong, sort of honest brand with regards to how we want the game to look. And I think we're starting to really show what our identity is as a football club more consistently, and that's probably been our challenge in the past, is not being able to basically front up week after week and really challenge teams and just hang in at times. So I think that's what I've probably been most impressed with is when the game isn't really on our terms, we've managed to find ways just to sort of cling on or stay in touch that gives us a chance later on in the game. And that was probably, a perfect example this week or last night is how the first quarter was going. And we just found a way just to sort of hang around enough to give ourselves a look, obviously, in that last quarter where we were able to sort of come over the top in the end.
Marcus, congratulations, number one, on your game, but also the way your career's panned out. I'd like to ask a couple of questions, one relating to last night, one about your career. Just the first quarter, I know that there's big lead-ups and your coach will be stressing the importance of a solid start, but what took place? You just didn't seem to be able to get your hands on it, and I'm talking not just you, the whole team.
Yeah, I think a lot of it stemmed from probably the centre bounce clearance. Felt like Collingwood obviously had a pretty strong plan to try and hit the ball to, it was really Nick Dacos to start it all off. And from a a planning perspective, I reckon it just took us a little while to readjust to some of the things they were doing. It felt like they were getting some great territory out of there. And obviously then with their pressure, just getting repeat entries off turnover. So, it is a tough, it's sort of more mentally where you go when teams get the jump on you and they're scoring, goals and then obviously having other looks is how you're able to basically reset. And I felt like really once we got a handle on that more centre bounce and clearance part of the game, things started to change a little bit and we started to get a bit of territory. So I feel like, we're up to, obviously embrace the game and embrace the challenge. But just from an adjustment perspective, I felt like what Collingwood maybe threw at us early took us a little bit to readjust to. And I think once we managed to sort of get a handle more on the particularly centre bounce clearance, it felt like the game sort of swayed back in a more even temperament. So, in those situations which we've been in before, it's all about staying calm and then trying to basically just chip away at things. And that's one thing, as I said, I feel like we've done a bit better in more recent times.
Yeah, you certainly look a lot more solid. Just in regard to the 50s, now I know your forward line now, you've lost your key forward and you've lost a really good forward pocket. Yep. You went inside 50s so many more times after quarter time. I guess it's the question is what's the chicken or the egg? Is it a number of times you get the football in there or a number of times you actually score from it? But for the perspective of going forward over the next 2 or 3 weeks or 5 weeks without Norton, and perhaps, I don't know, it's the same with Waitman. Have you got a plan in place that's, well, number one is if Darcy is able to survive, I guess, the incident that took place early, that the dominance of getting the ball inside 50 just appears that you've lost a bit of, I guess, that Footscray, and I call it Footscray, given Coach Footscray, mongrel of keeping the ball in there. It just seems to rebound a bit too quick.
Yeah, I think what's worked for us, or we've grown over time is probably, particularly early on in this season, the ability of Aaron, sort of Jamar and Sam to obviously work it out. They're all great aerial, presence players, which is great, but also they all probably think at any time that ball gets kicked in with any bit of flight, they're all a chance to mark it. And I think what we've been able to do better, to start the season was get that contest right a bit more often. And I felt like probably in the game just gone with some younger guys, Aaron's been amazing for us from a leadership perspective in the front half to continue to help those younger guys learn and basically play in a way that gives us better, I guess, contest balance when that ball hits the ground. And I feel like that's where teams have definitely capitalised off the back of our entries, is they're able to probably beat us more at ground level. So I think a lot of it is understanding what the right contest method is, really how many guys we need flying and then how many we need at drop a ball situation. So it's a growth for us. It's great we're getting the ball in there enough, but probably direction of the kick and amount committing to the aerial is probably our growth area, so that we are getting more opportunities to contain the ball or get secondary looks off the back of it. So in short, I think it's a growth area for us, and it's something we'll sort of work on sort of in the ensuing weeks to make sure we get that right and make more of our forward entries.
Yeah, well, looking at it last night, your first quarter was pretty cluttered with the three talls going for the same ball. Clearly, after quarter time, you really did stretch the Collingwood back line, so the players worked very well together. I'm going to go back in time, go back to COVID, and this will be my last question because I know Rama wants to ask you a couple of questions. When your appointment as captain, we had the unique opportunity sitting in a box that we do with the ABC, looking down on the ground, no one in the stands, hearing the voices, listening, watching players take directions from their captain. You were appointed. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you were appointed in COVID.
Yep.
Young captain.
For that season. Yep.
Yeah. My as a with the experience, I suppose I'll say I've got experience. Just looking at a player, I'm thinking, will that detract from his ability? Because we know how much ability you've got. Tell me, and I think now, right this very moment, you're probably in the top. Well, you are in the top echelon as far as leaders go. You're people are grabbing hold of you and you're dragging him along. It's outstanding to watch. But who did you learn from as far as leadership and also being the captain you are?
I was pretty fortunate early on to have some really strong sort of leaders before me. When I started at the football club, Bob Murphy was playing, Dale Morris, Matthew Boyd, Liam Picken, Easton Wood was obviously the skipper before I was. And I think what you end up doing is just taking bits probably from everyone, understanding who captains a certain way, and how they do things. If I probably compare Matthew Boyd, who was obviously once upon a time a skipper of the football club, he was probably more, the demanding, expectational captain that a lot of the guys needed. And Bob Murphy maybe had a bit more of a lighter, more freedom sort of focused touch. And I think you understand basically, each guy and each, I guess, brain and emotional sort of skill set's a bit different. So you basically need to cater for all basically shapes and sizes. So they're probably the guys that I most sort of look to at replicating some of the things that they did. But I think for me, I've always valued the way I play the game as the best way to influence. And obviously there's other areas off the field that you can have an influence on, but I don't think it lands as well as it possibly can unless you're turning up for your teammates sort of week after week. So it's always been, part of my nature that when things get hard, you try harder. And I think that's sort of what culminates in games like last night is you just got to roll the sleeves up and sort of do what you expect to be done and just you try and bring guys along with you. And I think we've found over the journey other guys have been doing similar things. And Tom Liberatore is one of the players that, if anything, he set the tone with that when I was a young guy, and I probably more followed him in that essence.
Well, congratulations, mate. You've been outstanding. I just love the way you go about it.
Thanks, Mick.
Bon, Sam Darcy incident will look after itself, but what's your role post that incident? Do you talk to him? What do you do there? How do you keep his head in the game, because he kicks that critical goal late in the game to seal it for you? I know the incident was a lot earlier than that in the game, but we see youngsters at times when incidents like that happen can really go into their shell. How did you play that moment?
Oh, I thought he handled it exceptionally well. It is part of the game in terms of aerial contests, and obviously he was a touch late on that one, and I thought he handled it really well. He might have given away then a 50 not long after, but he's a pretty simple, focused player. I think he knows as a young guy he just needs to get to as many contests as he can, and obviously if he hits the scoreboard, that's even better. But I think for him it was just just come back to basically the parts of your game that are going to keep you in the game, and just focus on probably staying in the moment. We do a lot of work on that during the week around sort of what your mindset is when things aren't going to plan. But I think he handled it exceptionally well. Now, whatever happens, we'll sort of be and we'll deal with. But as a young player who's really super competitive, you just want to continue to support him through basically learning how to play the game. And I'll be there for him and I'll touch base with him at some point. But I thought he actually dealt with it, incredibly well, and just kept going about his business and played a really important role for us when we were sort of finding it hard to score and hit the scoreboard. And as you mentioned, with that sort of freakish ability late, just to create something like that at that size is almost unheard of.
Bulldogs captain Marcus Bontempelli with us here on AFL Saturday. A couple of quick ones. Marcus, we appreciate your time before we let you go. But rounds 4 to 8, the Wolves were closing in. You won one of 5 games in that period. How did you as captain support Luke Beveridge and keep the group together and connected with the coach during that trying period?
Yeah, I mean, obviously a lot of it is around, communication and conversing around as players what we're feeling and what potentially we can help him with. But I think most of all what will continue to help us. And a lot of it is, really trying to strip the game back to take as much, I guess, grey out of it, just to simplify the focus. I feel like when you've got great clarity as a player around whether it's your role, whether it's how we want to execute our game plan and game style from week to week, when you basically strip it all back to sort of core aspects of the game, it makes it a lot easier to commit to. And I find that was probably the big shift we made is just stripping it back to a couple of key focuses. Yes, there'll be different layers in the game around potentially opposition players you want to keep an eye on or offensive ball movement from week to week. But it really came back to sort of pressure, work rate and just trying to get up the ground into our front half as soon as possible. So I think we just refined things a little bit. And sure enough, it made it was the sort of perfect antidote for us. So I think whenever you find, the game's getting a little bit cluttered or it's getting a bit away from us, just simplifying the focus and always coming back to those simple focuses seems to work.
It feels like at the Western Bulldogs, you guys have seen concussion firsthand, more so than any other club. I mean, it is clearly the biggest issue in the game at the moment, but Aidan O'Driscoll, one big issue, and he retires medically before he plays his first game. You've seen Tom Liberatore up close, and then even Ed Richards, who's had 2 this year. You're a statesman of the game now. You're a club captain and one of the premier players in the comp. How cognizant are you of just how fragile, I guess, playing this game can be with head trauma now?
Oh, I mean, definitely. And when you consider how much the game and even just the body types have changed and the athleticism in the game is guys are moving at such velocity that even something that looks quite, simple and incidental is obviously having quite an impact. So you're definitely aware that, with the conversation, it's obviously quite constant. And as you mentioned, for a couple of our guys and especially poor Aidan, who didn't even really get a fair chance at it. It's just devastating. So I think from an AFL perspective and a club perspective, everything's basically heading in the right direction with how much of a priority he's been putting on, particularly if you've had one, the recovery and being really strong in the processes to making sure that long-term future is the priority. So, it is just part of our game. I think that's the general acceptance that as players, we roll out and accept week to week, but obviously there's been a shift with the way the game's being played, rules-wise and adjudicated that's going to be for the better, to basically minimise, the concussions as much as possible. So, it's a harsh reality, but I think the steps are being taken to try and minimise it as much as possible.
And Bon, just with the memo that came out from the AFL during the week around tackling and how that would be adjudicated moving forward, did you guys do any work prior to the game? Did you watch that footage? Did Luke Beveridge explain it to you? And then how did you feel out on the field yesterday? Did it make any difference?
Yeah, I think I missed the Wednesday when the memo came out at the football club as I was off crook, but I'm sure there would have been people, and Bevo going through it and discussing it. And most guys, I reckon, would have watched the game the night before, basically to understand, how the interpretation is now sort of changing and being adjudicated. But I think we're all going to learn probably through playing it and experiencing it the best. So, it's just one of those things that the ebbs and flows of the season, the things that change that, once again, as players, you're sort of just prepared to deal with and adjust with. And I guess we'll see, obviously initially the interpretation will be what it is. And as you know, things can tend to change a little bit over time. So if we end up in the same position in a few weeks' time, that'll be good. But hopefully it doesn't chop and change too much.
Marcus, we appreciate you, as do the Doggies fans on the SMS line, including Melissa from Hampton. Bont, as a Doggies fan, we love you, so I'm sure it feels like a bit of a chore chatting to us, but the Doggies fans out there loved it. Thanks for your time, as always.
No, thank you very much, gentlemen. Have a good day.
There is Marcus Bontempelli, and we said it a couple of times, a real statesman of the game nowadays, isn't he?
He's simply just a humble champion
of
our codes.
Well, and he speaks so well.
So well.
Yep.
So well.
It's brilliant.
Yep.
Absolutely brilliant.
So a couple of things out of it. I think, Rama, you mentioned the Sam Darcy incident. Incredible ability to turn it around. But the incident itself, so jumps into the back of Braden Maynard.
Free kick.
Free kick paid. It was a 50-metre penalty, and Braden Maynard went inside 50 and was able to kick the goal as well. It will be careless because it's in play. It will be high contact, so the question will be whether it's
high contact?
It wasn't head.
No, but the potential to cause injury clause is used, so it'll be medium impact or high impact.
Yeah.
So if it's medium impact, it'll be 1 week. If it's high impact, it will be 2.
I think high. I don't.
So he gets a week minimum.
Yeah.
Well, hang on. Can you just go back to the high contact?
Yeah.
Why is it high contact?
That's how it will go into the matrix.
Why though? High in the back, but it's not high in the head.
Not high in the head.
Because of the potential to cause injury clause is how it will be.
Well, what if
Is that saying like if Maynard had hit his head on the ground?
Well, yeah, he's likely to be concussed in the incident or something of the like.
Right, okay.
That's how they would adjudicate.
So what are we saying? 2.
Either 1 or 2.
Yep.
Look, ultimately
it's what the AFL don't want in the game. That's what they don't want.
We know they don't want in their game. Yeah. But we didn't want... See, I could probably live with one, and at the very worst two. I still think it's just a free kick and 50 metres. The one I can't live with, and I'm still coming to grips with it, Peter Wright. That is just a player attacking the ball and someone showing courage from the opposition coming back into play and getting cleaned up. If that was his teammate, I asked, the simple thing to me is proceed with it or drop it. Is if it was a teammate in the same position, I was calling for want of a better word, the aggressor, and it's a teammate, what do you say? It's just accidental. So they're the ones that I just think are out there, and I still don't think Darcy deserves any more than a 50-metre penalty, and maybe a. Well, how do you? Is there such a thing as a fine in that at all? It's got to be low impact. It's high impact.
He can receive a reprimand.
Well, it's high impact only because he's 6'8",
12.
Yeah, he's probably 100 kilos, and the player he's run into, he's no angel, but you can't determine who he runs into. But he just bounced and got back up.
So just to be clear, Mick Malthouse, you think he should get off for that?
I think he got what he got on the match day. What he deserves: a free kick and 50 metres.
I don't think it's severe as everybody's making out, but the AFL he'll get a week.
Yeah.
And what do you think he should get though?
He'll get I think it's probably a 50, but he'll get a week.
Yeah. Yeah. So you were both in agreement that probably the right outcome was just the 50-metre penalty on the day. Yep. Also, the Taylor Duray incident. So him and Nick Dacos in a tangle, little swinging arm seems to clip Dacos.
That's just bad luck.
I actually think Taylor is... Dacos is holding him down, and Duray's trying to get up.
That's it.
And he swung his arm back.
Yeah. And not violently.
I think it's more of an accident. I don't think he's actually trying to hit him in the head. I think it's Taylor trying to get up and get moving again.
Yeah, so do I.
That's what I actually think there.
I reckon
there's no malice in that from Taylor.
But he's been reported, hasn't he?
Yeah, he was put on report last night.
Right, okay, so he's got to beat the rap
Yeah.
at the tribunal or through the Michael Christian scenario.
Let's have a listen to Taylor Duray, who actually spoke to us last night post-game.
Nick was sort of holding on to me a little bit, and I just tried to just throw him off with my arm going back, and it slipped up a bit. So, yeah, look, it's definitely probably a free kick, but who knows? Who knows?
Yeah.
I'm trying to make a case myself here, but like I said, just a thing of trying to shove him off me, get him off me, and wasn't quite the right thing to do in the end. But yeah, we'll see.
You confident you'll get off?
I don't know if I can comment because I got reported last year. I thought I was going to get off and I didn't, and I've seen a few others that have. So I'm it's up in the air.
That is Taylor Duray, who has the 2014 Hawthorn Premiership reunion later this afternoon as well. Still to come here on AFL Saturday, Steve McBurney, the umpire's boss. A lot going on there. A few texts coming in. Nicole, who's a Dogs fan in Castlemaine, says it's high contact because it was above the shoulders. Marty suggests that he thought Maynard was clearly hit in the head, while R says 100% agree with Mick and Rama, R.E. Darcy, and I don't support either team. All right, still to come here on AFL Saturday in just a moment. We will have mixed messages.
Can you reach the buzzers, kids? Put them on boxes. Can't you get higher? Higher? Higher!
Hard Quiz is back. Sort of. It's adult rules, but kid contestants.
Cute.
The kids are adorable, but Tom's style is deplorable.
What do you call a hard quiz kid giving a correct answer? A surprise!
All new Hard Quiz Kids.
I think we all need more screen time.
Starts Saturday night, June 8 on ABC Family and ABC iView.
On AFL Saturday.
What do they reckon? They come to play marbles or football, or think they sat in their cars waiting for the game to start and go out there?
This is Mixed Messages.
Well, it's a pretty simple one this week. I am over rule changes in the course of the year. We have opportunities galore post-season to discuss anything. Our game itself is looked after. We've grown to a point, yes, we're professional. We've got beautiful grounds now to play on compared to the ones we had 30, 40 years ago. But nonetheless, we are still one of the very few codes in the world that changes the rules on knee-jerk reaction, not only at the beginning of a new season, but partway through it. I am over it for a number of reasons. It doesn't do anything for the game. It causes confusion in the crowd. It causes confusion on the ground, and the people that have to adjudicate, it must confuse them unbelievably, and that's the umpires. I feel sorry for them. And just while I'm on about rules, when are we going to look at, which every other code has done, the blood rule, and say they can be wiped off? We are using up seconds while the player walks off. He does not need to come off the ground unless it's absolutely flowing, and it's the discretion of the umpire. Every other code in the world, we're over HIV. We're not over HIV, but we're over it because of the HIV component of it. Let's move forward at the end of this year and get rid of what we call this blood rule as well.
Any response from you, Rama? Do you like Mick's suggestions around the umpiring?
I agree. The rule changes, they do frustrate me. It seems like we do a lot of things on the fly. So it's sort of like, this has happened, let's sort of change it now. But on the other hand, I do agree with Damien Hardwick's comments last week. What was there, 130 odd tackles in that game for 4 holding the balls, which I find quite amazing. But you know, you compromise the game, or you compromise how teams have trained through a pre-season by changing the rules on the fly.
So the argument from the AFL would be that they haven't changed the rule; they've just changed the way it's going to be interpreted.
That's the same difference.
Yeah.
If you're going to change the interpretation, so the worry to me is that they have so many umpires, coaches come along. There's little consistency.
We've got one coming up. He's running a little late.
Yep, I know we have. But what we do have, we have so many that put their little stamp on it, and you see the game change around his interpretation as opposed to the game's interpretation. So if you're an umpire coming in, he'll change it towards the umpires. And I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying he's wrong, but we've got to get rid of such a discrepancy in interpretations, because again, that is something that this is a public's game. They come in droves to watch our game. They leave confounded in regard to some of these changes and rule changes that take place from one week to the next. We need a consistency. Now, I know that's hard. When I watched 10 umpires walk out last night, four central umpires, 2 goal umpires and 4 boundary umpires. Now, as far as the central umpires goes, it's very difficult to have 4 umpires on the same plane.
Yeah.
But if you've saturated January, February into March, and that's it, as opposed to forget the white noise, forget what the press are saying, forget what coaches are saying. That is how it's interpreted in the rule book. Do not change it because to suit, someone who might be high flyer and demands a bit of a change. So, and any change has to take place from October, November to give teams a chance to get it right, in particular the umpires.
Just on the holding the ball rule and the umpiring in the last 2 nights. So 132 tackles in the match between Port Adelaide and Carlton. 135 tackles on Thursday night for 8 holding the ball free kicks. Last night we had 13 holding the ball free kicks from 132 tackles. So that's where we're at the moment. Just on the umpiring, Rama, I mean, Mick just alluded to it there, but I have wondered with the 4 umpires. So when you've got 3 umpires, you've got 3 different interpretations, or to the factor of 3 essentially. And now you've got it to the factor of 4, and you've got very experienced umpires with very inexperienced umpires to make up the numbers. So I wonder whether that stretched the gulf between experienced and some of the decisions we see in a game wider than ever before with the 4 umpires, and we're noticing a lot of that.
Well, how do they learn, though? Like, what do you want to do? Put 4 experienced umpires on the field and then 4 inexperienced for the next game?
No, but my theory would be that
because we always talk about finals being officiated the best.
Yeah, so I had it explained to me by a very good former umpire that umpiring in its simplest form is pay the obvious, ignore the rest, which is why we look at the finals. They put the whistle away, they pay the obvious and ignore the rest. I'm just saying there's a greater variance between 4 individuals than there is between 3 individuals.
Yeah, of course. No,
Yeah.
But look, I've said this many, many times. I don't notice the umpires a lot. They're not something that I think. Oh, look, people are a bit different. They'll go, oh yeah, they can decide the game. But I think if you look at last night's game, for example, in that game, there's 600, nearly 700 possessions of the football. So the amount of times that a player can make a mistake or a player can make a good decision, I think is more prevalent than what an umpire's decision. So,
but it's their role though to get it right.
I understand.
The players play the game.
Yeah, I understand that, but I just even when I played, I didn't notice it a lot. I just sort of got on with it, and
I'm a bit like you, Rammer, and I feel like 1 week every year we do have the umpire discussion. It sort of comes around. The good news is that on the other side of this, we will be able to speak to the umpire's boss, Steve McBurney. He joins us in the box next.
It's the most magical time of the year, right? Footy season. This season you can get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. Unbelievable. AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered. Every goal, try, mark and tackle, called by ABC Sports expert commentary team.
A wonderful goal! Game, set, bingo!
100% pure footy, live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app.
You're listening to AFL Saturday on your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
I think they umpired really well from what I saw, and it's good because you don't have to get in that position where you have to take the player to ground to get that reward.
So that was Dan Houston speaking post-game on Thursday night about the umpiring and the way it's been officiated throughout this round so far in that first game of round 12. This is AFL Saturday. Ben Cameron in the chair for Corbin Middlemass, Adam Ramanauskas and also Mick Malthouse. I'm pleased to say as well, Steve McBurney, the umpire's boss in his newly created role, has been good enough to join us here on AFL Saturday. Steve, welcome.
Great to be here, Ben.
How has it worked so far this round? So we heard you during the week say that due to risk to players, you needed to modify what was reasonable time when they were held in a tackle. How do you think it's functioned out on the ground so far this round?
Yeah, so we've got a pretty small sample size of 2 games so far, Thursday night and Friday night. In terms of reasonable time, we're happy with how it's been officiated. And to give you an indication, prior to this weekend, we were paying less than 1 free kick a game for holding the ball for no prior opportunity, player tackled, reasonable time. In both the first 2 games, we've paid 4 free kicks for holding the ball, no prior opportunity, player tackled, no reasonable time.
Can I just ask a quick one on that? So can you explain that to our listeners? Player tackled, reasonable time.
Yes.
What is the actual definition of that? Because I think that's where the confusion sort of lies. And Mick and I sit there and we watch a player tackled 360, whatever, and what is reasonable time?
Okay, so the rules of the game, the laws of the game distinguish between prior opportunity and no prior opportunity. The clarification this week is only on no prior opportunity, reasonable time. Player tackled immediately. The examples we've sent out to the clubs is normally with a hand free.
Yep.
So he's got a hand free, he can attempt to dispose.
Kick it.
And the rules require him to attempt to kick or attempt to handball.
So if he attempts to kick and he doesn't kick it?
Yep, misses the boot, it's play on. If he's had prior opportunity, attempts to kick it, misses the boot, it's holding the ball.
Yeah. So it all comes down to the prior opportunity before they gather the ball, which I think is the most difficult part for fans to comprehend because they're not watching. I had it explained to me, Steve, by an umpire this week. Fans aren't watching through the same lens. They're not looking to see whether Adam Ramanauskas had prior opportunity before he's tackled. They're just seeing the tackle and then the ball jar free when he's attempting to kick. So that is the challenge, isn't it?
But if he attempts to kick and he misses the ball, that's not incorrect disposal?
Not if he's tackled immediately.
Right.
It's an attempt to dispose, and we call play on.
Okay. Yep.
Which is that in the rules? Because Cameron Ling said last night we need to incentivise people to go and win the football. We need to protect the ball player.
So that aspect of it has always been in the rules. We haven't changed the rules this week. That rule has always been the case, but we have shortened how the umpires have been judging reasonable time. We think they've been giving them too much time in some instances, and we've made a modification to shorten that time.
Just two things. One you said about, so you've watched two games. I watched the game, I watched both games. So Charlie Curnow gets swung around, and he's only got one hand on the ball, and he hits the ground with his elbow, and the ball comes out. Now, he had so that was called play on. Was that a right decision?
Yep. So in that example, he swung round, he hits the ground, he then handballs the ball out.
Yep.
And we think that's right on the edge of the new reasonable time. Last week, Mick, absolutely that would be play on. We're just waiting to make a final assessment on that one because that is really on the edge of whether it's reasonable time or not.
Okay. So, Steve, this is the thing that I guess I'm looking at it holistically and I'm looking at other codes. So we're one of the very few codes that keeps changing rules, and the victims of this, I believe, are always the umpires, because from one week to the next, the crowd just go nuts because their team and coaches go nuts. Obviously, the coaches don't quite get it either. But you've just said the interpretation. So who determines not the change of rule, but the interpretation that's going to, is it slot into what your thoughts are or what the rule book says? Because I think that's the thing that probably annoys most people, that people come along and I know this is a new role, but through the umpiring coaching, if you like, we seem to get, if it's a player, ex-player, then you can almost tell an ex-player's got hold of it because the umpires relate to that ex-player. When it's an umpire, it seems to go shuffle back and forth. Who sets the agenda for, and I know there's millions of rules, for the interpretation?
So what we try and do as an umpiring department is implement the rules as they're drafted.
Right. And
we stick to that at the start of the year. And we don't deviate from that unless we get an instruction. And the instruction is from the AFL Football Operations Department. So ultimately it's Laura and Josh. And on this occasion, we went to them with these examples and said, we think reasonable time is what we're assessing is different to what we think is required, particularly given the circumstances that led to this with the injury or risk of injury to players being caught in a dangerous tackle. And that was the comms we did this week. And so we then discussed it. The decision was made on Tuesday that we would make this clarification and modification. We coached the umpires on Tuesday night about it. We communicated to all the clubs, and that's where we find ourselves today.
I'm just going to jump back one thing you just said. So Laura comes to you guys and says we needed a change. So they don't discuss it with you first to see whether it's practical?
Mick, this has been an ongoing discussion. We collate and catalogue examples week by week as to what we're seeing, and we have a two-way discussion, and we also discuss it with game analysis of the AFL because what Laura's made clear, score review previously in this one, we don't want a knee-jerk reaction. We don't want to change from one week to the next. Yep. Once we've got sufficient data and examples to say this is the change we're making and this is why, that's the point at which a decision has to be made.
Would you be in favour of looking at this in October when the dust has settled, you've had a good year, and then you make your changes prior to December's start of training so that everyone gets trained up on the same rules? Clubs, players, filtered down right through to the reserves, etc., and in particular the umpires who have got now a chance to get it right by, because they cop it all the time. Because all these changes, we just keep hitting the umpires for the changes. But to me, it seems the AFL have got this agenda that knee-jerk, we're going to change it, and then it falls back on you guys.
Yeah, I was speaking to Michael Jennings about this, Mick, because we want to set it from the start of the year and do our coaching. Having said that, 2021, 3 rule changes through the course of the season. This year we've got no rule changes, no change to the laws, 1 clarification. We're very comfortable with where we sit on this one.
Okay.
Steve McBurney, the umpire's boss, chatting to us here on AFL Saturday. So just a couple of quick ones. So Is this clarification in line with what the umpires were presented with in the pre-season?
So this is different to what we presented in the pre-season. We have shortened reasonable time, and that's why we needed to communicate that to all the clubs and provide examples.
There was a story during the week presented by Sam McClure on Channel 9 about the earpieces that the umpires wear, and some people may not have seen it. And there were questions raised about communication from the umpires' coaches up in the stands to the umpires out on the ground. What is that line of communication? What happens with it, and what doesn't happen?
Sure. So we have had communication. We've been able to talk to each other since about 2000. We've had our coaches able to talk to us since 2000, and I'm going to say 007, 2008. I was still umpiring. For the last 5 years, I was able to have comms from the coach at quarter time or three-quarter time. We list the coach for every match in the communication to clubs. Today it'll be Michael Jennings, who's the AFL head coach. He will talk to the umpires for about 60 seconds at quarter time, in the rooms at half time, and about 60 seconds at three-quarter time. It will be a discussion about positioning, skills, match management, and anything the umpires want to ask him. And we'll provide that information if we think it's going to get a better result for umpiring.
Outstanding.
Really important, Mick.
Well,
if you want to speak to your players, we want to speak to our umpires.
That's outstanding, because why wait to the end of the match to completely bug it up? You know, look, if you can see something, that's great communication. I'm buoyed by it. I just think that's fantastic.
And Ben, you said what we can't do. We cannot talk to umpires during live play. We can't tell them what to pay. We can't direct them to pay a free kick. That would be completely out of bounds and beyond the laws of the game as they're currently framed.
One thing that our great friend and colleague Charlie King has been really big on is about Indigenous umpires and a pathway for them. So we've seen Glenn James many years ago. Is that something that you're working on with the AFL?
I've been here for 5 weeks and it's on my brief. Absolutely it is. We've got Josh James umpiring in the AFLW as a goal umpire and the VFL. Very promising umpire. I know Josh well because he delivered our cultural awareness training at Victoria Police, but we need more. We need more Indigenous umpires, and we're going to do everything we can to provide opportunities for them.
Steve, just for our listeners, how many decisions does an umpire have to make per quarter, per game?
Yeah, so I
think a lot of people think umpiring is really easy.
Because you're speaking about non-decisions being a decision as well.
Correct. Yeah. So we watched a passage at training on Tuesday night which went for 45 seconds. And in that 45 seconds, there were 12 decisions or non-decisions that needed to be made. So you extrapolate that over a whole game, it's too many to count. We don't count them. We record every decision. We record every non-decision to a genuine contest, and we assess the umpires on all of those.
And one more from me. Then you spoke about the coaching that the umpires get at quarter time, half time, etc. During the week with training,
yes,
is that similar? Is that then around simply sitting down and watching footage around? Is that too much time? Is that too much prior up? Is that not enough? Is that, you know where I'm coming from here?
So we do 3 types of coaching. We do the post-match assessment individually for the umpires. The coach will sit down, go through their entire game and coach them on decisions correct or incorrect. That all happens post-game. Can't happen during game.
And then can I just, one, in terms of getting them right, do you have a ratio there?
Yeah, so what we do is a calibration exercise every Tuesday before we finalise the individual match umpire's assessment. Our panel of coaches will watch the approximately 100 decisions from the weekend that which aren't black and white, which have areas of grey, and we will make a mutual assessment, because what's the footy public wanting? What's the clubs wanting? Consistency.
Yeah.
So it's about getting consistency. We then take that and we deliver the group coaching to all of the umpires. Here's 20 decisions from the weekend. Here's how we see them. Here's what we want paid in those situations.
Appreciate your time, Steve. Thanks for
surely
coming
we've got another 10 minutes.
Well, the news waits for no one on the ABC, unfortunately, but we could easily keep speaking to you. Steve, just be grateful. You don't have to put up with calls from Mick Malthouse on a Monday morning now that he's out of the game. Appreciate you stopping by.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks, guys.
There is Steve McBurney, the umpire's boss, with us here on AFL Saturday. fast coming up towards the news. We've still got a half hour of power. I'm getting back at you for calling me Stumpy, Mick, so that's what you get on the way through. Plenty to talk about, Carlton and Port Adelaide, as well as plenty of your calls on 1300 558 222. That's 1300 558 222. Lots of texts coming through. We'll talk about the game coming up and everything else that is going on in the world of AFL. Ben Cameron in the chair for Corbin Middlemass, who's gone down unwell. Wishing Corby all the best. Hopefully he feels better soon. Adam.
Sarah Hall with ABC News. Passengers are being urged to contact their airlines as multiple flights around the country are impacted by a fuel supply problem at Perth Airport. Aircraft arriving at Perth Airport are currently unable to be refuelled, which has led to the cancellation of a number of international and domestic services, and more are expected. Inbound flights that haven't yet left their departure points have been advised not to travel to Perth unless they have enough fuel for a return flight. Perth man Campbell Greaves and Swiss exchange student Xander Goosen arrived at the airport early to catch a flight to Sydney. Mr. Greaves says they've been told the earliest they will get there now is Monday morning.
Get on the airplane, board all right, and we just kind of got to sit there in my little economy seat for an hour, 2 hours, something like that. Captain's ringing in every hour saying, don't know where the fuel is, but eventually we just get kicked off the airplane and then our flight's been cancelled.
Federal opposition frontbencher Dan Tehan says Australia needs to consider harsher penalties for companies not protecting customer data. It comes after Ticketek Australia says the names of some of its customers, as well as their dates of birth and email addresses, may have been accessed. Hackers also claim to have stolen the personal data of 560 million customers of booking platform Ticketmaster in a ransom attack earlier this week. Mr. Tehan says Australia's laws need to evolve as breaches become more common.
If we have to look at steeper penalties, then we should look at it, because the problem is it's innocent Australians who ultimately, in the end, pay the price.
US President Joe Biden has called on Israel and Hamas to accept a three-phase plan that would lead to a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. He says the proposal would initially involve a 6-week pause in the fighting, the release of Israeli hostages in exchange for Palestinian prisoners, and Israel's withdrawal from populated areas of Gaza. Israel says the war won't end until all of its goals are achieved, but confirmed negotiators have been authorised to present a truce deal. President Biden says the two sides must seize the moment.
Indefinite war in pursuit of an unidentified notion of total victory will only bog down Israel and Gaza, draining the economic, military, and human resources, and furthering Israel's isolation in the world. That will not bring hostages home. That will not bring an enduring defeat of Hamas. That will not bring Israel lasting security.
Hamas says it views the proposal positively. Former US President Donald Trump has confirmed he'll appeal against his criminal conviction a day after he was found guilty of falsifying business records. The BBC's Tom Bateman has more.
Donald Trump stood in the gold-tiled atrium of Trump Tower and in front of American flags assailed the US legal system. He sought to present his conviction and the entire case against him as political persecution, led by the Biden administration, saying that Americans were now living in a fascist state. And he continues to rail against the outcome, despite his guilty verdicts being delivered by a jury of 12 ordinary men and women who were screened by his own defence as well as the prosecution, as is routine for any bias or prejudicial views.
Voting has begun in India in the last round of a 6-week-long national election. If Prime Minister Narendra Modi wins, he'll be only the second Indian leader to retain power for a third term. The 7th round of voting in 57 constituencies across 7 states and 1 union territory will complete polling for all 543 seats in the powerful lower house of parliament. Nearly 970 million voters, more than 10% of the world's population, were eligible to elect a new parliament for 5 years. South Australia says the state budget will contain record investment in prisons when it's delivered next Thursday. The Treasurer, Stephen Mulligan, says $205 million will go toward 3 new cell blocks at Yatala to provide more than 300 new beds. More than $20 million will go towards expanding capacity at Adelaide's women's prison. The Department of Correctional Services Chief Executive David Brown says the facilities will assist the goals of staff to reduce repeat offending. Just recapping our top story this hour, passengers are being urged to contact their airlines as multiple flights around the country are impacted by a fuel supply problem at Perth Airport. You're up to date with ABC News.
The Men's T20 Cricket World Cup.
He's bowled, that's it.
Live from the USA and West Indies.
What about that? Unbelievable.
Catch all the action on the ABC Listen app.
The wait is nearly over.
Here we go.
Origin.
Let's have a great series.
Hear Origin 1 live with Andrew Moore and the ABC Sport commentary team. Live from Sydney's Stadium, Australia. Can the Blues take the lead at home?
The Blues are destroying Queensland.
Or will the Queensland spirit dominate again?
Wow! Queensland's done it again.
Hear all the action Wednesday night on your home of footy, ABC Sport Digital.
Game, set, bingo!
And the ABC Listen app. You're listening to AFL Saturday on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and the ABC Listen app.
And we've still got a half hour of power coming up before we move to the match between the Hawks and the Crows here at this great gallery of the game, the MCG. Ben Cameron in the chair for Corbin Middlemass here on AFL Saturday. The coaching games record holder Mick Malthouse and the youngest Essendon Premiership player on planet Earth. I'm contractually obliged to say that's what Corb always says about Adam Ramanauskas, and then they both had at least until September this year when the Dons win it again.
That's incorrect.
Coming up in this match between the Hawks and the Crows, no late changes. Luke Bruce and Sam Berry are the subs. There was a late fitness test for the Crows captain Jordan Dawson with a foot issue, but he's okay and will be playing in this match. A few texts just on the back of umpire's boss Steve McBurney, and you said we could have kept going, Rama. Pete from Kilsyth says, umpire coach Steve is a great communicator and knows his stuff. I have a better understanding after hearing him. So we appreciate that. Lou says, this is so interesting. Thanks for having this interview. And then Bob in Carnegie says, 12 decisions in 45 seconds. That's the problem with this game, which...
that's the problem with the game. That's our game.
Yeah.
It's moving so quickly.
It's the blessing and the curse, isn't it?
Yeah, correct.
The dynamism of our game and the 360-degree nature means that the umpires have to officiate like that. This text says, no name, no pack drill here. AFL team, if we got rid of prior opportunity, the game would change for the better. Players under close guard would tap or punch the ball forward rather than risk the resulting clearer definition.
Well, no, because you would take away players winning the ball first then.
Yeah.
That would be the issue. And we want players to go and get the ball.
It's a key part of our game that we reward the ball player, isn't it? And we want them to go on it, which is why... So we heard Steve explain the rule about if you have no prior opportunity and then you're tackled, you still have the opportunity to dispose of the ball, even if it's incorrectly.
Yeah. Mm. Well, Kevin Sheedy's first message on the board was win the ball. Yeah, that was always his first message. We walk into the coach's room, and that was always there in big red texter.
What was your first message?
Mine, I used to put a ball down in front of them and say, now, call it, talk to it. And they talk to it. I said, is it coming to you? No. You can do what you like to it. Unless you go and get it, it's not going to come to you.
Yeah.
So it's the same rule.
Same principle.
Wow.
Yep.
You and Sheets had the same first principle. There you have it.
Well, you got to
great minds think
alike.
Get
the ball.
Guess what? There's only one of them out there.
There's one ball and 36 players.
They all want it.
Yep. What about...
Well, actually, I had a couple of players that didn't want it, thank God.
How long did they last,
Who were they?
No, they were fantastic players. They just didn't want their opponent to get it more than they got it.
Yeah,
so they were quite happy. And they were great parts of the team.
Yeah.
Simon Prestige.
Yeah. How come that name came up?
Because he was a brilliant defender. Yeah. Just a brilliant defender.
He fancied himself a centre-half forward, because he comes as a centre-half forward. He's one of the greatest people you'd ever meet.
You'll enjoy this, Rama, being the basketball aficionado and lover that you are. John Wooden.
Yep.
Yes.
His first lesson, put your socks on properly, and he would sit down for an hour with the team and show them how to put their socks on, saying, look, if you don't put it on properly, you'll get a blister. You might miss a quarter. You might miss a game. Then we lose that game because you don't play. The coach gets sacked, and that's the end of it.
One of my 1%ers, my 200 or 501 percenters, I wrote from Melbourne to London.
Yep.
Set up, did it all the way through. One of them was your laces. Make sure you have your lace in a position where it's tied. It's not going to get hit by your other boot and it come undone at the wrong time.
Even if you did a double knot in your lacer, so the boot you kicked with, if you did a double knot and the ball then hit that,
it would wobble.
Yes.
So you don't have it there.
Yeah.
You know that, Benny?
No, I didn't kick the footy.
Did you
get a kick?
Mick, Benny was one of those players that ran away from the ball.
Yeah. No, he's just got stumpy arms. Could you imagine him trying to... do you have one touch? What sort of touch did you have? Did you have...
Fumbles.
Pat on the ball in front a little bit.
So it's not only stumpy, it's fumble stumpy.
You got to know what you are, and unfortunately, that's what I was. AFL Saturday here on ABC Sport. Alistair Clarkson, another incident involving the great coach. He was down on the boundary coaching from the bench down in Tasmania, Port Adelaide taking on North Melbourne, and was heard by AFL officials using profanities. We know what has subsequently taken place, so there was an investigation in which the AFL were unable to ascertain who the statement was directed towards, so he did admit to loudly swearing. Well, you can make that point in a moment if you like, Mick. He did admit to using the inappropriate language, so the AFL was not able to be comfortably satisfied that Clarkson's swearing was directed towards a specific person or persons. What did you make of it, Rama?
Well, there's a couple of parts to this. I think if you're coaching from the boundary, you're down there to educate, to motivate, to talk to your players as much as you can. Now, Clarko, as Bruin as coach as he's been, he's emotional, he's confrontational, he's loud, he's all those things. So, him being down on the bench, he's got to make the call whether that's the right decision or not. Now, in saying that, he's going to move back up into the coach's box. I think if you look at the coaches that are on the sidelines, it's more about the education. And North Melbourne need plenty of that at the moment for their younger players. So, when you do have outbursts, it does affect your players. It does. If your young playing group sees you over emotional or the like, or stressed, they're going to play that way as well. So I think it's actually a good move that he's coming back into the coach's box and can do that. Maybe someone else goes down to the bench and can work that. I don't know, Mick. I don't think. I can't remember you ever coaching from the sidelines.
Coached from the sidelines for the last, say, 3 or 4 minutes per quarter.
You come down there
just to have a look and see what was happening. I just wanted to see the ground. Look, quite frankly, I far prefer to be coaching behind the goal line. High, so I can actually see the
whole field
and see how the patterns are. Up here, I relied heavily on, say, a bloke like Rob Wiley as my runner to do that, or David Butterfield when it was there, or any other runners. So probably I was spoilt because at Footscray I coached on the outer in the coach's box, which was basically right on the wing. I didn't have to give messages that side because the players would look at me and I'd give them instructions or talk to them, they could hear me. So I just felt comfortable being up and looking down. Some coaches, I still remember Alan Jeans, sitting next to Alan Jeans, I was on the bench, and there's a piece of 4x2 holding up the roof, which is only about 5 foot high. He jumped up and he's 5'6", and smashed his head on it and didn't bump it. Did not rub his head. All we wanted to do on the bench was just rub our head and go across to him and say, okay, Yabby. No, it was like he was in a trance.
So just coming back to it, Mick, as someone who's lived it, albeit not necessarily down on the bench, how difficult is it and how important is it to be able to control your emotions and regulate your emotions when the red mist descends as a coach?
Yeah, well, you're talking about a lunatic. So I'm not talking about a cargo being a lunatic. I know what in the coach's box, you've got to get over things very quickly, Ben. That's a simple thing is because you want your people, even in your box, to operate.
You've got to move on.
Football
moves so quickly.
You cannot change it. You just get rid of your frustration, you move on. I was fortunate that, this is not pumping up, but I was able to move on very quickly because the game's going.
Yeah.
I think it's also very important that when you do speak, particularly in a group, that they pick up that they've got hope.
Yeah.
And hope is the most important thing. You might be 6 or 7 down. The hope is, you just got to get back in the game. So you've got to give people hope. So the more you lose the players at a break, you've lost them.
If you're giving a negative message, you've got to give it in a positive manner.
Absolutely.
On the bench. So when they come back onto the ground,
they think they can do it.
That's right.
Yep.
One of the interesting lines out of the release by Alistair Clarkson, he put out a statement. He said, "It was undisciplined by me and I've expressed my apologies to the AFL. As a club, we can do without these distractions. And as such, I've agreed that it's best for me, best if I remain in the coach's box." The distractions, I mean, there have been a few just bubbling away for Alistair Clarkson in this time at North Melbourne that have made it difficult for a club that has enough of its own challenges.
Yeah. And that's a hangover from the Hawthorn days. So it's not a great spot to be in. What are they? 11, a zip and 11. Is it zip and 11 or zip and 10 or something like that? So you're waiting for that win. You're waiting to give the players something to hang their hat on, as opposed to say, look, we can do things. The distraction, players pick up distractions.
Yeah.
My last one was at Carlton, and every time I went to the rooms, I was met by the press. The players were interviewed on the way in. They can't focus. They can't possibly focus because they've got to defend their coach or defend the area or defend the club or whatever the case is. So it's a horrible position to be in.
If you're asking your players to be disciplined out on the field, you need to be disciplined on the side.
Totally.
That's a text from Paul from Dunedin. It said, "Not sure how a coach can expect discipline and control from his players when he can't model that behaviour himself."
That's exactly right. You're asking for that during the week with the way they prepare, the way they train, then you're asking for it on the ground. You've got to demonstrate that as the leader of the football club as well.
Absolutely.
Just a little bizarre one that is bubbling away at the moment as well. So there are reports out of WA about fuel supply issues at Perth Airport.
Yep.
This has grounded multiple flights. So the Saints are obviously over there to take on Fremantle, so they don't believe that they will be impacted by those fuel supply issues, which has grounded multiple flights. So this is a developing story that led the ABC bulletin.
Pass across the Nullarbor.
You wouldn't want that, would you? Perth Airport advising airlines not to fly to Perth unless they have enough fuel to get home. So, the Saints are due to fly out tomorrow. They play the Eagles, obviously, later today. So that's just a watching brief as it stands at the moment.
Yeah, I was listening to that on the way up from Geelong, listening to the 10:26 news, and I was saying that, and I'm thinking, lucky it's hasn't happened early in the week where the side wants to travel over there and have to cancel the game.
Yeah. Let's go to the
West Coast and Fremantle might be in a hub in Melbourne for the next couple of weeks.
That won't go down well with what's going on at the moment about their travel issues, Rama. We could easily get to that. Let's go to the phones, 1300 558 222. Tim from Stradbroke. Hello, Tim.
How you going?
What have you got for us? We're well, thank you.
Well, you're talking about holding the ball. I've heard everything about the umpire this morning, but that's the problem. You've changed all these rules and now you can't refix them because, as the umpire said today, he can give a player 5 seconds to get rid of the ball. Another player can get 8 seconds to get rid of the ball. When I played football, or if you went back to the 80s when Lee Matthews played football, if they had the ball and got caught, that's caught with the ball. Why can't you go back to that rule?
Even though they just lobbed in their hands and they got trapped, so no time to get rid of it. I don't know whether that's right, but I played myself and coached in the 80s. I'm not sure that is right. You still had time. You have to have some time to dispose of the football, and I think that it's a bit rose-coloured. Well,
that's different. I'm saying when you've got the ball and you're trying to run and do tricky things, and then you get caught, the uppie sees that, he never had time. He had 12 seconds to get rid of it if he wanted to.
Yeah, well, that should be holding the ball. Appreciate your call, Tim in Stradbroke, 1300 558 222. Let's move on to the Blues back on Thursday night. That was a barrage out of the midfield, a powerful display against a Port Adelaide midfield, albeit without Connor Rosie. But
flip the other side. Look at Carlton had Chera out.
They did.
Who is just as important for Carlton.
Yeah.
So, can I just jump in there, Benny? I love Kenny Hinkley the way he goes about it, but he's got a forward line that's dysfunctional against top sides. Charlie Dixon has been a wonderful player for a long time, but he's clearly either playing injured or he's just his first 3 touches were all fumbles, and he missed. So he had no possessions in the first quarter. You've got Marshall, who needs a big tall next to him, otherwise he'll belt up small poor sides, but not the good sides. Yes, they miss Rioli up there, but they are.
Georgiades had a good game for him.
He
kicked 4, probably could kick 5.
Yeah, but Rema, where I'm coming from, against the top sides, they fail. That forward line fails. I'm not saying their back line or their midfield failed, their forward line failed. So you saw last night when the Dogs got their act together, when they started to separate and got more where he was actually away from the play. They kick goals.
So separate the game, Benny. So the first 3 quarters, it was an arm wrestle, really. I think like Carlton's record over in Adelaide's been horrible against both Port Adelaide and Adelaide. So, but you separate the last quarter, 92 possessions to 65, and then clearances of 15-8 in Carlton's favour. So Carlton kick 8 goals, 1. They kick 7 of those goals out of stoppage to 3 goals, 2. Like they kicked 4 goals through 24 possessions in the first, I think, 5 minutes of that last quarter.
Yeah,
just completely efficient, strong, imposing football, Mick.
It was like Collingwood first 5-10 minutes. Yeah. It's amazing how out of the centre with good sides, because they don't clear the football, they clear it into a position of an offensive attack score. It's okay to put down numbers and go, we cleared it 3 times. But where did it go?
A deep entry.
It went to an advantage of their teammates in front of them. And that's such a wonderful opportunity start. It's okay to clear the ball to the wing, but what have you achieved?
Rummy, you mentioned earlier the season that Patrick Cripps is putting together, the Brownlow medalist from a couple of seasons ago. He's showing us his best stuff again, isn't he?
His best stuff is top 5 in the competition, because he's just that big presence around contests. And I think now with obviously Sam Walsh back into the team and playing brilliant football, it's just a really good balance they've got around that contest. Matt Kennedy was pretty good. Hewitt was pretty good. So they got Chera to come back into that midfield mix as well. So it looks really promising for the Blues. They've still got injuries that hopefully they get a few back in the coming weeks, but it's promising for the second half of the season. Next Sunday night here is going to be enormous.
Massive.
There's going to be 95,000 here next Sunday, Essendon and Carlton.
Yeah,
it's just going to be
what a ripper.
It's just going to be a huge event. So last year was terrific, the game, but it's going to grow again. So I think they've found the time slot. 2 big football clubs. I don't know how they do it. They just find a time slot and they work with it. And okay, they're both going pretty well, but it's going to be enormous. And it's hard for me to say this.
Yeah,
I actually quite enjoy watching Carlton play. Like Carlton when I was playing, they were probably our biggest rival at Essendon. They're the team we really wanted to beat, along with Collingwood and Richmond and the like, and Hawthorn. But Carlton were right there with us, sort of when we were pretty good in those early 2000s. But just watching how Michael Voss has got that team playing. There's a lot of Michael Voss's DNA as a player.
Yeah.
On that football team at the moment.
I often speak about the fact that I feel like teams come to represent what their coach was as a player and what they value, and I think that was absolutely true of your teams, Mick, with their very defensive mindset in many ways and defending first, and we're seeing that with Voss, as you mentioned. Just very quickly, where does it leave Carlton in terms of your pecking order with what you saw on Thursday night and have seen through the early part of first half of the season?
I feel like, Mick, they're in the first 6 teams, that first 16 bracket. Now, where they finish in that bracket, that's to be determined, but I don't think they're in that next, that 7 to 12 bracket. I think they're in the 1 to 6 bracket.
Yeah, I take 2 away from that. I go top 4.
Yeah.
Because they've got a complete list. And if they can all stand up, they've got a forward line that you pray for. Their midfield we've already seen, and their back line with Wiedering, Benny. Very few sides can say they've got a complete team, and because they've been hit with injuries, they've been forced to make changes, and those changes have come in and added value. So I see them as top four.
The interesting move, Benny, is over the past 2 weeks is Zach Williams playing forward.
Yeah.
Yep.
So he kicked 4 the week before. He kicked 2 in the last quarter on Thursday night. We're so used to seeing him as a halfback flanker, just, run and carry, not be that accountable really. But going forward, his impact on the scoreboard, like the last quarter, he's had 5 possessions, 3 score involvements and 2 goals. So that's a significant impact.
Yeah, at round 11, or prior to this round, you've got Port Adelaide third. Carlton now are equal with them. Percentage-wise, not so much, but I think they're a far better side than Port.
Yeah, the thoughts of Mick Malthouse and Adam Ramanauskas here on AFL Saturday. Ben Cameron filling in for Corbin Middlemass. A reminder that coming up after this, we've got Hawthorn and the Crows. No late changes. Luke Bruce and Sam Berry are the subs. So Jordan Dawson getting through that fitness test late in that game. There was a story during the week by Tom Morris about clubs having a desire to potentially be able to trade picks up to 4 years in advance. He named North Melbourne and Richmond as clubs interested. You live in this space, Adam Ramanauskas, as a player agent. What do you think of this story and the likelihood of it coming to fruition and whether it makes sense?
Well, clubs want more levers to pull when they are trading. That's the reality. At the moment, all they've got is draft picks in this year's draft, in next year's draft, and also players. That's their 3 levers basically. Then they've got free agency that they can use. They listed free agency, so they want more. Now, look, sometimes I hesitate on this because clubs can be their own worst enemy as well, Mick, when they want something and they're prepared to give up too much. So, trading 4 years into the future, you would sort of want to know pretty clearly what those drafts are doing over those 4 years coming. Now, that's hard because you'll be talking about kids from 14 years old, effectively, Mick.
Well, you are.
You
basically are talking about 14-year-olds.
Which worries me.
Yeah.
Because then you're asking, well, do we want to go and judge 14-year-olds in the way they're playing football?
I think there's so many things. You look at the coach. Is that coach still going to be there? Is that sort of style of play that marries up? How good is your side going? Where do you see yourself in 4 years? Where do you see the traded side? We've quite often seen these trades, and the side ends up being they're a top 8, and a year after they're 12th or 13th. That pick becomes destroyed. There's so much. It's like giving a player, and I know you're in this one as well, 7 or 8 year contract. I'm just not sure about that in Australian rules football. Because of a new one, throw in the concussions now, because we've seen so many players have to be retired.
So at the moment, Benny, a club has to have over a 5-year period. They have to have 2 first-round draft picks.
Yeah,
that's what the rule stands at the moment. So you can't just keep trading. You can't keep trading your first-round picks out. So I imagine if that 4 years did come in, there would be levers to that or restrictions to how many first-round picks you can and can't trade.
I must admit, it makes me
very American.
It makes me a little nervous in terms of whether it's prudent in terms of fiduciary duty for those in charge of the clubs. Like, not a perfect analogy, but I just wonder. I worry about people trading clubs' picks that far in advance.
Yep.
It is AFL Saturday. We've only got time for one more thing before we move on to this match. Are you concerned about the Saints under Ross Lyon?
Well, they certainly haven't gone forward, and that is a problem. I worry about players like King, because his brother at the Gold Coast was always the one that was going to, we'll get him home. Well, he's quite happy up there because they look like they're going somewhere. Players whose contracts up and are big key forwards and in massive demand, and players are funny because they generally can only see 1 year in front of them.
Yeah.
And if he thinks, my contract's up and look where we're going nowhere. Well, you know what? I want to play. What he's 23, 24. I want to play finals. So that's the temptation. They might start losing good players.
It hasn't been a great representation over the last couple of weeks. Yeah. That's honest. But let's see the next 4 weeks, because it's like 4 weeks ago, how were we talking about the Western Bulldogs? And now, they've won 3 of their last 4.
Yeah, they play well. Yep. This will be a test. Remember, against West Coast today.
Yeah, well, it's West Coast play quite well over there, Benny. Yeah. So let's give them another 4 weeks, and then I think we ask the same question.
And let's keep our fingers crossed that the Saints can get home after the game. Good hit out, Mick Malthouse, Adam Ramanauskas, here on AFL Saturday. Corbin Middlemass back next week. Hopefully he's on the improve at home, listening in surely.
A bit of chicken soup coming his way. Vegetable soup.
Yeah,
that'd be nice. He'd like that, Corbin.
Andrew Mays is going to jump in. We've got the game coming up. Footy never stops here on ABC Sport. The Hawks and the Crows, Rama and Mick, are going to hang around. That's all to look forward to. If you missed anything, jump on the ABC Listen app under the Best of ABC Sport podcast. You can catch up. This has been AFL Saturday.
G'day, this is Becky Cole inviting you to join me each week for Saturday Night Country. For more than 30 years, we've been playing the best in Australian country music, as well as the overseas artists that you know and love. So whether it's the classic tunes that you grew up with, the best new releases, or the interviews of your favourite acts, you'll find it all on Saturday Night Country. Saturday Night Country, hear it anytime on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
The moment of truth has arrived.
If you think you have anything other than a split second in this game right now, you're kidding yourself.
It's all to play for. Every single bloke has stood up.
They are leaving nothing out there. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From 55, side-bottom, launches, goal! The Crows Magpies are on top of the AFL world. They win a spellbinding game of footy. Calling what a breakfast.
This is ABC Sport.
The umpire holds the footy up.
You want your very best players having the ball in the moments that matter.
Take your moment. This is that moment.
Listen to the roar.
The pressure's certainly gone up. Punches the air with the right hand. That's why we love football.
Brilliant to watch. Stand by. The arms are outstretched as he pumps his chest out.
Fill your lungs. Are you ready for it?
Wherever you are, do not move.
We're going the full journey.
'Cause here it comes.
This is the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From outside 50, goes bang with everything he's got.
Former bad boy looking to redeem himself with kicks like that.
Something big is coming.
One step nonchalant banana finish. Wow. Charlie Cameron snaps. Goal.
Something big is coming.
Hey Siri, play John Denver.
AFL.
From deep in the pocket. That is amazing.
Fill your lungs. Are you ready for it?
This guy wants it at home on the biggest stage.
And Gordon can finish from 35. Oh, Errol.
It's there.
Superb finish.
What a hanger.
He joins the party.
Walks through the goal. Oh, what a moment.
Brilliant, wasn't it?
There's nothing this man can't do. Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment. Stolen. Snapped it. Over his shoulder. He's kicked an absolute ripper. Spins around and buries it. Lightning speed, Bobby Hill. He's Bobby Thrill.
This is just football at its best.
Weaves around an opponent and gets a brilliant goal.
Gathers, snaps, he'll bring the house down. Time to steady and pull the trigger. Right foot drop punt is pure. We're not done yet.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season on radio, Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming. I know.
It's two young teams who started slow in season 2024 but have remedied that in recent rounds. The Hawks and the Crows from the MCG both looking for a fifth win on the season. Ben Cameron in position to call all of the action alongside Andrew Mays, the coaching games record holder Mick Malthouse, and the youngest Essendon Premiership player in Adam Ramanauskas. It's great to be here at this great theatre, the MCG, our cathedral to football in Melbourne. The Hawks and the Crows, as I said, team news, no late changes. the subs for both of these sides, Luke Bruce and Sam Berry. Andrew Mays, fantastic to see you on a Saturday afternoon.
Good to see you as well, Ben, and everyone listening. Nice crowd rolling in here. It is weird to think that two teams in 12th and 14th would be two of the form teams of the competition, but when you look at the last month, 5 weeks of footy for both of these sides, they've made some good strides, as you said, after a slow start for both of them. So lucky enough to see Hawthorn learn their lesson last week and get the job done. I'm looking forward to see what Adelaide can bring this afternoon.
We're certainly looking forward to having a look at these two young stages in terms of the teams going head-to-head. Both sides out there warming up at the moment. The Hawks down at the punt road end of the ground. Sorry, at the city end of the ground. The Crows down at the punt road end. Adam Ramanauskas has hung around after AFL Saturday. Rama, what are you looking out for this afternoon between the Crows and the Hawks?
Well, good afternoon to everyone. Firstly, congratulations to Jack Gunston on 250 games. It's a terrific achievement. 3-time premiership player for the Hawks. Come back to the football club this year and by all reports doing a terrific job with the younger players. But look, this is a game where both teams are in pretty good form. I think Hawthorn have turned the corner after a really slow start to their season, and that's basically off the DNA of their coach. Their coach was brilliant around contest, but he was also brilliant around ball movement. And that's the way Hawthorn are playing at the moment. They're winning the ball at contest, but then once they get the ball in motion and the ball flowing, it's really working for them, getting into their forward line quickly, a lot of forward pressure and scoring. And the Crows are not dissimilar. There's a changing of the guard in the Crows midfield. The regulars are still there in Rory Laird and Matt Crouch, but Jordan Dawson is spending a lot of time in there. Jake Saligo, I think, is having a breakout season for the Crows. Isaac Rankin was one that was spending a lot more time in there before injury. So there, and the other one who's come into the team as well, who's just a tackling machine, is Sam Berry around contest. So they're looking good. They had an easy kill last week against an away West Coast. The West Coast away and a West Coast home are two very different commodities at the moment. So now, but it's coming to the MCG and seeing if they can now replicate some of that form of last week against an informed Hawthorn.
I did do the game last week for the Hawks, and by gee, they were impressive out of the midfield against the Brisbane Lions. Yeah. And it feels like the difference maker for them is Will Day. He goes in there and gives them a different look as the player who they would hope becomes the Rolled Gold star if this team is to get to where they want it to.
Yeah, look, there's no denying how good of a footballer he is. He wins their best and fairest last year and then misses the start of the season with that foot injury. But the sort of like you look at it and the fortunes of Hawthorn change. And I think when you're a young developing team, Benny and Maisie, that having critical personnel out there for the majority of time is essential to winning or staying in games for longer periods. Now, the start of the season, Hawthorn were missing a few of those very important players, and the result on the scoreboard was showing. Now they get a few of those guys back, and it's a change of fortunes.
One of the interesting parts of their season was undoubtedly Sam Mitchell, after a poor start, saying, bring your mouth guards.
Yeah.
We're not going to accept this anymore.
Yep.
Did you like that? And we've seen the response, haven't we?
Well, I just think it puts everybody on notice at a football club, not just players. I think that puts a bit of coaching staff on notice as well, that what we're serving up is just not acceptable. And now Hawthorn, I think, to start the season, they were playing a nice brand of football. Everything was nice. Like, yeah, they got the ball and, they wanted to, it's like, you come off the ground in your shorts and your jumper aren't dirty. That's how sort of Hawthorn were playing the game. And whereas as much as, and again, and I spoke about this, about Michael Voss and Carlin just a little bit earlier on the Saturday show, but Sam wasn't that player. His DNA was he was in there. He was under there. He was working extraordinarily hard as a footballer. And I think now that's starting to rub off on a few of these Hawthorn players. James Warple has found a lot of form again. John Newcomb is back to that real hard, hungry, hunting type of player, Maisie.
Also, Rammer, I wanted to ask you about how impressed you were with the Hawks last week, being able to learn the lesson of the week before. I mean, it's all very well with an older side learning those lessons, but for this group of youngsters with a sprinkling of older players to learn the lessons that they did against Port Adelaide, obviously in a pretty brutal way, then put it into practice, because they were in the same position last week against a pretty handy Brisbane Lions team who aren't going quite as well. That must have impressed you.
Well, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. So, last week it was good to see that they did learn a lesson and were able to execute when it came to those moments within that game. So, that is the I guess the essence of a developing team. Can they live those moments again? Can they learn from those moments again? And then can they execute in those moments? Now, I think Hawthorn are starting to display that. Last year, if you think back, like nobody really wanted to play Hawthorn late in that season. I reckon they beat Collingwood late in the season last year, and Collingwood then go and win a grand final. So it could be a similar scenario this year where, what do we got? We've still got 10 or 11 games remaining in this season. Hawthorn, what do they have? They won at the moment, Benny?
They've won four so far. So they're 4-7. The Adelaide Crows 4-6-1.
Yeah, so this is sort of like these teams are still thinking and sniffing finals. Now I know a lot of people will say, no, they're not going to get there. But the mindset, I think, of all football clubs is that you start a season to play finals. You don't start a season to make up the numbers. Now that's absolutely critical, particularly coming to later in the season. Now all games matter. And, we're going to get over the hump of the middle part of the season with these buys over the coming weeks. But, all games have got to matter to both Adelaide and Hawthorn in the run home.
One thing that has been a big issue throughout this round so far has been the umpiring, obviously, and we spoke about it a lot on AFL Saturday. So 13 holding the ball free kicks from 132 tackles. Last night, on Thursday night, 135 tackles, 8 holding the ball calls. How do you think it's worked so far this round, Rama?
Look, I think there's been a clear adjustment to the way the umpires are adjudicating that, and we were fortunate enough to have Steve McBurney in just a little while ago to talk about that. But look, again, it's prior opportunity's always been a very interesting one to me. Like if a player goes around in the 360, that's prior opportunity. And that's what I think Damien Hardwick was talking about last week with Charlie Curnow. Like, we don't want to see a player get turned 360 degrees because of the chance of injury. Now, whether that's a knee injury, Aaron Norton style, or whether that's, it's slammed into the ground and concussion and they miss a week. So I think there is a responsibility of the umpire there to particularly early in the game, to go, well, this is how this game is going to be officiated today, and be consistent with those decisions.
So the umpires in charge of this match: Jeff Dalglish, Simon Meredith, Cameron Dorr, and Peter Bales. So no doubt we'll keep an eye on how they officiate it right throughout the afternoon. The team's just going through their final warm-ups. The Adelaide Crows in their predominantly red jumper with
this one.
Yeah, the big blue crow on front.
Yeah, it's an early 2000s one, I reckon, Maisie.
Yeah. Looks good. I like Rochelle in the long sleeves.
I reckon they might have played
red sleeves.
Did they play a final in this jumper here at the MCG?
Who do you think of when you see that jumper?
Well, I'm fortunate enough to work with a very good former Adelaide Crows player, Michael Dougherty.
Yes.
So I do remember seeing Michael Dougherty in this jumper. So I like it. I do like this jumper.
Oh, I think of Benny Hart.
Yeah, Benny Hart.
I think of Andrew Eccles. I don't know why.
Very incognito.
A little bit of Simon Goodwin, I think of as well. Yeah.
So the blue crow on the front with the yellow on the top left, or the gold, and then the predominantly red. They've got the white shorts on. Hawthorn back in there. Home jumper with the brown stripes.
The great
brown
and gold colours.
Yeah, and then the brown shorts as well. Jack Gunston heading in to toss the coin with Jordan Dawson.
Quickly, just walking into the football, we were here quite early this morning, and there was a couple of Hawthorn. Just not a great colour, brown.
Nah.
It's just like the merchandise sort of, like you go into the merchandise stand and you're seeing the brown there. I'm sort of going, how's that going to work in the wardrobe, the brown hoodie?
There's not much you can't pull off, Rama, but the brown hoodie's just not working for you, is it? Jess Webster's downstairs, the fifth member of our team between the benches. Jess.
Good afternoon, Ben, from a chilly MCG here today. We've had a bit of everything weather-wise this morning. A bit of rain this morning, sunshine, and now a bit of cloud cover. We're sitting around 13 degrees and overcast at the moment. Now, Adelaide haven't won here at the MCG since 2017. They've lost 9 of their last 10 games here, and coming up against a Hawthorn team that'll be tough to beat. They've got confidence, they've got form, they've got momentum, and they're hoping to celebrate Jack Gunston's 250th game with a big win in front of their home fans.
Thanks, Jess. It's a perfect question for our coaching games record holder, Mick Malthouse. She coached a team out of WA, coming to the home of football at the MCG. How difficult is it to win here, and how important is it knowing that the biggest final of the lot will be played here?
That's a good question, Benny. I've got to say, when I first went to West Coast, this is pretty hard to believe, but no West Australian side had ever won at the MCG. So that's state of origin, under juniors, West Coast, anyone. And we played Melbourne, not my first year here, 1990. We played Melbourne, and we thought, this is it, it's going to happen. We got trounced. So it still didn't happen. A couple of weeks later, we played Richmond. It is the mecca of football. Our boys loved playing at the MCG. So I don't know what's to be scared of. It's just a magnificent ground, great length, got good width.
Here we go, Hawthorn and Adelaide on your Saturday afternoon. You're with Andrew Mace.
Clearance goes the way of the Crows as well. Laird off to Scholl, and then by hand to Saligo. High left foot kick towards left half forward. Rochelle gathers on the bounce. Hand pass back to Laird and back to Rochelle. Looks to centre things up. High ball inside attacking 50. Fogarty sets himself. Weddle cut across. Dropped the mark though. Frost squeezes out a kick to Newcomb. Got his hands free. Jaff had a fumble, and now a chance for Dawson, who chips into the left forward pocket, and he finds Keys, who's still 50 from goal, so this would take his absolute best. He's right on the boundary line.
He's not a great length kick, and he's not a great... his left foot up against the boundary, so it's going to make it very difficult. If he kicks this, they're in for a good day.
He never looked like he was going to have a shot. He lowers the eyes, goes low. Newcomb was the only man who attacked it at the front, and he holds things up for the Hawks at the top of their defensive goal square. We'll have a ball up.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Up it goes. Reeves trying to knock it down, looking to follow up as well. O'Brien right there with him. Warple coming through, shovels out a handball, and eventually comes back to Warple, dumps it on the boot. Kicks to half-back here for the Hawks. Soccering it on cleverly, Hardwick. Out in front of Chol. Steps his man. Gets onto the left. Kicks towards half-forward, looking for a marker. Getting back, Keane takes it. Crows with it at half-back. Former Pie and linked to a move back to the Collingwood Football Club, Mark Keane.
King goes very short to Smith. He flares it across half-back. Hinge has it, pauses. Then trots out of his defensive 50. Short kick is okay. Now a chance for Michael Annie, who goes centrally to Smith. Still at centre half back here. He can launch and go longer. It's a flat pass, but it's intercepted by D'Ambrosio. A chance inside attacking 50. Ginnivan out the back. Gets there. 40 out directly in front. Takes the diving mark on his chest, and he can line up for the first of the afternoon.
Yeah, it's a good play by D'Ambrosio. He read that ball off the boot with the intercept mark, but then played on quickly. And now that's what I love. I love when a player takes the mark and they want to move the game forward. And that's what D'Ambrosio did there. Ginnivan running back to goal directly in front now, about 40 metres out.
12 goals on the season so far for Jack Ginnivan. In he comes. 45 out directly in front. He's pushed it. Way to the right for one behind. So first score of the afternoon is a behind after 2.5 minutes.
New brown and gold headband for Jack Ginnivan, holding the long locks back. Hinge to take the kick in for the Crows. Ambles to the pocket. Kicks up to the southern wing. Going up Dawson. Can't take the mark. Down at ground level. Chanquoth Jath gets involved. Picking it up. Scrimshaw shoveling out a handball for the Hawks. Onto it Day. Off to Newcomb to Warple. Back to Newcomb. Handballs into the middle of the ground. Aim on a fumble. Allows in the Crows. Getting involved quickly. They pick it up. Saligo out to Rochelle. Handball back to O'Brien. Off to Laird under pressure from the Hawks. And they cough it up.
Great turnover here by the Hawks. There's still work to do at ground level. Impey onto it. Kicks inside. Attacking 50. Is it a free kick? It is. Held in the marking contest was Deere, and he'll line up 45-degree angle to the right, and he'll shoot from just inside 50. Just the arm over the shoulder there.
Yeah. Not a lot in there, Maisie.
Probably looked worse than what it was, really.
Well, he dragged his left arm. So that's where the umpire was on that side and saw Mark Keane just drag the left arm of Deere.
So starts his approach from outside attacking 50. He'll kick from 47. It's a high ball, and he just pushes it across the face. So a couple of misfires here for the Hawks. 2 behinds, 4 played opening term.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron, Andrew Mays, Nick Malthouse, the coaching games record holder, Adam Ramanauskas and Jess Webster. Hinge to the pocket, again out towards the southern wing. Walker flies, no mark taken. Out the back, Scrimshaw for the Hawks. Handballs to the logo, Impey. Handball away to Newcomb. Time to stop and prop and assess. Waits his kick to Jaff. Between wing and half forward here for the Hawks. Spinning the red footy in his hands. He'll set it up just inside 50. O'Brien in good position. Dawson there too. Spoil each other. Deere wins it for the Hawks. Handball to Hardwick. His handball. Can't find a target. Getting involved quickly. Chol. He's on top of it. The umpire wants it. And a ball up. Right forward pocket here for the Hawks. They've done the early attacking.
Tossed up. O'Brien and Reeves. Reeves turns. Tackler. That should be holding the ball and is. Salogo had one arm pinned and he dropped it with the other. Wasn't able to get boot to ball. And the big ruckman will line up back in the side this afternoon from about 45 out, slight angle to the right.
He's very agile and stays at the ball, which that's what I really like about him. He just doesn't tap work and then disappear. He stays right where it is.
Glove on his left hand. Reeves starts his approach. Very similar from where Deere kicked a moment ago. He missed to the left. Can Reeves be straighter? He is. And he has the first of the afternoon on return to the Hawks side. 1-2-8 Hawthorn. Adelaide yet to score. 6 played opening quarter.
Well, look, Hawthorn have had all the play really in the opening moments of this game. It's sort of lived in their forward half of the ground. You're not probably expecting the big ruckman there to go back from just inside 50 and nail the goal, but Reeves has done that quite easily. Look, come back into the team this week, Reeves. Meek's been really good for the Hawks over the previous week, so it's a good opportunity without Lloyd Meek into the team for Reeves to start to re-establish himself.
He's a good tap ruckman, Reeves. I've followed him through because of his dad, of course, when I was at Collingwood, but he just gets where the football is. I like the way he goes about it.
First goal of the game going the way of the Hawks. Back in the middle, Reeves applying the tackle on O'Brien. Both rucks missed it. Big Riley O'Brien bent over to pick it up. Up it goes a second time. Reeves with a hand to it. Saligo shovels out a handball. Impey attacks it, wins it for the Hawks. Good handball releases D'Ambrosio. Chisels a kick to half forward. Chol there, right there with him, Butts. And out of play, Trickles thrown to come between wing and half forward. 1-2-8 the Hawks. Adelaide have only gone inside 50 just a couple of times, but it's predominantly been the Hawks through these early stages. 7 minutes in, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Tell you what I have noticed, players are getting rid of the ball a lot quicker.
Absolutely. Toss back into play. O'Brien won it for the Crows. Off to Crouch off his right boot, which is his wrong one. And he turns it over to Mitchell, who goes back to left half back by foot. And Sicily now has it. Sicily, the kick over the top is good to the wing, and Scrimshaw takes the mark. Sells the dummy further outside of him, then kicks into the man on the mark. Nice work by Fogarty, who was looking to launch it inside 50. He was pushed to the ground, and away comes Weddle, works the 1-2. He streams over halfway. Penetrating kick, inside attacking 50. Gunston couldn't quite take the mark. Battles hard at ground level, and then a bit of pressure applied. It's more over the top, keeps it in. Did incredibly well to get it to Gunston. Centering kick, no good. landed on the chest of Hinge, and the Crows are away. Or are they?
Dangerous kick, overshoots the target, and Impey will win it back. Half-forward flank here for the Hawks, running backwards, gets around his man. Handball away to Ginnivan, looks inside 50, looking for a leading target. Gunston bombing up Dave. Jumps in front of him on the back lead and claims it. 25 out just inside the right forward pocket.
I know there's a lot said about Gunston, about Ginnivan, but one thing is certainly he does look for the team option. Really impressive at Collingwood like that, and that kick was perfect.
The 3 votes from our experts last week, Will Day. Finding his feet, back in the team from injury, goes the check side and curls it a little narrow. 139 to no score. It's all brown and gold to start. 9 minutes played. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Round 12 from the G.
Only 2 inside 50s for the Crows, so it's been parked at one end of the MCG. From the kick in, it's turned over. Hawthorn another chance. Mitchell drives inside, attacking 50. Hardwick. Nice spoil at the last moment. It'll be a ball in, Rammer.
That's an important matchup today. So who is that? It's Hardwick and Butts at the moment that has that matchup. Hardwick's been in really good form.
Yeah, Butts is forward. Yeah, Butts plays traditional backline player. He plays right on your shoulder, so he'll earn everything he gets today.
Thrown in, O'Brien out of the ruck, hand pass towards the boundary line. Moore kept it in, off to D'Ambrosio. Low kick, inside attacking 50. And nice mark. Was there a push out? No, it's going to be paid the mark anyway. To Butts, might have been a free to Keane in front. So
Hardwick likes to mark the ball. So Butts there, being a taller player, will try to definitely stop that.
High kick out and Scrimshaw. Lovely defensive spoil over the boundary. And the Hawks can reset. They're 70 around from goal. 1-3-9. Adelaide yet to score. 10 played opening quarter.
As always, love to hear from you. 0437 774 774. From the throw-in, winning it down O'Brien. Crouch bursting through, has to feed a handball back to Jones. Tumbles a kick to the wing. Turnover. Hawks through Sicily. Kicks inside 50. Ginnivan can't mark. Roving Moore gives it back to Ginnivan. Handball for Day, close to the boundary line. It's eventually out of players. Day is bundled over and he'll get a free kick. So the mark set 40 metres out, right on the boundary line, left forward for the Hawks. What does he do here, gents?
Well, he should have a shot. Should have a shot. He's quite capable from there.
Wide out. He's just worked himself between the photographers and the trainers. He'll stab it short infield and Gunston.
Poor defence. Really poor defence by
This is the issue that I have, Nick, and I know you'll be the same here. It's just the guarding grass theory. Like, I've just got to stand there because that's where I'm told to stand.
Yeah, so 3 of them stand
that's right.
around, and they guard 18 metres, and the other 2 metres Gunston walks into.
You've got to turn your head. You've got to look. Who's dangerous at the moment?
Exactly.
This has been his calling card. Usually a beautiful drop punt. No exception in game 250. The milestone man salutes. And he's engulfed in brown and gold jumpers to celebrate the moment on the day of their 2014 Premiership reunion as well. He kicks his 461st goal in game 250. Well done, Jack Gunston.
Well, right at the moment, Mick, 9 inside 50s to 2 in Hawthorn's favour. So just a lot of this game, as mentioned after the Reeves first goal, now the Gunston second goal, is simply being played in Hawthorn's forward half. So that's a lot of reliance on the Crows defenders at the moment. The Adelaide mids are simply just not getting their hands on the ball at the moment. So Newcomb's had 5, Impey's had 4, D'Ambrosio's had 4, Will Day 3.
Have a look at the contested possessions.
Yeah.
That says
19 to 10.
Yep.
2-3-15 plays, no score through the opening 13 minutes.
Saligo from the middle, a snap towards attacking 50, attacking it harder than anyone was Frost, kept it in front of himself, not able to gather possession. Now there is a free kick, it's going Adelaide's way and it will go to Saligo. He can drive them inside attacking 50. Rare foray forward in this first term. Oh, wonderful defensive mark by Scrimshaw. Almost looked to be out positioned in front, but was able to hold his place. And then a free kick on the outlet kick. Moore pushed in the back. He'll receive it in the left back pocket.
he backed himself, Scrimshaw, didn't he? That was an interesting one that he actually went for the mark and indeed got himself in a really good position. Excellent mark.
Moore switches things to the right back pocket where Weddle accepts and then kicks out. He's set Jaff a bit of a task there. Oh, smart, intelligent tap over the top to Mitchell. Got around one, hand pass inboard to Scrimshaw. Across defensive 50 and Sicily takes the mark.
Sicily wants to play on in the long sleeves. His kick a shocker and it's chopped off. Jones marks high half forward for the Crows. Looks inside 50, wants to get it to Fogarty, hands to it. Frost closes late, knocks it down, gathers the footy for the Hawks. Off to Newcomb, kicks up to the wing for Chol, bouncing ball. Gathers just in the field of play in front of the members. Now kicks around the wing in the direction of Deer. Up he goes, brings it down. Trying to get involved quickly at ground level. Burgess, he's over the footy. The Hawks arrive. Umpire circling, ball it up. Ball up, members side of the ground right beneath us.
Hawthorn by 15. Adelaide yet to score. Knocked down to Laird, who snaps around the boundary line. It pitches in front of Fogarty, who's happy enough to see it out. And a ball in forward of centre wing here for the Crows. 14 played opening term. Andrew Mays and Ben Cameron with you, your experts this afternoon. Adam Ramanauskas and Mick Malthouse. Ball tossed back into play. Burgess having a run in the ruck. He was looking for Keys, who came bursting through the stoppage. Couldn't gather. At ground level, Burgess. A hand pass to Crouch, to Jones, to Laird, who had a fumble. He was looking to go back to Jones. Missed him, and it trickles out of bounds. We'll have another throw in, still in front of the members here at the MCG.
Now, watch this boundary umpire. Look where the ruckmen are. No need. No need. Get it. Throw it over your head. They're supposed to be there. If they're not, we're using up precious time where people do not want to be sitting in trains waiting for a 33-minute quarter.
Yep. Too bad, too sad. I'm with you, Mick. There's palming it down. Nash in the ruck, coming through Newcomb, stripped of it, holding the ball. Dawson picks it up for the Crows, kicks them inside 50. Walker in good position, can't mark. Down at ground level, Fogarty bursts onto it, bursts the tackle, back to Walker, left foot snap, misses. Away to the right.
And it's probably a question that we should have asked Steve McBurney.
Yeah.
Around that, why do they wait?
There's no rule.
Yeah.
They just get the ball, and it's going to get rid of
particularly with
packs.
When they appoint the rucks to go up for a ball up, just ball it up.
Ball
if
throw
a
it up.
third man goes up from either side, pay the free kick.
I think everyone in agreement here. Deer with a massive leap from the Sicily kick in over the top. Couldn't complete the mark, and then Rochelli's caught cold holding the ball.
Well, that's about the third one today, is it? Yep. Third on the ball. So
they've all been there.
Oh, they've all been there, but they're being paid. That's the difference.
Hand pass to Amon, who goes the direct route, gets out the back. Moore will get onto this. All he's got to do is gather. Runs into the open goal. Hawthorn have 3.
Poor play.
The direct route straight up the middle of the MCG. 3-3-21 Hawthorn. Adelaide 1 behind. 16 played opening term.
Yeah. Once that ball got to those, what was it, 3 players, 4 players, and the Adelaide players were forward of it, it was always going to be all over, because you've got to hold your feet, number 1, and 2 is, in those sort of situations, always cover the back of a pack. Always.
Thoughts of Mick Malthouse here on Saturday Footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, Adam Ramanauskas and the coaching games record holder, Mick Malthouse. 0437 774 774. Pete in Launceston is really enjoying watching Ginnivan, enjoying the space and the freedom to express himself. Free kick out of the middle. Coming the way of the Hawks, it'll come back right as Will Day was about to burst away.
Why?
That's not the rule. Players are supposed to take the advantage, and it's exactly what he did.
Well, that's not 15 either.
Yeah, Mabior Chol, who's in the ruck and won the free kick, kicks it really short to McKenzie. In the bullseye, wheels around, drives it long, Keane marks. Offensively for the Crows, Hawthorn with the opening 3 goals of the game. They led it by 20 points. Keane thumps it out towards the wing. Nash is out there and out. Points Dawson, takes the mark for the Hawks.
It's almost a little bit too easy in the end. Hand pass out wide to Moore. He's had a busy first term. Kicks inside, attacking 50. No mark taken at ground level. Laird taken in a strong tackle. Just got the hand pass away. Now to Smith. Smith didn't know where to go, so he snaps around the body, and it's going to fall fortuitously to Scholl, who takes the diving mark on his chest. Still inside defensive 50. Left back pocket here for the Crows, who just need a steadier. Doing some work up the ground here is Walker, who presents and takes the mark. Still behind the wing.
Very slow movement by Adelaide. They really are letting Hawthorn settle in behind them. Takes away any initiative whatsoever.
And the sunshine underneath the Shane Warne stand. High kick. Weddle was in good position. Couldn't complete the mark. Nash at ground level. Hand pass out wide. Cook is able to get it to Murphy. High kick inside attacking 50. D'Ambrosio had his name all over that one. Takes the uncontested chest mark.
Wants to switch it quickly. Mark taken in the back pocket by McDonald, who chips it short to Impey. We spoke pre-game about the fact that this hasn't been a happy hunting ground for the Crows. Last win here 2017, and haven't won here in their last 10 attempts. So have a draw in that list, but hasn't started well here. Warple biting off a kick into the middle for the Hawks. Knocked on by Nash. Crows will arrive through Dawson. Handball away to Laird. He'll kick them towards half forward, looking for a marker. Rochelle goes up, sport away from him, and the Hawks are there. Moore nearly turns it over, slapped away by Warple. Back to Amon in space, and an outlet kick. Here's a good one to Reeves arriving.
Thought about the handbars quickly. He waits for the second man around the back. That is Scrimshaw. Scrubby kick forward. Weddle gathered nicely. And the hand pass is okay. Goes inboard to McKenzie, and then Nash. His hand pass was knocked down. Smith intercepts. Just looking for a couple of teammates. His dangerous hand pass back inboard, swallowed by McDonald. Today, drew the opponent. Warple was actually trying to fend off, got his opponent high. And it was holding the ball anyway. Nice tackle by Michael Annie, saving the day for the Crows.
Well, it would have been a high fend off. Yeah. Warple had him in a headlock at the end.
Michael Annie to the wing. Lovely bodywork again for the second time in this opening term by Scrimshaw. Takes the mark against Burgess. Goes into the middle. Hand pass from Frost to Impey, who's away. Takes a bounce. Goes inside attacking 50. Gunston has it again. Right forward pocket.
Good kick, good lead.
Beautiful.
Do these old leagues have 55 metres in them?
Probably not. I think he'll think that they do.
The difference in the forward line is quite remarkable, and the way Hawthorn are moving the ball, they are not a bottom four side. They'll push
They're much
sides.
better than that.
Aren't they ever?
So Gunston skirts the boundary line, actually gained a couple of metres, goes all the way to the goal line. It'll fall just short. Adelaide not able to rush it. Ginnivan's there to pounce. He snaps, brings it back, it drifts, it floats, it's a goal. Hawthorn with the opening 4 goals of the game, getting some reward for their dominance now. 4-3-27. Adelaide one behind. Ginnivan's first of the afternoon. 21 played opening quarter.
Just poor defence.
Yep.
First it's Riley O'Brien who should just spoil that ball through the goals. And then, just get him at ground level. His direct opponent is nowhere within sight. So, yep, okay, he may have got lost in the mess there of the contest, but you still, as a defender, you need to have your arm across those dangerous forwards, and Ginnivan certainly is one of those dangerous forwards. So just losing contact there, the Crows, and 4 goals to nil head start now. They're going to chase again as they did last time they're at the MCG against the Pies, the Crows now.
First 4 of the game. Reeves wins the tap. Laird trying to get onto it. Spills back to Reeves, who toe pokes it forward. Dawson tried to win it. Little fumble. Allows in McDonald for the Hawks at half forward. Handball today. Chips to the pocket. Gunston takes the mark 45 metres out on a 45-degree angle. Just marginally closer to goal than before, but nearly the same spot and same angle.
Well, Bullays has just given him too much space, Mick.
Well, I just think that Adelaide are being mauled at the source, and that's in any stoppage. They're just getting too much free ball, the Hawks.
Here comes Gunston. His drop punt is away to the left and just floating across the goal mouth. Minor score. All of his 2014 Premiership teammates in attendance watching on. 4-4-28 plays, 1 behind. Hawks by 27. Nearly 23 played in the first.
Smith with the kick in for the Crows. Long kick, Weddle up high, couldn't take the mark. At ground level he fights for it. Fogarty just Soccers the ball further forward, but Amon's there for the Hawks. Bouncing hand pass back to Impey, who went the fend. Umpire says holding the ball.
Yeah, another good decision. I think everyone likes it now. That sort of stuff. You reward the tackler.
Burgess with the free, kicks inside 50. Fogarty from the side. Looked good in the air, couldn't complete it. Now another tackle. It's a good one with not a lot of prior. Umpire's going to say holding the ball.
Well, see, I reckon that one's wrong.
Yep.
Because he's hit the football and then got grabbed and gone to ground. But
not a lot of prior there.
Well, he had no prior. So
that's a split.
That's gone too far.
I won't even say second.
Murphy with the free kick, right forward pocket will favour his left boot. He brings it round beautifully. A much-needed goal for the Crows. Their first of the afternoon after 24 minutes in this opening quarter. Margin 21 in favour of the Hawks.
Look, there's nothing wrong with the tackle.
No.
It was a good tackle, but the player who went to the football, bang, it's gone. And that's, we're just watching it again, and there's absolutely no doubt that he had no time whatsoever with the football and was desperately trying to get rid of it. So we've seen extremes today. The good ones, most of them being good, and that one really should have been a ball up.
Sam Mitchell with a big sign in the coach's box.
I think that's one where we just have to say the umpire got that one wrong. Saturday footy here on ABC Sport.
I don't know why that's a free kick either.
Free kick to Newcomb in the middle. Hawks away with it off the day. Driving ball to full forward. Hardwick goes up, chuckles it, not quite. Holding free kick, going to Hardwick. Max Michaelani just tugging on his jumper, and Hardwick, and his swingman of the competition, he'll go back and kick for goal. Was it there, Mick?
Well, not really. Not really at all. There was a little bit of contact before the ball got in there, but that's just contact that backline player and a forward line player have. No, I just think that's just another soft one, really soft.
Blake Hardwick on the runway, puts his laces through it. This is a trouncing. 5-4-34 plays 1-1-7. The Hawks all over the Crows. 25 minutes into the first. They lead by 27 points.
I actually don't mind that free kick. Like, Michaelani's got his arms around Blake Hardwick in that contest.
Not restricting him though.
Well, I think when a defender does that, it's a clear red flag to an umpire. So you wrap your arms around in a tackle, not a marking contest. The way I look at that. So I don't mind that free kick. To Michaelani now will have to reconsider how he plays against, I think, Blake Hardwick in a marking contest. So yeah.
Nonetheless, it's Hawthorn 94 possessions to Adelaide 59. That tells you a heck of a lot.
Saligo with the clearance, hand pass to Dawson. Back to the centre circles where Crouch has it. Pulled his kick nicely at the last moment. Saligo, chip over the top, inside attacking 50. Mark taken by Keys. And he'll line up 40 out, slight angle to the left.
Has he just been playing basically forward this year? Keys?
Yep. Half forward. That higher half forward.
Yeah, I know he's playing high half forward.
A bit of tagging of that running half back as well.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought. I just see him to be released every 5 or 6 minutes into the centre. He's just such a good ball getter.
Long run up here too. He kicks from 47. As it got the penetration it did, it just slammed into the right goalpost, one behind.
He's not a natural goal kicker either.
Margin 26 points in favour of the Hawks. 27 played in the opening quarter.
He's playing his 95th consecutive game today.
Great.
Ben Keys is aim on. Massive outlet kick straight up to the wing. Mitchell takes it. He's stripped of it in the tackle. Umpire lets them play. Picking it up, Jath. Handball away towards Amon again. And it's held in quickly.
It's
or a ball up or holding the ball. Seamus Mitchell pinged. Crows come away with it. Scholl with the left foot kick into the forward pocket. No mark able to be taken. Rochelle Rose loops a handball for Walker. Bursts a tackle. Handball away towards the goal line. Into the post it goes. The behind post, so we'll get a throw in left forward pocket for the Crows. Hawthorn by 26, 28 minutes played first term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
So a minute left on the clock here. A chance late for the Crows. Inside attacking 50. Toss back into play. And from the stoppage, Saligo just squeezed the kick out. It bounces towards goal. Lovely off break. It wasn't Saligo, in fact. It was Schoenberg who came bursting through that stoppage. And a much-needed one for the Crows. Still just hanging around this opening term. Margin back to 20 points. 5-4-30 the Hawks. 2-2-14 the Crows. 28 played.
Yeah, I love that goal from Schoenberg. So he's missed a lot of football of recent times, Schoenberg. But that's what his one-wood is as a footballer. That power through contest. And on that occasion was able to hold off the tackle and kick that goal. I think it was Amon that was trying to lay a tackle, but Schoenberg was just too strong.
Very handy goal. That's the thing about Rammer, about hitting the ball hard with pace.
Speed, yeah.
Playing just his second game of the year. He was back for his first last week. Free kick out of the middle. Will Day about to burst away with it, but going to the Crows here, so they'll come back, and Matt Crouch with it. Feeds Dawson the handball. He kicks inside 50. There's a free kick downfield, and it's going to be a reversal. So the free kick will come back, and Will Day will get it in the middle.
I reckon it was against Sicily's opponent there, having a bit of a scrap in back play.
So the free kick paid where it was at the time, which was in the hands of Dawson, and then Will Day ends up with it for the Hawks. High ball inside attacking 50, looking for a mark. Keane comes across, punches it down, not paid the mark. Now the Crows go again, getting involved. Crouch shovels it out. Still spills around. It's bobbling in there. Nash is over it, hatching an egg. And the umpire wants it to ball it up. Closing in on quarter time. The Hawks lead it by 20 points. Kicked the first 4. Adelaide with 2 of the last 3.
Reeves was looking for Ginnivan bursting through that stoppage. He becomes the tackler in the end. Ball going nowhere. We'll have another stoppage. 40 out directly in front. Hawks with the last chance of this opening term. Comes out to Newcomb. Hand pass. Ginnivan just had a fumble at the last moment. Now Saligo comes through. His hand pass out wide is left as the siren sounds. And what a good quarter it was for Hawthorn. 5-4-34. Leading Adelaide 2-2-14. The margin 20 points at quarter time. Goal kickers for the Hawks. Singles to Reeves, Moore, Hardwick, Gunston and Ginnivan. And the 2 goal kickers for the Crows, Murphy and Schoenberg with 1 apiece.
So Hawthorn leading by 20 points on the day of their 2014 Premiership reunion, and Jack Gunston's 250th. A few texts coming through. Have the Hawks simply been prepared to hit the go button from the first bounce, but not so the Crows? Craig in Carlton says, hey, there's a flight leaving Melbourne in 15 minutes to Adelaide from Tullamarine. I think the Crows should jump on it while they still can. So trying his hand at a bit of comedy there, Craig. We don't mind that. Coming through on the SMS line. And Neil in Coburg says, Mick, you beauty, tell it straight. Stop the useless time wasting. Goals will result. That's from Neil. It is the Hawks, as I said, by 20 points. 5-4-34 plays 2-2-14 over the Crows. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
The Men's T20 Cricket World Cup.
He's bowled. That's it.
Live from the USA and West Indies.
What about that? Unbelievable.
Catch all the action on the ABC Listen app.
G'day, Patrick Stack here from ABC Sport Daily. If you love sport,
one of the most anticipated first-round matches got to be in Grand Slam history, for good reason. Nadal, 14 titles in the same Grand Slam tournament.
And great conversation.
The worst left back in the history of year 8 football is how I describe myself.
Then you'll love ABC Sport Daily.
One of the problems that cricket has faced in the US is such a big market.
ABC Sport Daily. Get it on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Ginnivan, handball for Day, close to the boundary line. It's eventually out of players. Day is bundled over, and he'll get a free kick. Worked himself between the photographers and the trainers. He'll stab it short infield, and Gunston. This has been his calling card. Usually a beautiful drop punt. No exception in game 250. The milestone man salutes.
Hand pass to Amon, who goes the direct route, gets out the back. Moore will get onto this. All he's got to do is gather. Runs into the open goal. Hawthorn have 3. Gunston skirts the boundary line, actually gained a couple of metres, goes all the way to the goal line. It'll fall just short. Adelaide not able to rush it. Ginnivan's there to pounce. He snapped, brings it back, it drifts, it floats, it's a goal. Burgess with the free, kicks inside 50, Foggy from the side. Good in the air, couldn't complete it. Now another tackle. It's a good one, but not a lot of prior. Umpire's going to say holding the ball. Murphy with the free kick. Right forward pocket will favour his left boot. He brings it round beautifully. A much-needed goal for the Crows.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
So a slow start for the Crows as they look to win their first game here at this venue, the home of footy since 2017. 5-4-34, Hawthorn lead Adelaide 2-2-14. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron alongside Andrew Mays, Mick Malthouse and Adam Ramanauskas, the best experts in the game. What did we witness?
Well, 2 key stats, Mick. I think in that first quarter, contested football, Hawthorn 40-31, so comfortably on top there. But then inside 50, 17 to 9. So of those 17 inside 50s, Hawthorn have had 9 scoring shots. So their efficiency going inside forward 50 has been terrific. I think Hawthorn's forwards are more active than their Crows defenders at the moment. They're being more proactive in their positioning and where they want the ball to go and what they do with the ball inside forward 50. And I think their space, like Jack Gunston's taken 3 marks inside forward 50 in that quarter and has looked terrific. And that's 250 games of experience, no doubt. But at the same time, it's finding where the space isn't actually leading to it. Deer's been creating a really good contest inside forward 50 for Hawthorn. But then the last part of this is Hawthorn's mids are simply on top. Newcomb has had a really good quarter. Will Day a good quarter. Thought Impey had a good quarter. Connor Nash is running, doing a lot of running with Jordan Dawson. Jordan Dawson only had the 4 possessions in that quarter. So, it's hard to go, well, here's a Crows winner on the ground in that first quarter, and 5 goals for, 9 scoring shots, which suggests they're hard to find.
Can't disagree at all. I'm just looking through and thinking, who is their best player? It's probably
Soligo.
Soligo's probably their best player. He's had it 9 times, and he has worked contested possessions, 6 of them. So, but again, I look at his meterage. It's 118. I suppose it's not bad, but given the pressure that they're under, Hawthorn will put them under every time the ball falls. You've already said about the contested possession. It's the Hawks that inevitably come out with it, and that's the danger sign. Is when you're winning the contested football on a day which both sides are even on the ladder, both teams technically are around about the same balance, I suppose. One's just slaughtering the other in the middle. And as I said to you off air too, Rama, I reckon these new interpretations, they're the death knell for players who are slow and only got one Woods, and that's blokes like Couch and this sort of stuff. They've only got a quick hand pass, and if they keep getting caught these days and they throw the free kick in, you're in trouble.
The thoughts of Mick Malthouse and Adam Ramanauskas underway for the second term. Hawthorn by 20 points. Out of the middle they go. Reeves tumbling it to half forward. There to mop up Laird for the Crows. Handball away towards Nankervis. Off to Soligo. Back to Nankervis, who gets a handball away to Hinge. Feeds it forward to Smith. Gives it to the run of Soligo. Pokes a kick infield. A good one for Dawson.
Dawson wants to roll and go quickly. Runs outside the centre square, then kicks inside 50. Attacking at Fogarty. Couldn't complete the mark. Amon onto it. Struggled to pick it up. Just sogs it forward. Reeves, sensational agility. Down on his bootlaces. Able to farm the hand pass to Sicily, to Newcomb, and then out wider to Day, who takes the mark. His hand pass is short to McKenzie, and his kick finds Ginnivan.
That's Reeves. Reeves again, he gets in the right position and he hits the ball hard as a ruckman.
Attacking kick from Ginnivan was a good one. It found Hardwick on the bounce, and then he spotted Newcomb, who darted it inside 50 a little bit over the head of Nash.
As good as Newcomb is, contested football, clearance, hard. He should have hit that target. Nash was in space there. Did 5 or 6 metres of space inside forward 50. and it just went well over his head, that kick from Newcombe.
4:50 stoppage for the Hawks. Reeves gets a palm to it, following up O'Brien, off to Scholl. Clear and kick beyond the defensive arc for the Crows. Impey wins it back for the Hawks, turns it over and gives it off towards Keys, who will feed it to Jones. Outlet kick up towards the logo. Bouncing ball, Weddle's there. Gathers for the brown and gold. Handball to Sicily. Handball back infield for Mitchell, and he was dealt with by Walker. Free kick. Wants to go on with it as well. James Sicily not too happy with it. Slings Walker to ground. The free kick will go to Mitchell. Nice break in play. Gives us a chance to get to Jess Webster.
I've been keeping my eye on Matt Crouch down here on the bench. He went down to the rooms during the first quarter for a few minutes with the physio and returned. Then during the quarter-time break, he went back down into the rooms to get his shoulder strapped. So he's not 100% at the moment, but he will return to the action. And Rochelle also was getting his knee worked on during that quarter-time break, but he's okay. A reminder for the subs today, Sam Berry is the Crows sub and Luke Bruce is the Hawks sub, still unused at this stage.
Jess Webster on the boundary for us this afternoon. Mitchell with the kick for the Hawks. He's at right half back. High ball over centre wing. Reeves trying to push back into the pack. Punch came from O'Brien for the Crows. Down to Laird. He's taken in a tackle. Umpire says he'll have it. Stoppage to take place on the AFL logo on centre wing. Tossed up. Reeves palms it down. Nash gave it to McKenzie. Back to Impey, and then Impey handball to Newcombe and was pushed in the back, so it'll be Impey's free kick, still on the AFL logo.
Jarman elects to run away with it. Sends it long inside 50, looking for a marker down there. Ball ace. In good position, takes a defensive mark for the Crows, kicks laterally. Good kick to Smith. Handball to Butts. Chol closing, just gets it onto Hinge. Pokes his left foot kick over the top, and just finds Schomburg sliding into mark. He'll kick up towards the wing for the Crows. Spoiled down by the Hawks. Onto it quickly in an effort, Ginnivan, but beating him to it. Hinge shovels out a handball that's a turnover. Frost back with it for Hawthorn.
Long floating ball forward is good by hand. Ginnivan receives, kicks inside attacking 50. Pushed as he kicked it. It affected it as well. Butts hand pass to Saligo. Overcooks his kick. and Jones keep it in? He does. Hand pass around the boundary line to Schomburg, who took a bounce after running a metre. His kick misses the target. Mitchell slides in, and Walker shows his frustration towards his Crows teammate further up the park. Amon receives the handball. The kick forward, though, is marked, and Ball Ace is able to intercept.
If you run with the football and bounce it, you have got a right then to hit a target or kick a goal. You don't give the ball up. I'm not too sure who the Adelaide player was, but no wonder Walker was frustrated.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Michael Lanny drives the ball up to the wing. Walker arriving late off the hands of the pack. Amon takes it. Sweeps a handball all the way back to the half-back flank. And Mitchell, he kicks across from one half-back flank to another. Mark taken by McKenzie. Pokes the Hawks to the centre line. Nash takes it. Releases the running Impey. Kicks to half forward. Hardwick on a searching lead. And he marks just in the field of play. Beyond the attacking arc, just in the boundary line. He'll come infield with his kick. McDonald accepts it. The man they call Croc. Pokes at the bare 15 to Ginnivan. Half-forward flank for the Hawks. He stabs it into the pocket. Moore on the lead. Takes the chest mark. 5 metres inside the boundary line, 45 metres out.
Well, I know Rama said this before. I'm only going to repeat what he said. If you've got a direct opponent, arm across his chest, as he leads, you've got him. You know exactly where he is, not just standing there having a chat or a half a metre off him. This is a result of standing off your opponent.
Hard up against the boundary line. The drop punt is pretty good. It's better than that. It's a goal for Dylan Moore. And it's more of the same from the Hawks. He's got a couple. They've got 6. 6-4-40 plays, 2-2-14. They're out by 26, 5 minutes into the second. Jess Webster before Mick Malthouse and Adam Ramanauskas.
Just a bit of a strange moment on the Crows bench here. Matt Crouch, who I said came back from the rooms with his right shoulder strapped, has just ripped it off on the bench and he's kind of returned to the field without the strapping on. So obviously didn't like the way that was feeling and decided to forego the strapping, and now he's running out onto the field now.
Well, what that was 3 20-metre kicks from Hawthorn. And, you know, that's just simply Adelaide refusing to be close enough to their direct opponent.
Yeah.
Terrific play by Hawthorn, terrific skills by Hawthorn, but it's easily defended if you're close enough to your direct opponent.
11 goals straight now for Dylan Moore from set shots this season. From the middle, Newcomb with the clearance win. Goes inside, attacking 50. Hardwick received a great shepherd and then centres things up. Moore takes it again and he can kick for his third. 20 out directly in front.
Well, I think Crouch should go back inside and get his shoulder taped, because his ability to chase out of the centre there and contest that football.
11 straight before that, make it 12 straight this season. He doesn't miss. Another one for Moore, that's his third. 7-4-46 the Hawks, 2-2-14 the Crows. This is getting out of hand quickly.
And again, Michael Annie he's a metre off. Hardwick good enough there. Good shepherd by McDonald. And then Brodie Smith, a metre off Dylan Moore. Dylan Moore's now up to 9 disposals and 3 goals in, a little over a quarter of football.
But have a look at the centre circle here, Rama, and this is where it starts and finishes.
Yeah,
because all of a sudden now they're going one-on-one. Well, it's a bit late, but the horse is bolted. And now this ruckman has got to... I think Reeves has done a fantastic job, but he's got to start to hit targets, not just jump.
Voice of Mick Malthouse, restart in the middle, winning it down. Reeves, clearance for Saligo on the Crows, but going and getting it. Newcomb sweeps a handball forward. The running room here for Warple. Looking inside 50, needs a mark, can't find one. Bouncing ball in the pocket, tumbling out. And a throw to come right forward pocket. Hawks by 32, 5 goals to 2 in the first term, and they've kicked the first 2 of the second.
39 to 24 disposals too. That says a heck of a lot about this game.
Umpire flings it in, knocking it down. O'Brien back towards the boundary line. Laird attacking it, soccers it on. Jath will be able to pick it up for the Hawks. He'll look inside 50 with his kick, pokes it to full forward. Ball ace in from the side, good defensive mark at fullback. 32 points, Hawthorn's lead, 9 minutes into the second. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Barry in Adelaide. Matthew Nix don't bother getting on the flight home. Strong from Barry.
They get narky, don't they?
Hold in there, Barry. Never know what can happen in the second half. A long way to go in this one. Jones has it at right half back for the Crows. Keeps it low into the sun. O'Brien has to turn tackler and he holds things up. 5 metres inside the boundary on halfway. We'll have a ball up underneath the Shane Warne stand.
Shout out to Adam as well, who's walking baby Archie in the sunshine in Albury, Mick. Not far from Yarrawonga.
No, it's not.
Tossed up. No clearance win here. Now Crouches in there. Did he go the fend? Umpire says yes, he did. Had a chance to get rid of it. Warple wrapped him up, wins the free.
It's the very thing I spoke about just before. Certain players are going to really struggle with the rule.
Short to McKenzie, who then kicks a high ball inside attacking 50. Jack floating forward. Probably should have taken the mark in the end. Now the Crows with numbers. Scholl. Short left foot kick is just okay. Into the fingertips of Keys, who almost runs over the fence. Such was his momentum. He'll come back inside the boundary to take his kick at left half back. Skirts the boundary line. And his kick is towards the boundary line. Fogarty up high. Sicily had a fumble. Happy enough to see it out of play. And we'll have a throw-in right on centre wing. It has been all Hawthorn. 32-point margin, 10 played second term.
And our colleague at the ABC, Ian Burrows, scurries across and will fling it back into play. Lands on the logo. Beautiful throw-in from Buzz. Tap down towards Crouch. Crows come away with it. Led with the kick to half forward, looking for a mark for the Crows. In front, unable to mark Scrimshaw, tackled by Walker, who holds him up, and a ball up half forward flank here for Adelaide.
I reckon he got that 18 metres right, Benny.
Just bang on.
Yeah.
He's one of the best in the business, Ian Burrows. Tapping it down quickly, Reeves. Crows pinch it though. Slick handball, Rochelle to Saligo, centering ball, nearly picked off by Mitchell. Gets to the other pocket. McKenzie there for the Hawks. Handball too hot there for Mitchell. Out of play it goes, throw in right forward pocket. Here for the Crows, Hawthorn by 32-11 into the second.
Did they name an All-Australian boundary umpire?
I think if you do the grand final, you're in the All-Australian team, and he did that last year, our man Buzz.
Talks highly of you too, Ben.
Toss back into play. No one could grab it from the stoppage, and then Scrimshaw ran himself into trouble, lucky enough to get out of it. Hand pass to Amon. Amon off the instep, kick smothered, straight to Rochelle, and then Amon, wonderful smother. Rochelle with the soccer attempt. He was 20 out, threaded the gaps, just missed to the left.
Australia could have done that last night.
Yes.
One each against China.
7-4-46 plays 2-3-15. 11 played second term.
James in Adelaide says the Crows always hurt themselves with slow starts. Another one today and playing catch-up.
Yeah, it's hard to get back in the games.
A lot of energy when you're playing catch-up football week in, week out.
Yep.
Hawks just working it around to the great southern stand wing. D'Ambrosio stabbing it short for Ginnivan.
There's a lot of chasing done by Adelaide because they're not manning up initially. So if they can just put pressure back on the Hawthorn kick, but they're not. Hawks finding space everywhere.
Ginnivan back to Amon, who kicks a low ball around the southern wing. Clean bowls everyone out the back. Keane there gathers for the Crows. Handball away to Smith. Handball around the boundary line. Nankervis under pressure. Just gets rid of it to Ball Ace. Closing in quickly. Tackling in McDonald. Close to the boundary line. Umpire says insufficient intent. Free kick to the Hawks. Ginnivan to take it centre line on the southern side of the ground.
Runs inside and then a low spearing pass towards Gunston. One grab, not on the way down. He's happy enough to concede the stoppage. Slams his fist into the ball, disappointed that he didn't grab that one, the milestone man this afternoon. 70 around from the Hawks goal. Southern side of the MCG. Thrown back into play. Nash having a run in the ruck. Clearance comes the way of Warple, who kicks high inside attacking 50. No mark taken at ground level. Deere might have taken his opponent out. He did. I reckon he thought he had the ball and he took Keane to the ground just as Ginnivan was breaking away. So Keane with the free kick for the Crows. Pokes a pass to true centre-half back and Laird takes it and he's off.
Goes up the middle. O'Brien flicks out a handball to Michael Lanny running by through the middle of the G. Short to Walker. Mark's at 59 out. He's a long kick. Likes the look of it. Unloads and misses. Out to the right. Hawthorn's lead 5 goals neat. 7-4 plays 2-4. 14 minutes into the second. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Great to have you with us. Has Mick moved to Yarrawonga? That's all he talks about, says Matt Gimpy.
No, I enjoyed it up there. It was good. Good drive up. Good people. No, I haven't.
Long kick from Sicily, straight up the middle, risky 1-2. Dawson able to take the mark. 2 kicks from goal here, the Crows. Dawson can roll and go. Looking for an option inside attacking 50. He's going to stay out of it for the moment. Murphy skirting the 50-metre line. Has Hinge running past. Hand pass to him. Hinge high kick all the way to the behind line. And the Hawks are able to smash it through courtesy of Nash on that occasion. The rush behind. 7-4-46 Hawthorn, 2-5-17 the Crows, but just wrestling back a little bit of momentum at the moment.
Scrimshaw taking the kick in, handballs to the pocket, drives a long ball up towards the wing. No one able to mark it there, out the back it goes, loose footy on the wing. Hawks get it moving forward, overrunning it, Chol. Allows in Laird for the Crows, can't get a clean disposal away. Still the ball bobbles on the wing, Chol turns tackler. Umpire wants it, ball up coming. In the sunshine on the great southern stand wing.
They've made a little bit of inroads, but not on the scoreboard. They haven't scored a goal. We've gone over half the quarter. It's the Hawks that have kicked the 2 goals.
O'Brien with the backhand down. Onto it, Nankervis off the Dawson, the skipper. Kicks laterally into the middle of the ground. Bouncing ball. They've got to trap it eventually. Shoal backtracking. He'll stab it short.
Hinge has it. Back to Shoal.
Well, this football gets you nowhere.
Shoal short to the point of the centre square. Rochelle, who looks centrally, and he goes across half-back. Has Keane, who accepts and then kicks out wide to the wing. Off to Butts. Hand pass over the top. To Jones, who comes back inside, and that's a good pass to Crouch. Now the important kick. Inside attacking 50. It was over the head of Laird. Inside the left forward pocket, and he frustratingly looks back at his experienced teammate. Will be tossed in 40 around from the Crows' goal.
Well, he had a clear target. It couldn't hit a target. Couldn't hit it from 35, 40 metres. There's a shot on goal. gone begging.
Nash in the ruck against O'Brien. O'Brien down to Crouch, who just had a fumble at the inopportune time. Jones all the way to the top of the square. It almost floated all the way through. Frost back to save the day for the Hawks. Punches it through for one behind. Doing in behinds, Adelaide. That's 4 for this term. No goals as of yet. 7-4-46 leads 2-6-18. 16 played, second term. On Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Carl Amon wants to go out to the southern wing as well, off the hands of the pack. Butts getting involved for Adelaide. And Curvis swivels, gets a handball away. Laird bumped over, slaps it out. Free kick. Advantage taken by Adelaide. Ends up with Keys, looks inside 50, dabs it short for Schonberg. Can't find him. Hawks break it up. Newcomb emerges with the footy at centre-half back. Handball away to McKenzie, look out. Handball for Sicily. Under pressure here, the Crows pressing. McKenzie leaves it behind. Jath somehow gets rid of it. And then a fumble from Mitchell. Eventually, he'll send a kick up to the wing for Hawthorn.
It's a good one too. McDonald was out and he finds him. Now the short option is Gunston. He hits him on the chest. Weddle keeps drifting forward. A lot ahead for Gunston, so he's happy just to hold things up. Moore makes a run into the pocket. Ignored. He's going to go long and high instead. Inside attacking 50. O'Brien back, and he takes a good defensive mark. The Adelaide ruckman looked to go quickly, but instead, kicks it over the head of Nankervis. Allows Ginnivan in. Left forward pocket. Now he dropped his knees. Ginnivan was a little bit cheeky, looking for the free kick. Had to turn tackler. Hand pass back to O'Brien, who goes straight up the middle to Schoenberg. Now by hand, centre-half back, and Dawson steady in his disposal. He finds Scholl on centre wing.
Scholl marks on the logo. Will come infield with his kick.
Well, they've had to go sideways on 2 occasions because they just had nothing forward. Now they have got players forward, but the Hawks have manned them up, so good play by the Hawks.
Hinge takes it and then goes laterally to Borlace.
Structurally forward of the football's a worry.
Yeah.
Remember, Adelaide just haven't got anything there.
Borlace kicks up to a contest on the wing. Off the knuckles of the pack. Mitchell stripped of it. Crows come up with a Crouch. Away to Laird. Handball forward for Schonberg. Bounces away from him. Right into the arms of McDonald. Kicks up to the wing. Mark taken by Nankervis. Quickly forward he goes for the Crows. Thinks about the handball. Instead goes laterally out to Michaelani. He'll look inside 50. Looking for a leading Fogarty. And misses him cold.
That was a bad miss by Michaelani.
Ball tumbles out, and that sums up the Crows' afternoon.
Well,
35-metre kick.
Yeah, we spoke about they're not quite getting the result in the scoreboard, Adelaide, at the moment, but
they've wrestled back to
they've
control.
turned the disposal count around, so it's 86-61 in this quarter. So, getting a lot more of the football now than Hawthorn. It just needs to result in scores.
Well, the Hawks haven't scored in the last 12 minutes of footy, so Adelaide just not converting a little bit of their dominance. Lace in, and Jones taken in a tackle. Incorrect disposal, holding the ball. Newcomb with the free.
They're doing enough, the Hawks, to suggest that if it gets in that front 50, they'll score.
Short by Newcomb. Intercepted there by Dawson, though. Now Rochelle, hand pass again just over his head. Allowed Hawthorn to apply some pressure. They've got numbers at ground level. D'Ambrosio, hand pass to Moore, who ran the loop. And he's able to find Harvick, who presents on halfway.
Stabs it infield to Newcomb. One of the real finds from the mid-season draft back in 2021, pick 2. Wonder if there'll be any similar this time around. Short to Impey, one of Nick Malthouse's favourites. He goes short to Amon laterally. Inside the centre square, back out to Jarman Impey on the logo. Pokes it forward to Mas D'Ambrosio. Another mid-season find, defected from Essendon to the Hawks in the off-season. He pokes it over the top to Nash, so kick mark for the Hawks.
They'll just keep giving 20-metre kicks, and Adelaide just peel off them. So it'll just work its way up to 50, and they'll have a shot.
Nash elects to go long, breaking the mould inside 50. Deer arriving late, hands to it. At the fall of the ball, Nankervis just gets rid of it. Ginnivan turns tackler there on Keane, and he's pinned, holding the ball. Ginnivan gets all up in his grill to let him know about it too.
Ooh.
And Guinea will eventually go back in the left forward pocket and have their set shot.
Well, that was so predictable. Hawks got it inside their front 50. They were going to have a shot on goal.
They've reversed it. Geez, that's really poor by Hawthorn.
Oh, really?
Just silly by Hawthorn.
I'm not sure who.
I think it was Jaff. I think.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I can see it's been reversed, but I couldn't see how it happened.
Hawthorn by 28 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
That was a certain goal for Hawthorn there.
Yeah. A big sigh from Jack Ginnivan. He wasn't happy about it.
Keen to crouch to Hinge. They've worked this to half back. Now the run of Michael Annie, although he ran into a wall, so he had to turn around and flares it out wider. To Jones, who comes back inside. Mark taken by Hinge.
Well, there's a lot of possessions, Rem, as you said, but they're getting...
Not going too far with them. Yeah, I agree with that, but they needed to wrestle that possession back because Hawthorn they're just controlling the ball too easily. They were...
Well, they sit right half back. That's a good kick to Burgess, who's on the wing. He can turn and go quickly. Kicks to a 2-on-1. Hardwick's floated back in the dying stages of this second term. He takes the mark.
I think then Hawthorn were controlling tempo too easily.
Well, they were, but you're giving them a second and third chance at it.
Hardwick, high kick to the wing, and Deer, third man into that contest, takes a nice mark. Hand pass out wide. On the wing to D'Ambrosio, who hugs the boundary line. Sliding in to take the diving chest mark is Moore, who's already got 3 this afternoon. He kicks inside, attacking 50. Penetration on it, got to the back of the pack, no mark. Scholl there to mop up, although his hand pass missed the target. It's been a common theme this afternoon for the Crows, and Newcombe happy enough to see it over in the left forward pocket.
For all of their ability to turn it around in this second quarter, the Crows, it's still 2 goals to zip the way of the Hawks.
Yep. So just no impact on the scoreboard, 4 behinds for the Crows.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Hawthorn by 28 points. Umpire unfurls, knocking it down Burgess. Players follow up quickly. Moore manages to extract it off to Ginnivan. Gets onto the right, snaps on goal and misses. He was already in celebration.
He already jumped the net, Benny.
Thought it was through, but just swung the wrong side of the post. Minor score. Hawthorn by 29.
Kicking is turned over. Gunston, hand pass to Ginnivan. How about this time? Around the body. It's drifting into the forward pocket. It drifts all the way out of bounds on the full.
You have to look at Hawthorn's kick-ins. The ball inevitably ends up in the wing. I'm watching Adelaide's kick-ins. They don't utilise the spare distance.
Free kick was with Hinge. He took it a really aggressive kick up the middle, especially where we are in this quarter with only a couple of minutes to go. Luckily, Butts got the free kick, was trying to draw the 50 for the man on the mark. He kicks out wide, and outstretched is Jones, who takes it. Short pass to Hinge, right half back.
The only way they can stay in this game, they need a goal in the next minute and a half. The way they're going, they think the goalposts are up here in our commentary box because they're going sideways like you can't believe.
Hinge pokes the pass to the wing. Thought he was never going to mark that. Overran the footy. Jones tried hard at ground level, but it's all Hawks. Hardwick took a little bit off the kick. Took too much off the kick. Mark taken by Smith, who just ushers his teammates to slow it down. 24 played, second term. 29 points the margin in favour of the Hawks. Smith runs the boundary and then kicks out of bounds on the full. It almost landed in the front row. A complete unforced error from a man who's a pretty penetrating kick. Free kick for the Hawks.
Goes short. Adams texted in. He said decided to swing past Bunton Park and check in on Mixed Boys Yarrawonga. Stevie J has the Pigeons cruising early. Ex-Hawk Dan Howe just kicked his second. It's in the Ovens and Murray League. We called the grand final there last year as the Hawks turn it over and ball ace marks just backward of the wing. Southern side of the ground. Goes back to Keane. A little bereft initially, then pokes it back to ball ace.
It's mocking the stats. That's the third stat that's been in that pocket, and there's nothing for it.
Keane kicks up forward of the wing now for the Crows. Over the top of it, Day. Schomburg pinches it. His handball gets knocked back to the wing. Strong tackle, Hardwick on Smith. Rolls him like a crocodile. And a ball up coming. The appreciation of the Hawthorn faithful. Hawks by 29, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
2-0 in this second term. There's not long left. Hand pass comes the way of Ginnivan. 70 from goal. Turns, kicks inside. Jath will jump. couldn't take the mark. Keen at ground level, keen not to take possession in the end. Might have been done for holding the ball. Gunston there to see things wrapped up. 30 out directly in front for the Hawks. 4 seconds left on the clock. Can they muster anything from this Hawthorn? Tossed up, Reeves straight to Hinge. Hand pass over the top to Jones, and that'll do us for the second term. Couple of shots fired early by Hawthorn, and Adelaide wrestled back momentum but have nothing to show for it. 2 goals to nothing in that second quarter. 7-5-47 the Hawks, 2-6-18 the Crows. Goal kickers for Hawthorn, 3 goals to Moore, singles to Reeves, Hardwick, Gunston and Ginnivan. Them all for the Crows, still as it was at quarter time. 1 to Murphy and 1 to Schomburg.
Great to have you with us on Saturday Footy here on ABC Sport. We've got the best experts in the game, the coaching games record holder Mick Malthouse and Adam Ramanauskas, one of the sharpest minds in it, to tell us how it all played out in that first half and in particular the second term.
Rama, can I just jump in here? Yeah, I'm looking at the stats. 109 possessions, inside 50s, 9.
Yeah.
So it's 11, 12, virtually 12 possessions to get it inside 50. The Hawks on the other side, they're 87. Divide that by your entrance of 12 or 13, and that gives you an illustration. The Hawks are using the longer ball, the quicker ball, and it's the most frustrating. I can't remember being this frustrated sitting up watching a game where the distance in that quarter was Adelaide 1,200 metres to 1,500 metres, and you think, I'm glad what they do here. You can have all the stats you like and you go sideways. It doesn't register anything going forward, which is fantastic. That's the way it's got to be. So it gives you an illustration of who can actually carry the football, use the football forward. Going sideways to me is cheap. It's safe. Unless it can open up play, which quite often it doesn't here because the Hawks have got it covered, then what it is showing no intestinal fortitude to take the side on. And I'm not one for giving up the ball through the corridor, but you've got to run the ball. The only way you can get to score against good football sides, and they're structurally very sound back there with Sicily, Hawthorn, is to run the ball and catch them out either over the back or at least one-on-one. Walker is a very good footballer. He hasn't had a chance to be one-on-one, whereas the Hawks, admittedly they only kicked 2 goals, but they look so much more dangerous because they move the ball quicker.
Yeah, and I think if you have a lot of possession, you want scoreboard impact.
Absolutely.
That's But what happened in the first quarter is Hawthorn had high possession, a lot more than Adelaide. They kicked 5 goals, 4.
Yep.
So there's your scoreboard impact.
Yep. 9 shots.
So Adelaide then have thought to themselves and they're saying, well, we need to wrestle back this winning the ball. We need to wrestle back how the tempo of this game's going. Now, I don't think the tempo what Adelaide want to play is going sideways, because in previous weeks, they've been really efficient with their ball. They've been exciting to watch. Now, watching Adelaide in that second quarter with all the possession that they had, I expected more score. I expected more excitement out of the Crows, but it just simply wasn't there. The thing that Hawthorn are doing really well is hitting short targets, and that's putting Adelaide's defence under enormous pressure. So there's 2 parts to that. One is that, Adelaide like to sit off and intercept mark. But the other part to that is once it happens a couple of times to you, you look very lazy if you're allowed to continue to happen. And I thought a couple of the Crows defenders allowed that to continue to happen in the second quarter. Dylan Moore has had a really good first half of football, 12 possessions and 3 goals. But 2 of those goals were because his opponent was simply in Michael Annie was simply just too far behind him. And I think in a game of football, Mick, if you're playing on those smaller type players, once they kick 1 goal, your antennas have got to be up. They've got to be up, and it's like, okay, I've got to get my arm across here for the next 7 or 8 minutes. So, not allowing confidence. Dylan Moore walks in at half time, and he's chock-a-block full of confidence. So, I think if I'm Matthew Nicks, I'm talking about, okay, boys, we've started to win that ball back again now, but we can't go sideways. We need to attack the centre corridor. We need to think about our ball movement. We need to think about giving Taylor Walker, Darcy Fogarty more opportunities. Sam Mitchell's sitting in the rooms going, well, hey guys, let's keep hitting our forwards up. The Crows are sitting off. It's creating scoring opportunities for us. 12 scoring shots to 8 in Hawthorn's favour in that first half of the football. So a good half of football from Hawthorn, but not all lost if I'm a Crows supporter yet.
No, well, they needed to score. I've got to say, Rama, one of the preconditions of being in a football side, particularly if I was coaching it, you've got to have the capacity to beat your opponent. And particularly as a backline player, the one-on-ones, if you spoil the ball, you've virtually won that contest. A forward's got to mark it, or got to crumb it, or got to get away from you. You take away his ability to find freedom. That's the first criteria, is arm across, make him win it. Now, as you said, I'm pleased to think that someone in your ilk who's been around as a player and as a player agent and watched this game for so long, I'm sick to death of hearing about the modern game. For some reason or another, it seems to be the modern game gives you an out to man up. Oh, we're protecting each other. You say, well, what about your back line? Oh, no, we work the 6-on-6. Well, no, you don't. You're covering it. You've killed the grass. You've stood on the grass in certain areas for so long. I'm surprised the MCC Trust don't send a message down here, because you're killing the grass instead of walking across to your opponent and putting direct pressure in. Now, if you don't like playing in front, get in his ear. Put your arm across him, or put your arm into his rib cage so he knows you're there, so that the lead up means he's going to have contact. At the moment, it's frustrating.
Class is in session from the coaching mastermind and Adam Ramanauskas here on ABC Sport on your Saturday afternoon. Great to have you with us. It is the Hawks leading by 29 points at the main break. 7-5-47, plays 2-6-18. Ben Cameron and Andrew Mays calling the action. Jess Webster between the benches as well. Plenty of your texts. We'll get to those after the news here on ABC Sport. It is the Hawks in control, as I said, by 29. Let's pause and take the latest from the ABC newsroom.
Good afternoon, Sarah Hall with ABC News. A refuelling issue at Perth Airport continues to cause major disruption around the nation. The issue has resulted in a loss of pressure in the refuelling system. A spokesperson at Perth Airport says experts are working on potential solutions to resolve the problem as soon as possible. A total of 59 domestic and international flights have been cancelled. Some domestic and international flights have been diverted to the WA regional towns of Kalgoorlie, Karratha and Geraldton. Passengers are being urged to contact their airlines for information about their flights. Spokesperson for the Brisbane Airport Corporation, Peter Doherty, says the issue has had a significant impact on the domestic terminal.
So far, 3 arrivals from Perth into Brisbane have been cancelled today, and 2 departures have also been cancelled. One city can impact the network, so it's worth keeping across those online flight boards if you are travelling today.
Federal Shadow Minister Dan Tehan says Defence Minister Richard Marles should be seeking a face-to-face meeting with his Chinese counterpart. Mr Marles is delivering a speech today calling out China's recent unsafe confrontations with Australian naval forces, as well as arguing that a stable and sustainable regional order will be impossible without China taking a leading role. Last month, the Chinese fighter jet fired flares towards an Australian helicopter, while Australian Navy divers were subjected to sonar pulses from a Chinese warship last year. Mr Tehan says Mr Marles needs to stand up to the Chinese Defence Minister.
He needs to be looking him in the eye and telling him that what happened with Australian troops can never happen again, and seeking China to apologise.
US President Joe Biden has called on Hamas to accept an Israeli proposal that would lead to a ceasefire in Gaza. More from Ali Crew.
The 3-part Israeli proposal would involve a 6-week pause in the fighting, the release of some Israeli hostages in exchange for Palestinian prisoners, and Israel's withdrawal from populated areas of Gaza. Israel says the war won't end until all of its goals are achieved, but confirmed negotiators have been authorised to present a truce deal. Mr Biden says after nearly 8 months of war, it's time for Israel and Hamas to agree to the deal. Hamas says it's willing to deal positively with any proposal offering a permanent ceasefire and a complete Israeli withdrawal.
The Supreme Court of the US state of Texas has rejected a challenge to the state's strict abortion laws. It was brought by a group of women who had serious pregnancy complications but were denied abortions, even when some complications were life-threatening. They had won an argument in a lower court that the state's abortion laws were confusing and led doctors to err on the side of caution over fear of prosecution. Ashley Brandt, one of the group of women challenging the law, voiced her disappointment over the Supreme Court's ruling.
I joined this lawsuit and I shared my personal horrific experience publicly, and I shared it in court to seek clarity with the hope that we would get medical guidance from the state to prevent future Texans from experiencing similar heartache. And I feel incredibly let down.
The New South Wales Minister for Music is encouraging people to continue to buy concert tickets online despite data breaches of 2 Australian distribution sites. Ticketek Australia says the names of some of its customers, as well as their dates of birth and email addresses, may have been accessed. Hackers also claim to have stolen the personal data of 560 million customers of the booking platform Ticketmaster in a ransom attack earlier this week. Minister John Graham says people shouldn't shy away from attending events because of these breaches.
Sadly, it feels like a fact of life to hear about these data breaches as a consumer. So we're encouraging people to be vigilant about it, make sure they've changed their details if possible, and they keep alert about this.
South Australian Health Minister Chris Picton says a code yellow declared for public hospitals could remain in place until late next week. It means that some elective surgeries have been cancelled due to an influx of patients with respiratory illnesses. SA Health has also urged people to use COVID prevention measures to ease the ongoing pressure on the state's hospital system. COVID cases have risen by nearly 500 in the latest 7-day reporting period, with 2,394 confirmed cases in South Australia. You're up to date with the latest from ABC News this Saturday. For more at any time, you can download the ABC Listen app.
The Men's T20 Cricket World Cup.
He's bowled, that's it.
Live from the USA and West Indies.
What about that? Unbelievable.
Catch all the action on the ABC Listen app.
If you love country music, you'll love ABC Country.
You got a fast car.
It's Australia's home of country music. The music you grew up with.
You be the captain.
All the latest country hits.
I ain't proud of all the punches that I've thrown.
And emerging artists.
Because, baby, we've been apart.
24 hours commercial free. ABC Country. It's on your DAB Plus digital radio and the ABC Listen.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Donald accepts it. Man they call Croc. Breaks at the bare 15 to Ginnivan. Half-forward flank for the Hawks. He stabs it into the pocket. Moore on the lead. Takes the chest mark. Hard up against the boundary line. The drop punt is pretty good. It's better than that. It's a goal for Dylan Moore.
From the middle, Newcomb with the clearance win. Goes inside, attacking 50. Hardwick received a great shepherd and then centres things up. Moore takes it again and he can kick through his third. 20 out directly in front. 11 straight before that. Make it 12 straight this season. He doesn't miss. Another one for Moore, that's his third.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Great to have you with us. Saturday footy here on ABC Sport. Round 12 from the MCG. Ben Cameron, Andrew Mays, Mick Malthouse, Adam Ramanauskas and Jess Webster bringing you all of the action. It is the Hawks leading by 29 points. 7-5-47 over Adelaide. 2-6-18. Shannon from Darwin listening in while driving around getting some fishing gear after getting a voucher on my birthday last week. Reflecting on the last 2 weeks, special to have Sir Doug Nicholls round commence in Darwin. Love the respect shown for the club's name changes during the round. A small step in closing the gap by the biggest game in our country. It was fantastic to be up there in Darwin the last 2 weeks ago to see the Gold Coast Suns playing in a couple of games up there and just how much the community got behind it. A text coming through from Adelaide. I struggle with the pronunciation of the name. I apologise, but the Crows do have some key players on their injury list. So Riley Thilthorpe, Murray, Worrell and Rankin, which certainly is the case. And we saw Isaac Rankin hurt his hamstring in the match against Collingwood here at this venue a couple of weeks ago. Paul from Dunedin, Mount Dunedin, I should say, watching my daughter's netball and trying to stay warm and pondering who still plays AFL from the 2014 Hawks Premiership team. Duray, Bruce and Gunston come to mind. Any suggestions? I do think, Maisie, they would probably be the three, wouldn't they, that are still getting around?
None others off the top of my head come to mind.
They are
I'll
all gathered here today to take it all in. It is a massive Saturday here on ABC Sport, so lots of games to look forward to on the Saturday slate. The West Coast Eagles and St Kilda still to come after this match. Geelong and Richmond later tonight. So those are the three games back to back to back. Four teams do have the bye. We've then got two games tomorrow, Melbourne and Fremantle in the Alice, and also the Gold Coast Suns and Essendon. Adam Ramanaskas, as you enjoy your little jam donut.
There's one more.
Half time.
There's one more.
One more.
Not playing at Hawthorn anymore.
I'll have to have a think about that before.
Actually, there's two.
Who does he play with?
One's at North.
Liam Shields.
Yeah, Liam Shields, yep.
And the other one's at St Kilda.
Brad Hill. Yeah, those are the two. So, not sure how they'll go with the Premiership reunion. The Dons, Rammer.
Yes.
I came here last Saturday night. Enjoyed sitting in the stands watching the Dreamtime game. Are they the real deal, the Dons?
Look, I think they're playing with more consistency than they ever have. Now, you know, we've got to also remember I think they were fifth after round 17 last year, and then they fell away from there on. But you know, I think that as an Essendon supporters have been in these positions in previous times and thought it was it. But so I think there still needs to be a bit more to come from Essendon. You know, personnel, they've still got a few players out, but you know, winning form's good form at the moment for them.
Big 2 weeks.
Suns,
then Carlton.
Yeah.
Adrian from Geraldton basically asked you, Rammer, if there were any chance against the Suns. So
I think they're a chance. Jared Witt's being out is a significant loss for the Suns.
Are you tipping them?
No, not up there.
You've tipped the Suns.
I've tipped the Suns. They play very well at home, the Suns, and very poorly away.
Lou has a message for you, Mick. G'day, Mick. If you're at the G, can you give my team a kick up the backside? I'm sure Nixie won't mind. So it's a little late now. They've run out for the second half. Otherwise, we would have sent you down there.
Well, we do see Adelaide recover from first halves and have a real crack, almost get over the line. But at the moment, they're an almost club. They're almost good enough. They're almost good at clearance. They're almost good enough to kick the right goal. Umpires interfered a couple of times with some decisions. But by and large, they're getting smacked in the middle, and the overuse of football would be the major worry because they're not going forward. MCG, you've got to go. Yes, you can use the wings, but you have to get that. I'll give you an example. When Walker leads from the goal square at Adelaide Oval, even if they go wide, the next kick can find him inside 50. If you go wide here, the next kick finds him 60 metres out. And we haven't found him that often. But that's the difference. You cannot be locked into the wings where Adelaide are going because then they get trapped. So Matthew Nick should know that.
Is that possibly why their record is so poor here at the MCG? So last 10 games here, they haven't had a win. 2017, the last time they did win here.
Well, I know that in that time, Walker's been a leading goal kicker, and I've always watched key forwards where they get the football, and he gets a lot of football from outside 50 at the MCG, whereas at Adelaide he gets the ball a lot inside 50. Now, I'm not saying he's the difference, but it's the ball use, and you've got to get used to that. It's the same with trying to have a centre-half forward at Sydney Cricket Ground. A waste of time. You need a key forward, and you need a player probably hovering either close to the wing, and this is contrast, or close to a forward pocket, not centre-half forward.
Why do these records happen? Why do teams have such a bad record continuously at one venue? Is it the self-fulfilling prophecy? Do you roll up?
Well, that's one thing, but the other thing is too, it's getting used to the ground. We're just off air. We're just talking about Rama saying about, or we may have been on here when Rama said about Essendon up at with the Gold Coast. They won't win up there. Why can't they win up there? You know, it's only another ground, but all grounds have a peculiarity about them.
The thoughts and insights of Mick Malthouse and Adam Ramanauskas at halftime here on Saturday Footy on ABC Sport. Round 12, Hawthorn in control. 7-5-47, they lead Adelaide 2-6-18. 29 points the margin. Second half about to get underway here at the MCG. You with Andrew Mays.
One of the Crows got left in the locker. Palm down, Reeves on that occasion. It's going to be another Hawthorn win in the middle. From Warple, hand pass back to Newcomb. High kick inside 50. It is a free kick in the marking contest. It's going the way of Deer. So the mark is going to be set at 45. This would take his best. He kicks from 52, just lobs it up to the goal square. Chol tried to get a run at it. Looked like he had his arm held. It's going to be a goal anyway. His advantage going to be paid. Yes. So Hardwick, I think, socketed it through in the end, or it might have even been the milestone man in Gunston over the back of that pack. They kept playing. Everyone else had paused. And Hawthorn had the first goal of the second half within a minute. Gunston second of the afternoon. 8-5-53 the Hawks. 2-6-18 the Crows.
Well, that's a start they didn't need. You go in 5 goals down, you may think you've got a chance. 6 goals down, it becomes very, very difficult.
That's not a goal.
No. Yeah, it bounced through. So it looked like Hardwick almost went for the soccer goal. He left it and actually bounced over the pack and through. Saligo almost left it on the goal line, thinking it was a free kick.
Sure, Joel got the free kick anyway at the top of it, so it would have been a certain goal. So
this is where the trouble starts. Centre square. That'll start a bit more trouble, so now it's going to be thrown up. Reeves has been fantastic.
Yep, he has. Had a good game.
So goal for Cowsher Deer after all that.
Out of the middle go the Hawks again. Warple lacing it out to Cowsher Deer. Having himself a little moment here.
Well, he looks like a player, this kid. You know, he leads at the kicker, which is a great sign as a forward, because we see so many that just want to run back to goal at the moment. His hands look pretty good. He's not afraid to go for a pack mark, and his kicking technique looks sound.
Father-son pick, son of Paul, trots in, boots a ball from 50. This won't have the legs. It'll land in the goal square. Chol goes up, spills down, running in, more, boots a ball, goal. 4 for more, and they are piling on the pain to the Crows. Hawthorn lead by 41 points. 9-5-59 plays 2-6-18. 2.5 into the third. Jess Webster before Mick Malthouse and Adam Ramanauskas.
Bad news for the Crows. Tex Walker is out of the game with a back injury. He's been subbed out, and Sam Berry comes into the action, guys.
Like Michael Annie. I'm not sure what he's thinking, Mick. As a defending lead, he's a good young player, Michael Annie. But Dylan Moore is teaching him an absolute lesson today.
I've had to crumb it.
Yeah.
How to get to the front.
How to get to the front. You know, if you don't want to put your arm across me, I'll teach you a lesson of how to crumb.
Adelaide haven't kicked a goal since the opening quarter. Since then, Hawthorn have got 4 and have put a gap on them. From the middle, Laird pushed off it, and he turns tackler on Newcomb. And they'll have a ball up behind the centre circles.
I just don't like the centre structure is just all over the shop. Got too many slow plays in there.
Reeves down to Day. Day pushed off it. At ground level, working hard is Newcomb. Hand pass to Day. Hand pass out wide to Sicily, who loads up. Inside attacking 50, butts with a good fist. It went high though. Deer, the only man at ground level. Hand pass around the corner to McDonald. Centering kick is good. Chol forced the contest. Now a spillage at ground level. Hinge. Hand pass to Saligo, who just boots it out of there, but it might be coming back. Dropping it at the last moment was Scrimshaw. Hand pass is okay though. Scholl in there for the Crows. He feeds it back. Hinge and back to Scholl. They can settle here. through Saligo and then off to Fogarty, who's taken in a wonderful tackle. Umpire says holding the ball despite him getting the hand pass away.
That's the interesting one right there.
Well, I don't think that is a free kick because his hands were clear, even though the Hawthorn player had him around the body. Impey had him around the body. He's still able to get his hands clear and hand pass it. So technically, I just think that's...
Which umpire is that one there, Benny?
I'll check in a moment.
Yep.
He's a very experienced umpire.
Long kick inside 50 towards full forward. Moore roving the pack. Can't burst the tackle. Off to Gunston. Snaps a wonderful goal. Cue the celebrations for Jack Gunston. He's got a couple in game 250. And he's showing us all of his tricks. His premiership teammates watching on love it. 10-5-65 plays 2-6-18. Hawthorn by 47 points, 5 minutes into the third. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Probably sub Jack Gunston off now, put his other premiership teammate on Luke Bruce, let Gunston go up into the box with the boys.
Just go have a shower, head upstairs.
Enjoy it. Yeah, just enjoy it. But again, look, Dylan Moore, he's been the best player on the ground by far. Hits that contest at absolute speed. He's got a new opponent in Mitch Hinge. But he sets up that goal. So just gets front and square. We thought he was going to be able to break that tackle, but a little handball to Gunston for a goal.
Back in the middle, this is looking dire for the Crows. Day, one bounce, and the second, gets to 40, a dummy, a third bounce, hand pass over the top, put his teammate under pressure, Hardwick. Maybe just went a little bit too far. Deer overruns the footy. Now McDonald breaks one tackle way too easily, snaps and misses. Well, it's exciting from these young Hawks.
My word, it is.
10-6-66, plays 2-6-18. 6 played third term.
This is a good test. Yep. You've got the ball, you're kicking in, you've had multiple chances to kick the football to a teammate, and you end up going a 20-metre kick, a 30-metre kick. The first option would have been a 40-metre kick to a player who's already clear. Now they're locked in. Really bring themselves undone, Adelaide.
So Mike Kalani from the back pocket up to the wing, and Reeves stands underneath it to take it. Hawthorn back in possession.
Been fantastic, Reeves. Really, really good.
Handball off to Sicily. Low ball back inside 50 for the Hawks. Looking for a marker, getting back Butts. Makes a good defensive mark, back pocket for the Crows. Hawthorn lead by 48 points. 7 minutes played in this third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Twice I've done that. Not sure why. I think it's Sunday. There's Hinge at fullback. Stabs it short to Dawson. He'll poke it out to the half-back flank. Keane accepts it.
One way, then the other. Hand pass this time to Hinge, who hits the ground running. Hand passes to Crouch. Now to Laird by hand. Chip over the top. Put Rochelle under pressure. He did well to hang on to the mark. Strong hands. Rochelle in the centre circles. Inside attacking 50. Long kick. Fogarty up well before acceptances. At ground level, Murphy. He slung off the ball. Just got his hand pass away to Fogarty. He gets his hand pass away at the last moment. Jones sees it out. Murphy sees it over for a boundary throw in. Right forward pocket for the Crows.
So it's even possession rate, 20-20. Inside 50's 1-6.
Clearance. 4-0, and they've all been out of the centre bounce.
Yeah.
Hawthorn by 48. Toss back into play. Reeves with a big tackle on O'Brien on that occasion, and then trying to get round an opponent and get something going was Berry the sub, but he had one arm pinned, and that is holding the footy.
They've been really aggressive, Hawthorn. Aggressive in their run, aggressive winning the contested football, winning the tackles.
They work it down the members' wing. Kick up to the logo coming from Day, roving the pack. Warple shovels a handball out into space for Ginnivan. Has to track it back. Does a U-turn. Kicks for Chol. He'll run his opponent underneath it, then backtrack and gather in the pocket. Centering ball towards full forward. Loose footy. Crows under pressure. Wakalani goes in. Crouch arrives. Shrugs a tackle taken high. Free kick. So Crouch to get it at full back. And kick laterally for the Crows to the back pocket. Hawthorn by 48 points. Send in your text 0437 774 774. I particularly love to hear from the Crows fans.
Kick from Butts to Burgess. Almost over the head of Crouch with his disposal, but he's able to backtrack and take the mark. Still inside defensive 50. Crouch across to right half back where Ball Ace takes the mark. Now to Michael Annie by foot. Right half back, that's a good kick. Over the wing, onto the chest of Murphy, who turns around, swings onto that left, now into the forward pocket. Frost wasn't really looking at Fogarty, who takes the footy, and he's taken out of bounds. Umpire says holding the man. Frost just held the tackle a little bit too long. Never really had possession, Fogarty, and he was almost in the front row. So he'll line up from the front row, essentially. 40 out from goal, right forward pocket. Yet to hit the scoreboard so far. Just 3 disposals this afternoon for Darcy Fogarty. Can be a lovely kick. This would take his absolute best. Starts his approach in the gutter. Kicks from a metre outside the boundary. It is a superb effort. Can that get something going for the Crows? Just their 3rd goal of the afternoon. 3-6-24. The Hawks 10-6-66. 10 played, 3rd term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
I thought it should have been a free kick initially against Frost, where he just didn't allow Fogarty a run at the ball. But there, they clearly just held on to him over the boundary. We didn't need to do that, Frost, but just a super finish from Fogarty. We know he's a terrific kick of the football, but not many harder set shots. Tucked up in the right forward pocket on the boundary line, and then kicked that goal. He's been relatively quiet, but the ball hasn't been in that forward line a lot. Only to 4 disposals and a goal for Fogarty, so he needs to catch fire for the Crows to be any chance. 7-goal the margin.
O'Brien slapping it down. Nash trying to get after it for the Hawks. Coming forward for the Crows. Dawson leaves it behind. Allows in Warple. Now Newcomb getting rid of a handball straight to Keys. Tumbles a quick kick to full forward for the Crows. Fogarty gathers. Handball away to the runner Berry. Right foot snap. He's not bending back enough to even score. Out of bounds on the full. So the Hawks back with it through Scrimshaw in the back pocket. You won't hear much from the Crows fans. We turned over to the SANFL 10 minutes ago. Hawthorn lead by 42, 12 minutes into the 3rd.
Aim on with the footy, long kick to the wing. Chol from 3 deep, forced to spoil. Gunston, hand pass. Jones onto it for the Crows. Almost worked the 1-2. Left it instead for Crouch. Spearing ball up the middle. Couldn't complete the mark, Rochelle. Now Fogarty just pulls the kick at the last moment. It was smart, and it gave Burgess every chance in the right forward pocket. He takes the mark before his set shot that's head downstairs with Jess.
Ned Rees has just come to the Hawks bench hobbling on his right ankle. He did it just in the centre bounce a couple of moments ago. Couldn't put much weight on it, so he'll get checked out on the bench.
2 in a row for the Crows as Burgess snaps and goals. 36 points the margin in favour of the Hawks. 10-6-66 plays 4-6-30. Your experts, Mick Malthouse and Adam Ramanauskas.
Well, has it turned? I'm not 100% sure. 6 goals, still 6 goals down, but at least they're showing a little bit of life. And I'm not trying to be, well, what do you say, just trying to bring him back into the game, but they have been better at the contested football, and we'll just marry up those. So, it's 13 to 18, so they're still trailing with the contested football, but it's the only way you're going to match a Hawthorn today is 1 about the stoppages and 2 about the contested football, and they go hand in hand anyway, so at least it gives you a chance to get the ball in the forward line and quickly.
Restart in the middle. O'Brien slapping it down, getting involved quickly. Chol gathers it. The opposing ruckman does a U-turn. High kick towards half-forward underneath it. Hinge marks. Crows back with it on their half-back flank. Kicks into the middle of the ground. Coming across O'Brien. Jaff there with him. Jaff slaps it out. Then Sicily gives it back to him. Runs around 1. Nowhere to go. Handball back towards Warple. He got a push. Jaff to get the free kick. Lindley says on the SMS line, Crows are the most frustrating team to support, from a frustrated fan. As there's a free kick downfield, and Dylan Moore is going to get it. He's going to have the free kick given against Nankervis, I think.
Yep.
And he will get it in the right forward pocket, slightest of angles. 20 metres out.
Well, I can't say I can add to that because I haven't seen it. I was watching forward of the ball just to see what sort of movement was happening. This happens 20 metres out from goal.
There's no momentum killer like it. Moore comes in and puts it through. He's got a handful. That's exactly what he's been. Hawks back out by 42 points, 11-6, 72, plays 4-6-30. Quarter hour mark of the third on Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
It's just
silly play.
Just silly by Nankervis.
Just grabbed him and threw him out of it. 4 players tussling for a bit of position. He just grabbed him and thrown him out. That's where you get 4 umpires.
Dylan Moore looks like he's gone 10 rounds with a. He had that eye the other week where it's still a bit swollen, but on the other side now he's got the patch
last week.
He's got the patch up on the other eye, on the left eye. So he's just been simply too good, too dangerous. Yeah, this is his third opponent now. Michael Annie, Hinge, and now Nankervis.
Career best 5 goals. First time he's kicked 5 in an AFL match. Now from the middle, Berry for the Crows. Flares this out wide. It sits for Schonberg. Retreats by hand. Scholl, one way. And a short kick is no good at all. Straight onto the chest of D'Ambrosio. He marks in front of the members.
I like the one the Hawthorn, their forward line structure is right up the ground.
Yep.
So it gives almost a 50-metre area. It's just about vacated. So quick ball movement catches defenders out.
Short to Amon, and Amon back inside defensive 50 to Sicily. Goes for a trot across half-back. Takes a bounce. Risky kick towards Jaff, who kept his feet in that contest. Kept the ball in too. He's got a couple of Crows for company, and then he gets a little bit of assistance. Mitchell to Impey to Sicily. Darting ball is good. Moore knocked away from him. McDonald, big bump. Was good and fair too. Straight into the body. Then he falls over the footy. Fights hard for it. We'll have a stoppage. Forward of centre wing for Adelaide. Margin is 42 points in favour of the Hawks after they led by 20 at quarter time and 29 at the half.
Very good by both McDonald and Murphy there in that contest.
And the ball up on the wing. Crouch shoveling out a handball over his head and knocked out away from Soligo.
There's still a place in our game for that 50-50 football. Both players had terrific technique, turned their body and took the impact on their backsides or their side.
Crouch was suspended earlier on in the season in a similar incident. That one was a little cleaner and no issues there, I don't think, Rammer.
No, there's no issues there.
Yeah.
Well done to both players too for not leading with the head.
That's right, correct.
Umpire puts it aloft, slapped away by O'Brien, down to Crouch again, forward handball. Soligo tracking it close to the line, keeps it in. No, he doesn't.
And that's a responsibility of junior coaches to teach proper technique.
Teaching your under-12s, Rammer?
14s, absolutely. Absolutely. I teach them to turn their body when they're going for the football.
Haven't quite nailed that in my preps with Auskick yet. It's a work in progress. Kick up towards the wing. Oh, big fly over the top by Deary. A little bit of height and then fought for it at ground level. Fought incredibly hard too. Tackled a couple of Crows and then it's yanked in underneath Laird. Umpire circling and it's going to be a Hawthorn free kick.
And the applause is for Deer.
Yeah.
Just with second and third efforts after that market contest.
Ginnivan came in and he'll claim it. Short. Oh, great kick for McKenzie, who's taken in the tackle himself. Just got rid of it. And ripped off at his hinge. Jaff in there. Feeds it back to Ginnivan. To Amon. And now to Wimpy at centre half back. Hand pass to McDonald. And here comes the run. Weddle to Impey, who sold the dummy. And then went to half forward. Kicks inside attacking 50. The man of the moment, Moore, out in front of him. Tried to keep it in. Couldn't quite do so. Ball in left forward pocket for the Hawks.
Roman Impey, just love the way he gives, gets, goes again. Just didn't quite finish off his good work with his kicking, but that's the difference between Hawthorn and Adelaide today. The ball movement is so precise and quick.
They lead by 42. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Crouch receiving the tap. Kick smothered, goes up and down. Ball up.
It's funny, Mick, because without Rankin, Adelaide just simply don't have that player.
No speed. No.
O'Brien taps for Crouch again, gives it off to Scholl. Quick snap, turnover, D'Ambrosio marks.
That's what I say about Crouch. I know he wins a lot of the football. He gives it to the players under pressure, and it's always with his hands. Start using his boot.
Half forward flank for the Hawks, sets it up to full forward, getting back. O'Brien, Borlace in front. Defensive mark at fullback.
Whereas Hawthorn, they got Impey, they got Weddle, Will Day's taking bounces, D'Ambrosio's taking bounces, Carl Amon. So they got plenty of that line breaking.
Not sure what Darcy Foley was doing there, just completely misread it in the air. Ran underneath the footy and Sicily took an uncontested mark. He fires back inside attacking 50. Chol up. Couldn't bring it down at ground level, though he does the work. Gets a hand pass to Hardwick. Almost Newcombe. Pushed his opponent. Couldn't complete the mark at ground level. Fighting hard, Crouch. Off to Laird. Back into congestion. Nankervis. He made it his teammate's problem, and then Ginnivan receives the hand pass, dropped his knees, and he gets the free.
It was too high to start the tackle. Had nothing to do with him dropping the knees. Yeah.
So a free kick for Ginnivan, left forward pocket.
He's had a poor couple of minutes here, Nankervis. Gave the Dylan Moore free kick away, and now Ginnivan. Look at all the kids getting to the fence.
He's quickly become a fan favourite at the Hawks. Jack Ginnivan. Must be 20 kids who've run down to give him a bit of encouragement. And he starts his approach. He's going to snap this from 1 metre inside the boundary. He hits the wrong side of the footy, all the way across the face of goal. No mark taken. Deer came from 3 deep. Murphy pushed off the footy. His hand pass was a little bit awkward for Hinge, who got out of 1 and then 2. Cook it is rather, who goes long to left half back. Rochelle in a 2-on-1. Couldn't complete the mark. Weddle. Hand pass to Mitchell. Now to Nash. Inboard to Reeves, who's back on, which is good to see. Impey just got rid of the tackler way too easily. Underground hand pass to Moore, who got his hand pass to Newcombe, who was looking for the return to Moore. Just got it to him. He got the hand pass further forward. It's all a little bit messy, but Hawthorn gaining territory. Saligo, hand pass towards the boundary, and wonderful forward pressure. And the Hawks fans stand to applaud.
It's a terrific point, Maisie, because yes, Hawthorn were under immense pressure by Adelaide, but they kept pushing the ball forward.
On the throw-in, Hawthorn chant ringing out around the ground. Reeves palms it down. Newcombe immediately enveloped by Brodie Smith. Up it goes again. O'Brien wins it this time. Moore's there, though. Snaps the Hawks into the pocket. Bouncing ball just in the field of play. Nowhere to go. Out of play it goes and just tumbles out. So we'll get a throw in the right forward pocket.
As we speak, this takes them up the 12th spot. But, most people had Hawthorn, and I did, in the bottom 4. There's been a resurgence in the last few weeks. Getting their grits together has been fantastic.
Reeves wins it down to McDonald. Quick shot on goal. He's tapped through on the line. Getting back defensively to do the work. For the Crows, Keane just getting a palm on it right on the goal line. Hawthorn lead by 43 points.
They come around because of the pressure at the ball.
Kick in to Murphy. He goes high around the boundary line. And Moore again at ground level. Hand pass to McKenzie, who gets to 45. Kick to the top of the square. Hardwick came late. Tried to spoil it into the direction of Ginnivan, who was racing in. And it's going to be a free kick for the Crows. Ginnivan trying to kick that one out of Scholl's hands. He receives the free kick for in danger. Risky kick up the middle is okay to Berry, who takes the mark. Berry short to Crouch. Still inside defensive 50. Crouch short again. Murphy has it. Left half back for Adelaide.
Murphy looking sideways, Mick, which you won't like.
Well, as long as he looks in all directions.
Eventually kicks around the southern wing. Bouncing ball for Sicily. Hawks back on it. Handball to Waymon. Running by Nash. The Irishman kicks inside 50. Ginnivan outpoints his opponent. Drops it. Kicks on goal. Had men on everywhere. And he's toasted them. Saturday Arvo barbecue.
Oh, he knows he did wrong there, Ginnivan.
I think he kicked the ball quicker than what he wanted.
Before his head turned.
That's exactly right. He's generally very good.
Hawks by 44 points.
Long kick from the kick in, and good spoil there, getting across to cover D'Ambrosio. There'll be a ball in 70 around from the Hawthorn goal. Heading towards the punt road end in this third term.
Had a headband change at three-quarter time. How did you go with your players wearing headbands, Mick?
I don't think I had a player wear a headband. Can't think of anyone.
Did Chris May wear a headband there for a period, Nick?
No.
Thrown back in.
Craig Turley?
No, they didn't. But look, if they could get a kick, I couldn't care whether they wore a dress or a headband or whatever they wanted to wear.
Buried as Shoal. Long kick forward. It bounced the right way for Cook, who takes a bounce, gets to 40, keeps it low, and kicks the goal for the Crows. His first of the afternoon. And the Crows peg one back late, their fifth of the afternoon. 11-8-74 Hawthorn. Adelaide 5-6-36. Margin back to 38 points.
It comes out of a stoppage where they've finally been able to get some level of quick movement. So a good contest there by Cook. And then a good finish also by Cook there, but it starts across half-back where it's probably their quickest bit of movement of the ball today. From back 50 to inside forward 50 and goal.
No secret, is it?
No.
You know, you bemoan at the fact that I know Hawthorn have been a very good wall in front of them, but the effort to get through, that's what'll help.
Restart in the middle of the MCG. Reeves takes it out of the ruck, gives it off to Day. Running kick towards the half-forward flank. No one able to mark it. And Curvis roves for the Crows. Off the hinge to Laird. Kick up towards the wing. Bouncing ball for Murphy. Traps it. Kicks around the wing. Keys sliding. Just in the field of play. Takes the mark.
That's what surprised me, that he hasn't been on the ball, Keys. He can be a magnet. I know he's not that tidy, but he's a hard player to play against, Keys.
Hawks by 38. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Kicks inside 50. No mark taken. Ball spills down on the arc. Saligo picks it up. Big don't argue. Gets on the right. His high snap will land at the top of the goal square. Frost swats it away. Loose footy in the back pocket for the Hawks.
Chance here for the Crows. Smith, hand pass to Cook around the boundary line. Scholl got round one tackle. Back to Cook. Banana! Wonderful goal. 2 and a couple of minutes for Cook. Crows with a couple of nice highlights to finish here, and he's trying to get his teammates going. 11-8-74 Hawthorn. 6-6-42 the Crows. Cook with the last couple.
It just keeps them in the contest. Hawthorn are comfortably playing better than Adelaide, but it just keeps them in the contest there. So 32 points the margin, and we know the way football's played, how quickly teams can score. And we're getting to the end of this third quarter, but it's not quite touching distance. But if they sneak one more in this last 3 minutes of this third quarter, you know, it just makes Hawthorn nervous. That margin then will be back to 26, and it's right there. You can play one quarter of football in today's football and win a game.
O'Brien and Reeves again. Bounce for the restart. Slapped down by Reeves. Saligo wins it. Handball away to Dawson. Tries to get it on the boot, holding the ball. Free kick going the way of Day and the Hawks. And they have a settler. Day stabs it short to Reeves, the big ruckman. Ford feeds the handball to Warple, looking for a leading Ginnivan. Overshoots him, dropping the mark, diving down Butts. Crows have the numbers though. Clearing kick coming from Keane. And Impey will track it and mark for the Hawks half forward.
And it's coming straight back as Impey looks for Gunston through his hands. Couldn't take the mark. Crows with the numbers. Saligo, the hand pass to Dawson. He just goes the barrel, trying to get it as far forward as possible. Off hands, Rochelle there in the long sleeves. Right half forward, over around the footy. And then Scrimshaw. He tackles Scrimshaw, at least split the contest. But sure enough, they are as they get it back to Frost, who spirals it out. And Gunston, there was 3-on-1 and he beat all of them. Gathers the ball, hand passes to Warple, ran into trouble, had Gunston for help. His hand pass knocked down. Chance here for Smith. Kick to centre half forward, and it gets to Keys. He's got a free player inside attacking 50, again missing him by foot. A chance in the forward pocket, and Jones gets around one and kicks the goal. 3 in a row for Adelaide, And the door is still a little bit open. 11-8-74 Hawthorn. 7-6-48 the Crows. They've kicked 3 goals in the last 4 minutes of footy.
That's good play, Nick.
What is?
Yeah, Gunston won a 3-on-1 and right in front of us here on the wing. But then Hawthorn turned it over. The ball goes back the other way, and Keys actually missed Jones, but Jones just kept at that football and was able to kick the goal. Just a little bit of momentum turning here. You look at all the clearance. Hawthorn are dominating this quarter inside 50. They're dominating, but Adelaide's had only 7 inside 50s this quarter for 5 goals.
Hey now, they were down by 47 points.
There's another chance.
They've kicked 5 of the last 6 goals. It's back to just 26. Crouch goes long inside 50. Juggling at Scrimshaw. Important defensive mark. He tells them all to just settle down.
Well, this is the opportunity to man up. I know we keep saying this is under 14 stuff, man up, but to stop an easy 20-metre kick, you've just got to put some pressure on the kicker.
Amon in the back pocket.
There it is. He has to kick it high.
A leaving kick up towards the wing. Chol attacking it, pretty content to just carry it out. Umpire says spin it in. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Mick Malthouse, Adam Ramanauskas, your experts.
Almost daring the umpire there to be forced to make a decision about insufficient intent.
In Adelaide, that's a free kick.
Yeah, you're right, Mick. Toss back into play. Again, Hawthorn with the stoppage domination. Newcomb, high kick around the wing. Gunston, might have got one in the back of the head during that spoil. Low and hard he goes. And Michaelani's able to lock it in for the Crows. On centre wing, margin of 26 points in favour of the Hawks. It did get out to 47 at the start of this third term, so Adelaide keeping themselves in it late. Newcomb with another clearance. High kick left half forward. Chol kept his feet in the marking contest. Gathered at ground level. Pushed off one. Kicks into the pocket. And it's Moore again. Marks on his chest. And he will go back for number 6.
Chol stayed in the contest. I'm not sure about his...
More snaps. It's across the face for one behind.
Go back. I don't think whether Chol free kicked his opponent, direct opponent, but nonetheless.
Already a career high in terms of goals for Dylan Moore with the 5. Never had 6 at AFL level. Reeves punches it down. McKenzie onto it. Handball to Ginnivan. Time to run around and snap the goal. Giddy up, Giddy, just before 3/4 time. And he's fired up at the MCG, pumping his chest. It's a hammer blow on the 3/4 time siren. Hawthorn by 33. He still hasn't calmed down. Jack Ginnivan, 12-9-81. Plays 7-6-48. He's second of the afternoon. The goal kickers for the Hawks. Moore with 5. 2 to Ginnivan now. Singles to Reeves, to Hardwick, Gunston and to Deer. Well, for the Adelaide Crows, Braden Cook with a couple singles to Burgess, to Jones, to Murphy, Schonberg and to Fogarty. 33 points. They did get it back to 26, but the Hawks just steady. Time to take a deep breath as we turn for home. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Time to steady and pull the trigger.
Have you heard the latest AFL podcast from the ABC? Join myself, Catherine Murphy, and AFL legend Paul Roos as we discuss all the big storylines. Feed your footy obsession or just learn more about the game as we bring you all the latest news and analysis. Find the ABC AFL Daily Podcast on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
By the Sun pick, son of Paul, trots in. Boots a ball from 50. This won't have the legs. It'll land in the goal square. Chol goes up, spills down, running in. Moore, boots a ball, goal. 4 for Moore. Long kick inside 50 towards full forward. Moore roving the pack. can't burst the tackle, off to Gunston, snaps a wonderful goal. Cue the celebrations for Jack Gunston. He's got a couple in game 250.
Chance here for the Crows. Smith, hand pass to Cook, around the boundary line. Scholl got round one tackle. Back to Cook. Banana! Wonderful goal. 2 and a couple of minutes for Cook.
Reeves punches it down. McKenzie onto it. Handball to Ginnivan. Time to run around and snap the goal. Giddy up, Giddy, just before three-quarter time. And he's fired up at the MCG.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
3 games back to back to back is what we've got this afternoon, or today, here on ABC Sport. This is the first of those. Hawthorn leading by 33 points. Next stop, out west, the West Coast Eagles and St Kilda. And Clint Wilden is ready for it all. Clint.
Ben, always lovely to speak to you, and what a magnificent afternoon it is. We were expecting it to be just torrential rain, but that's going to hold off until later tonight. So about 24 degrees at the moment and clear skies as the Saints arrive in town looking for a win. They've lost their past 3. They've lost 6 of their past 7. And they'll come up against a West Coast side that has had to make a late change. It's a big one too. Jake Waterman out with a shoulder injury. Jack Williams comes in for the West Coast Eagles side that already lost Tim Kelly yesterday out with a hip or a glute problem. Zane True was his replacement, and it's Zane True who will start as the sub for the West Coast Eagles. The Saints have made no late changes. Dan Butler is their sub. West Coast were nothing other than awful last week against Adelaide, losing by 99 points to the Crows, but they are a far tougher prospect at home. How will they perform against the Saints? We'll find out. Looking forward to bringing it with you alongside Mitch Turner and our experts, Chris Waterman and Shane Woewiden.
Thank you, Clint. Clint Wilden out west, and no Plugger Waterman. That's a real shame for the West Coast Eagles. But we'll still have Muddy Waterman as part of the ABC commentary team. As Clint mentioned there, Hawthorn by 33 points. Mick Malthouse and Adam Ramanauskas.
Well, remember, I know that Ginnivan kicked the last goal, and I know that Adelaide kicked 3 prior to that. Every stat, and we always say be very careful about stats, there is absolutely nothing to suggest that Adelaide can get back in this game. Now, it's 6. They need 6 goals without the Hawks scoring. Inside fit, it was just a little rally there. We got excited. They kicked 3 goals, went inside the front half 8 times to 19. Every indicator, contested football, clearance, inside 50s, metres gained, all point to Hawthorn. I'd be surprised they don't win by 10 goals because they've got run. They've got a forward line that is comprehensively better than the back line of Adelaide at the moment on today. I'm not going to say that's permanent. Walker's out, so Adelaide lose their general down there. Reeves is on top in the middle. I just can't find a genuine winner from Adelaide. So I just cannot see this game turning around at all.
Yeah, well, look, I think where Adelaide changed a little bit of that game in the third quarter was around pressure. So tackle count, they laid 20 tackles that quarter, so much better. Started to apply some pressure around contest. Matt Crouch has come in for a little bit of criticism, but he was quite good that quarter because he actually started to take the ball forward rather than just backwards and sideways and the like. But they need to find someone to stop Dylan Moore. 8 possessions and 2 goals and 6 for the game.
Hawthorn leading by 33 points. Can the Crows mount a charge? Final quarter underway. Crouch buffeted off his kick. It somehow skews off the side of the boot to Scholl. Goes inside 50. Turnover. Sicily marks.
Sorry, that's 5 for the game for Dylan Moore.
Sicily looks out towards the logos. Knocked down there by Hinge. Scholl onto it again. Off to Michael Lanny. High ball for the Crows. Back inside 50. Big launch coming. Cook! Cook juggled it down, surely not paid. Where's your sense of theatre, umpire? Fogarty handball away to Scholl, and he's taken high, free kick.
trying to work out who the error come across there. What's the Hawthorn player on the mark?
Luke Bruce.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's he doing down there?
Read the board the wrong way, run to the wrong end, I think, Mick.
well, that's why I had to ask the question. Check my glasses and everything.
Luke Bruce just putting him high.
Yeah, Scholl's kick here would be better than the last one he kicked.
They try and bring some life to the Crows in the fourth. Scholl's kick is pure. They're alive in this contest, Adelaide. Back to 27 points, 12-9-81, plays 8-6-54. 1 minute and change into the fourth. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Mick Malthouse, Adam Ramanauskas. Before them, Jess Webster.
Well, I'll be feeling sorry. Sorry, Jess.
Oh, good, Mick. As you guys have just noticed, Luke Bruce, the sub, has come into the action. He'll join his great mate Jack Gunston in the remainder of his 250th milestone game, and it's Cal Shadia who will sit out the rest of this one.
Wow. Is he injured, did you say?
Just a tactical sub.
It's pretty good.
Very good. Really good in the air too. Aggressive.
So margin 27 points in favour of the Hawks. The door is ever so slightly ajar. In the middle, Michael Annie's taken off it. Fighting hard was Berry. He's taken in a tackle, and we'll have another ball up still inside the centre square. 2 played final term. If you're just joining us, the margin did balloon out to 48 points in that third quarter, but Adelaide have been able to get it back. Newcomb comes bursting away from the stoppage. Inside attacking 50. No mark taken. Hinge over the top. I reckon that's dangerous here, sliding below the knees. So Hinge will receive the free kick as he was going to tackle Hardwick.
That's a good rule, that one.
Seen some bad injuries result from that sort of stuff. Hinge's kick dangerous. Sets a task for Keane. He's up to it though. Halves it. Then goes and wins it. Now it's back with Hinge. Close to the boundary line. Short kick for Scholl. The goal kicker a few moments ago. Scholl comes infield to Smith. Bites off the kick to centre half back. Should open it up. Crouch. Handball away to Laird. He'll chip it out to the southern wing. Jones has some room to move. He'll poke it on short. Murphy coming up. Marks on the centre line. Wide out. Veers out to his left. The left footer sends the Crows inside 50. Dawson, enormous fly. And he's given away a free kick. Unrealistic. Sicily will get it. Came from way back there, Jordan Dawson. Did have a text earlier questioning whether he's been let down. He doesn't appear to be fit. Did do a fitness test before the match with an apparent foot injury.
I just think Cotton Ash has done a pretty good job on him.
He reckons he touched that on the way down as well, Dawson. He was up very high from the free kick.
Doesn't matter if you touch it, mate. His hands are on his shoulders.
Oh, wasn't it played from the back?
Oh, I called it unrealistic. It might have been in the back. Semantics?
Yeah. So, ball to be tossed back into play. 70 around from the Adelaide goal. 4 played final term. 27 points the margin in favour of the Hawks. Toss back into play. Crouch. Now pass to Berry. Again, just a metre in front of him. So Berry had to go and fetch it. He shrugged one tackle, got the hand pass back to Crouch from 50. Now to Jones. High kick, top of the square. Rochelli's lurking, got to the front, couldn't complete the mark. He tackles at ground level. Aim on over the top. How's the umpire going to see this? Did he dive on it? No. Ball up next to the right behind post. And a chance here for Adelaide.
Oh, could they kick another one? Bring it within 4 goals. O'Brien slaps it to the goal square. Murphy tracking after it. Might have been held. Dawson trying to get a boot on it. Impey's on the last line. Aim on cleverly. Players within 7 metres. Just steps back over the line. Rushes the behind. 26 points Hawthorn's lead. 5 minutes played in the fourth term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. First of a 3-game slate on this Saturday. West Coast and St Kilda next. One of the many Nick Malthouse Cups.
Dambo Brosio round to that man for his first touch of the afternoon, Luke Bruce. As you can hear from the crowd. Left back pocket, unfamiliar territory. Long kick to his mate in Jack Gunston, who takes a great mark, yeah.
Yeah, too right. Under massive pressure in the air. Big punch bag. I thought he actually got his fist to it.
Dunstan chips over the top.
What are you trying to say, Benny, that Mick wasn't loyal?
Out of bounds on the full.
I didn't want to say it.
No, Mick got sacked a few times.
Kick inboard is okay, and Crouch can wheel and go. Goes to 60 out. It's Dawson. He rolls around. He thought about having a crack, and then he stuffs up the bounce. Only just got it to his friend in lead. Back to Dawson, who's under all sorts of pressure, so it's a high snap inside 50. Sicily out, juggles the mark in front of Burgess. Safety back there for Hawthorn.
Just holding on at the moment.
Yeah, I think they want to try score, Hawthorn. Don't sit back here and, let inside 50 after inside 50 come.
It's been a criticism of Sam Mitchell. As McKenzie sends it long to a pack on the wing. Riley O'Brien stands in front of it, brings it to ground. Now it comes out through Newcomb. Just keeps it moving forward. He's tackled strongly by Scholl. Nowhere to go. Holding the ball.
Wow. They've gone ultra quick now.
Yeah. There's that hot whistle.
Well, he got his hands out and hand pass it.
Scholl on the wing. Kicks towards half forward. Might favour Fogarty, hands to it, brings it down. Day roves the pack, gives it to McKenzie. Saligo wraps him up, just spits out towards Nash. He's tackled. Crows appealing like they're playing in the Boxing Day test here at the MCG. 26 points, Hawthorn's lead, 7 minutes into the fourth.
One here would make it interesting. Mark Lanny, Scholl, his kick smothered. Well done by Newcomb. Couldn't gather the bouncing ball though. Lovely spin by Smith, who hand passes to Scholl. He flares it wide to Crouch, who can load up and kick inside attacking 50. He does so. Saligo went the early jump, didn't take the mark. At ground level, Moore able to break away through centre half back. Puts it out in front of Bruce, although Butts beats him to the footy. Kept it in front, and then Bruce got him. Umpire said he didn't have prior. He didn't connect his boot with the footy. Now Jones over the top. He'll be paid holding the ball for dragging it in.
I reckon Jones stopped because he thought it was a free kick.
But that's the one I don't understand. And we spoke about that to Steve McBurney.
So you feel like that should be incorrect disposal?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Whereas they say in that moment, look, he had no prior opportunity, so...
But he had how can you have prior opportunities? Dropped the ball in his boot. Or tried to drop the ball in his boot.
That's their argument. As D'Ambrosio chisels it inside 50. Good kick. Nearly marked by Bruce. Paid.
Quick whistle.
And tumbling to the turf, the Hawthorn sub, but paid the mark. Tight angle. Slightly worse than 45 degrees. Boots a ball from 45. He's a sharpshooter, we know that. And he drives it through the middle. That will make it hard for the Crows. 32 points. 13-9-87 plays 8-7-55. 9 minutes into the fourth. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Mick Malthouse and Adam Ramanauskas.
Well, a quick impact by Bruce. He's only just been subbed into the game, but 2 possessions, a tackle, a goal now.
Was it a mark?
Well, debatable.
Yeah. Well, if it's not holding the ball,
it fell out as it hit the ground, didn't it? So perhaps it was.
Yeah, I said earlier, like, you don't want Adelaide 7 inside 50s to 2 this quarter. So, they got that first goal through Scholl, the Crows, but you don't want to sit there trying to defend inside 50 after inside 50 if you're Hawthorn. Now, in that third quarter, they kicked 3 goals in 4 minutes, so they can score quickly, the Crows.
Newcomb with the clearance, kicks inside attacking 50. Scholl hand passes it back. And then McDonald is taken high, and it'll be a Hawthorn free kick.
It's a bit unlucky there against Laird. McDonald slipped. But that arm was just high.
So, again, a missed hand pass by Smith.
Yeah, you're right.
Going back to Laird. It's been characteristic of their day, Adelaide. They've just been a metre off, whether it's their ball handling or workaround stoppages, or kicking.
Or close checking of a player.
So McDonald lines up directly in front, 48 out, Cherry on top. 38 points the margin now in favour of the Hawks. And it is going to be a sweet celebration at the 10-year reunion of the 2014 Premiership team. 10-play final term. Hawthorn 14-9, Adelaide 8-7.
Yeah, you're right, Maisie. It's just been that tiny bit off, that split moment off for the Crows all day. You know, that tackle there, if it's lower, it's not a free kick. You know, early in that first half, Michael Annie was one of the main culprits. He was just a metre or two off Dylan Moore, and he was able to kick those goals. So it's all just been a metre off, or a second too slow, or so it's been a frustrating day for the Crows.
Sam Mitchell down on the bench. Chol jumping over the top of O'Brien, knocks it down, then follows up. Steps around a couple who'll kick out towards the wing. Moore's had a big day, 5 goals. Tracking the footy on the wing, gathers for the Hawks. Handball to D'Ambrosio, zigs and zags, gives it to Moore, slips his man Jones. He'll kick into the pocket, looking for a leading target. And back there, Butts can mark, or Keane rather. I'll ask you both, Mick and Rama, you get to go to them. What's the best thing about Premiership reunions?
Oh, just catching up. Like, you see a couple of guys regularly, but there's other guys that you don't see regularly. So it's great to have a chat with those guys and a quiet beer with them and see how them and their families are going.
Smith straight up the middle to Berry, inside attacking 50, and Burgess takes the mark in the left forward pocket. You line up from 40 out, 45-degree angle to the left.
The 30th next year with West Coast, next week with the West Coast. Outside of Chris May wearing, we expect them all to be there. It's great to catch up. Staff as well.
In comes Burgess, looking for his second of the afternoon. It's across the face for one behind. Couldn't bring it back enough.
And Paul Barnard's 4 goals in the 2000 grand final, now at about 8.
Yeah. Stories get better the years.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah. And Paul Barnard's the leader of the pack. He still thinks he should have won the Norm Smith medal. When I said you came on in junk time and kicked 4 goals.
Sicily, long kick up towards the wing. No one able to take it cleanly down at ground level. Kick from Keane into the pocket. Out of play it goes. And one man who'll be there, Mick, would be Muddy Waterman, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Coming up in the next game in commentary.
Yeah, this will be there for sure. Played 2 grand. A very, very reliable player. Could play almost anywhere. Played him centre back on this ground. We ran short of key backline players. Play tall.
37 points, tap down boundary side. Frost gets onto it, and a clearing snap up towards the wing, looking for a marker. Bruce proves that.
Just beat everyone to the footy. Kick to the wing. McDonald's made the running, takes the mark. Off to Moore. By hand, his short kick is good. He hits Gunston. 70 from goal, fakes on his right, goes on his left to the pocket. Lovely delivery. And Hardwick takes the mark. A metre inside the boundary. There's the skill there from Jack Gunston on show in his 250.
Had a good game, Gunston.
Interesting votes today, Ramo.
That's you this week, Nick.
No. You can't, mate, you're never a hand passer, so don't do it today.
Hardwick snaps and kicks the wrong side of the footy. It went really high all the way to the top of the square. It's punched through for a rush behind. 14-10. The Hawks, 94. Plays 8-8-56. It has been a very nice afternoon if you're a Hawks fan.
Keane just poking it short to Nankervis. He'll go laterally to Laird. Hawks by 38 points. Cruising to what will be their 5th victory of the season. Will improve to 5-7. After a slow start, Laird's kick a turnover. Impey marks.
When you go lateral, you've got to think like a chess player to know the second and third part of the play.
It's always my issue with chess. Mick, as the kick goes inside 50, unable to mark Chol, tries to follow up. Getting involved Saligo, handball to Laird. Nankervis flicks it onto Murphy, loops it over the top. No one there for the Crows. Getting involved quickly is Nash, able to just keep it in. Handball away towards Impey, and he carries it out. Throw in coming up. You much of a chess player?
No, I'm not. But what I'm saying here about football is that you've got to, once you go lateral, you've got to be able to know the next and next and next, probably the next 3 moves. if you can't see the nose moves, don't do it. Find something else. And what I'm seeing with Adelaide today, they go lateral on this ground, and then they go, I don't know what's next.
Hand pass over the top, missed its target again. McDonald in there for the Hawks. He flung it out wide to Warple off a step. Inside 50. Hardwick almost took it. What about the row? Front centre from Bruce. Snaps on his left. And Bruce misses out of bounds on the full. Lovely rove. Just didn't have the finish. 16 played, final term. Hawks by 38.
Keep your text coming, 0437 774 774. West Coast and St Kilda coming up after this. There is a fuel shortage issue out west. Our understanding is that St Kilda will be able to get back after the game, despite those issues at Perth Airport. Crows into the middle of the ground. Here goes Laird, running handball away to Berry. He flicks it out to Michael Lanny. Handball for Schomburg, misses him. Schomburg goes and gets it, loses it. Jath for Hawthorn, no. Free kick, Schomburg. Just being held on to. He'll kick. The Crows to full forward, looking for a marker down there. Dawson goes up, out the back. Burgess snaps the goal. Back to 32 points. His second of the afternoon. 14-10-94 plays 9-8-62. Hawthorn by 32. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Mick Malthouse, Adam Ramanauskas.
All too late, I think. Rammer, even though they got the ball into the goal square there and a goal at the back of the pack, there was one hand pass too many. And I say this about hand passing forward. That's fine if you hand pass forward if someone's got their back to play and doesn't know what's happening. So they lost the ball, recovered it again. That's when it went in. But that hand pass should have been a kick in there. They had Hawthorn on the hop. It was 5v4. Hawthorn were very aggressive defensively. But once you hand pass that, players get back.
2 goals apiece in this final term. Margin was 33 at three-quarter time. It's now 32 in favour of the Hawks. Nash, nice hand pass from the middle to Day, who flares it out wide by hand. Jath's off and running into the forward pocket. Bruce, his opponent went to ground. He almost took it. Hardwick, great hand pass to McDonald. Back to Bruce. You know the rest. Oh, it's touched on the line. It's marked in the end. Great mark. He missed. Well, he didn't have the penetration from 20 out. I was ready to write that down in my record.
They go.
Come away with it. You can go too, Benny.
All the way up to the wing quickly. Smith, handball for Keys. Sicily burrows in. Keys picks it up though. Gets to his feet, runs away with it. Rochelle forward of the wing. Thumping right foot kick. Fogarty's out the back. Camps under it. And takes it 15 out, slight angle.
Well, Luke Bruce. I don't know how many he's missed of those in his time, but it was great goalkeeping by Mark Keane.
So Fogarty trots in, stabs at it, but slinks it through, just sneaks it home. Back to 26 points. And where there's life, there's hope. Yep. Stranger things have happened. 14-10-94 plays 10-8-68. 19 minutes into this final term. Mick Malthouse, Adam Ramanauskas.
Well, you're giving Hawthorn nightmares saying that stranger things have happened, Ben. We need to go back, 2 weeks ago?
Yep.
Lose a game when you're in front. 2 goals kicked in the last, 30-something seconds?
33 seconds.
33 seconds, yeah. I can't see that happening here. Once that's happened to you, and people say, oh, well, you get a bit nervous. Yeah, but you also, it puts it into your mind what you have to do. They have scored this quarter. They didn't score against Port. And everything about this, the way they're playing, is attacking football. So it's the right mindset.
Over 6.5 minutes left on the clock. It's got to be perfect from here for the Crows. And it is a free kick going Hawthorn's way in the middle. Crows a little slow to get it back, and it is 50.
Why? Why would that be? Why would that be 50 metres?
Back to him.
Not sure.
I'd love to hear that from the umpire. You know, in the NFL, National Football League in America, you hear what the decision is. I would just love to know why that is 50 metres. That ball was given back when it was asked to be given back. Player on the mark hadn't moved.
So Soligo was off and running, got called back, threw it back straight away, and as the ball's in the air, the umpire said
straight away threw it back.
Yep. A little unlucky. Nash makes him pay. Lovely strike of the footy. And he has his first goal of the season. They've hit the century. 15-10-100 the Hawks, 10-8-68 the Crows, 20 played final term.
Yeah, it's a shame, really, isn't it?
It is. It is a shame.
So the free kick is there. Saligo. Well, I don't know if they knew. Anyway, look, it's in the book now. So yeah, that certainly closes the door on anything Adelaide was hoping to do in the final sort of 6 minutes of this game. Done a pretty good job, Connor Nash.
Yeah, excellent.
He had Dawson as his task for the day, and he's done a pretty good job there.
O'Brien winning the tap down. Berry leaves it behind. Now going back and getting it. Saligo off the lead. Crows out of the middle. Kick to full forward. No one able to mark. Arriving Weddle roves the pack. Off to Impey. Sweeps a handball to D'Ambrosio in the back pocket. He'll kick up to the wing for Hawthorn, and Day's there. The young star. Heston Ferris when he gives it off to the Weddle, who's doing his little waddle down the wing.
Gets the 1-2 as well, receives it back from Ginnivan, kicks inside, attacking 50. Oh, wonderful mark by Nankervis, going back with the flight. Looks like it was Charles for all money. He receives the 1-2 as well, and then has a slip outside of defensive 50, taps it to the advantage of Berry, who slung in the tackle, just got his hand pass away. Now off to Day from 45 out, kicks a floater. It bounces in the forward pocket and out of bounds next to the left behind post. Rare shank from someone who's normally a pretty good user of the footy.
That's a great size, haven't they, Hawks in the middle? Like tall players.
Nash is
strong.
196.
Yeah. Will Day's big. He'll be 190 odd, I reckon.
22 gone final term. Toss back into play. From behind, Reeves smashes it. Gets to Ginnivan, to D'Ambrosio. Lovely dummy. Then the hand pass around the boundary line. He was thinking about the 1-2. Day went himself. And he misses to the near side. Trying to bring that one back around. 23 gone, 15-11, plays 10-8.
Crows putting themselves under pressure, bringing it back in. Eventually, ball ace to Hinge. Off to Nankervis, gets it back to Hinge, kicks up to the wing, turnover. More marks. Hawthorn back in possession, members side of the ground. Short to Amon on the logo. Left foot kick into the pocket, looking for Gunston in from the side, holding free kick. Going the way of the Crows. Nankervis gets it. Off to Laird. He'll kick to centre half back and Dawson. Pokes it out to the wing where Fogarty is. Looks forward of the wing now. Out towards the half forward flank. Trying to find Burgess. Hands to it. Frost halves it, then gathers it at ground level. Hawthorn back in possession. They lead by 33.
Weddle hit the ground running. He's looking for Ginnivan over the top. Can't quite get there. Solid mark by Laird going back with the flight. Stood his ground nicely. Kick over the top to Crouch, to centre half forward. Sicily with the late fist on Dawson. He's able to spoil, cleared the immediate danger, then goes back in for second, Sicily. Pushed off it. Did he drag it underneath? No, says the umpire. And a ball up on the edge of the centre square. Hawthorn 101, Adelaide 68. Almost 4 minutes left on the game clock.
Neither ruck decisive, ends up in the arms of Warple. It's a handball out, but Crouch for the Crows. Gathers it off to Laird on the logo. Forward handball to the run of Scholl. Left foot kick towards half forward. And then spills out towards Frost again. Plenty of time to just stop and prop. Then the kick smothered. All players have stopped to a walk. Jath gathers it and kicks up to the wing. Off the hands of the pack down in front. Saligo. Handball back towards O'Brien. Sitting on his backside. And I think that's where most players would rather be right now, Maisie.
Yeah, it looks a little bit disjointed, this last passage of play. Burgess with a good reach and a good grab. He's going to centre things up. Can Scrimshaw get there to effect the spoil? He does. Does brilliantly, the Hawthorn defender. Tries to shrug the tackle. Got it off to Moore. Big tackle. Big collision. Held to him. Top of 50.
But I just don't know the mindset of Burgess. And he's a goal kicker. He's a forward. He's 45 metres out.
Thrown up. O'Brien Whacks it in the direction of Impey. Left it for Moore. He's taken to ground, got rid of it. It's trapped underneath a couple of bodies, and we'll have another stoppage. 15-11 plays, 10-8. Margin 33 points in favour of the Hawks. Free kick. It's going the way of O'Brien from the ruck contest. O'Brien, 51 out, pokes it to the top of the square. Oh, good fly. Good mark over the top. Yeah. Burgess, he's had a good second half. Spins around, snaps and goals. His third of the afternoon. Late one for the Crows. 15-11, 101 Hawthorn, 11-8-74 Adelaide, 26 gone, final term. Mick Malthouse and Adam Ramanauskas.
Look, credit, Nick, they've kept coming, the Crows. So they're winning this quarter at the moment, 4 goals 2 to 3 goals 2. So they haven't stopped. I think whereas other teams would have gone, oh, look, it's not our day. This is all too hard. So credit there, but it's probably just that first quarter. And then the start of the second quarter where Hawthorn really got away from them.
Yeah, and not putting a score on the board in that second quarter didn't help. And control the ball for probably
a lot of the ball, but it was sideways and backwards.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
There's a lot of rubbish ball in that second quarter for the Crows.
Yeah, they absolutely haven't turned their toes up. They may well have. Berry out of the middle again, running a loop to the left, kicking a left foot kick. For a Shelley who flicks it out to Jones cruising by. Time to stop and snap on goal. Marked on the goal line. And it's taken by Cook, who will hook through another for him, his third. And they'll bring it back to 21 points, which in all reality probably flatters the Crows.
Certainly does.
15-11, 101 plays 12-8-80, 28 minutes into the fourth. Mick Malthouse, Adam Ramanauskas.
But it's important for next week. At least the coach then can come in after the game and talk about, we won the last quarter. We can take a level of momentum into our next game.
They play next Thursday, so it's a short turnaround. They'll be interested to see whether Walker can front up next week. And given the...
What have they got, Nick?
They got Richmond on the Thursday night.
So it's a very winnable game.
Back in the middle. 21 points the margin. Umpire pausing. And a pretty good bounce. O'Brien won it down. Berry, hand pass. Back to Michael Annie. He got his hand pass away. Straight to Nash, though. Off to Hardwick. Off to Moore. Unselfishly gives it to Gunston. 20 out directly in front. It's a wonderful kick. Could have blazed away himself. He's already got 5. Kept the eyes low. The milestone man will go back for his third of the afternoon. Jack Gunston will kick from 30 out, directly in front. A signature moment in a signature game. Cue the celebrations. Margin back out to 27 points. 16-11, 107 to the Crows, 12-8-80. And a lovely moment for Jack Gunston. A lovely moment for the crowd to celebrate with him.
Yeah, well, 3 goals. He certainly played his part this week and last week. So he's had the 14 possessions today. He's had the 7 marks, 6 scoring involvements, and 3 goals won. So yeah, he's looked good. He's actually looked like sort of the Gunston of old the last couple of weeks, where he's been on the move and getting those hit-up leads, which was so good in Hawthorn's premiership years, and very unselfish by Dylan Moore.
Been good Moore, hasn't he? Just really clean.
Out of the middle, trying to emerge with it quickly. Berry runs into a tackle, caught holding the ball. Hawthorn lead by 27 points. Some shots of the premiership team. They weren't overly excited, were they? Just sitting there looking on. Didn't look too impressed. Day with the free kick goes short to Newcombe, on to Ginnivan. Bill says, may this be a big nail for yet another Crows season. Ginnivan into the pocket. Jones gets back. Mark's in the back pocket, quickly kicks the Crows up to the wing. Sicily's there, and he drags in the mark. In the long sleeves. Hawthorn are going to be winning. It's going to be their 5th win of the season.
Sicily on the wing. Out wide, Mackenzie takes the mark. Right half forward. One last chance for the Hawks. He doesn't go inside 50, goes short instead, almost a turnover. Nash ends up with it. Siren goes. A big win for the Hawks. A big day for Jack Gunston. And he certainly will be the toast of his 2014 Premiership teammates tonight.
We love our club and we play to win. Riding the bus with a grin and Hawthorn. Come up and you'll find us striving. Teamwork is the thing that talks. One for all and one for once when we play at Hawthorn. We are the mighty Hawks.
Hawthorn 16-11, 107, defeating Adelaide 12-8-80. Goal kickers for the Hawks. Moore with 5, Gunston with 3, 2 to Ginnivan, and singles to McDonald, Deere, Bruce, Hardwick, Nash and Reeves. Meanwhile, for the Crows, 3 to Burgess, 3 to Cook, 2 to Fogarty, and 1 each to Jones, Murphy, Schoenberg and Scholl. The Hawks led by 20 at quarter time, 29 at half time, 33 at three-quarter time. The final margin, 27 points.
Now a happy team. The Hawks with their 5th win of the season. It moves them up to 12th on the AFL ladder and continues to show growth. This young team under Sam Mitchell. Our experts, Mick Malthouse and Adam Ramanauskas. What did you see from these young Hawks today that impressed you?
A future. A really bright future. To have Bruce as a sub gives you an indication that where they think that's going to end up. I like their rucks. I like their midfield. Their forward line is productive. And their back line with Sicily down there always looks dangerous because it runs the football. I think I'm not sure they can make the 8, but they're going to shape it. Adelaide, it's nearly. Every time we talk about Adelaide, it's nearly there. But there's something missing at Adelaide. I don't know whether it's... I know Walker's fantastic up the forward line, but he's not going to last forever. I'm not sure where they are, Rana.
Yeah, I think without Rankin, it's a different team, the Crows, because they lose that run and dash, and that was evident today where Hawthorn in the first 2 quarters is really where they did their work. It was 7 goals to 2 at half time, and they just looked far too good for the Crows across the board. But credit to the Crows in the second half. They fought the game out really well. Kicked 10 goals in the second half, so it was 10 goals to 9 in the second half. So they did a good job there. But look, it's sort of I think Mick's word, their future, is correct for Hawthorn. Dylan Moore terrific today. Newcombe, Will Day, Ginnivan was really good. D'Ambrosio was good.
Deere
looks really good. Warper was good. Mackenzie did his part. McDonald. There's a Weddle who was spoken about a lot over this season. So there certainly is a bright future ahead. There's some missing pieces, no doubt. I think they would want another key defender, Hawthorn, and maybe another forward they will want. So Gunston's obviously not going to play forever, and he was really good today in his milestone game. But there are some pieces, but you look at Hawthorn when they move the ball slick from inside contest to outside contest. I think they've got that balance a lot better now. And that's what the good teams do. They can balance the inner 2 metre circle around a contest with the outer 5 metre circle and then work their way down the ground that way. So that's where they were able to score today. Adelaide were a metre or two off, and Hawthorn made them pay in that first half and were able to score quite easy.
So both teams just coming together at the top of the Hawthorn race, forming a guard of honour for Jack Gunston, who will be chaired off. Looks like James Sicily and his great mate Luke Bruce are going to do the chairing. They lift up
Sicily with a dislocated shoulder.
The champion goal kicker and cart him off the MCG. A ground on which he won 3 premierships with the Hawthorn Football Club. Of course, before all of that, he was a Crow, which is often forgotten. Had 1 year away at Brisbane and now back in that number 19 jumper in the brown and gold. So 250 games, 463 goals. That's including those that he kicked today. A few hugs, and the Crows will slink off the ground. Disappointed to have lost another game at the MCG, an 11th fixture since 2017. They've come here and left without the 4 points. The Hawks dispersed to hand out some footballs. Just on the Adelaide Crows, how disappointing was it, Mick Malthouse, Adam Ramanauskas, even with some of the prime movers out?
Well, I'm more disappointed in probably application in the first half with Adelaide. Just the little things in football, and Mick and I both spoke about guarding grass rather than guarding your opponent, and that's they got caught out a number of occasions. Centre square was awful in that first half for the Crows. So there was a lot to work on. There was a lot of problems for Matthew Nicks at half time. But then, like I said, they were able to fight that game out in the second half. So credit there to Adelaide. But football, it's still, as much as you can win a game off a quarter, you're still got to demonstrate consistent behaviours over 4 quarters to allow you to win. Now, when I say demonstrate consistent behaviours, that's not allowing opposition to score easily, and the Crows just did that. They allowed centre bounce, the ball to come out the front door, which is just a cardinal sin of any centre square setup, and then their defenders were just a metre or two off, and that allowed easy hit ups inside Hawthorn's forward line.
Yeah, totally agree, Rama. We must be just old school, but it's refreshing to have a fellow commentator or expert talk about defence and backline defence in particular, where you've got one man. Okay, sometimes you might find yourself as the spare, but when that ball's heading towards their goal, you've got to be able to beat your man to get the football, and just to allow him to sit off, just absolutely staggering.
Just a quick one before the Hawks head down into the rooms. This has happened a few times before, but Aussie the Eagle has gone rogue at Perth Stadium, and they can't get the Eagle to return to the trainer. This has happened a few times when I was out there in Perth. So both teams out there on the ground.
Dangerous?
Yes, very dangerous. This happened in an AFLW game I called, and a AFL game, and they couldn't get the Eagle to return. So they say in showbiz, don't work with children, don't work with animals. And here we are, the live Eagle is on the loose.
So we paused at the moment.
Well, I would imagine the game can't start if they can't get the Eagle back, can it?
Well, it's a wedge tail, so they're a hunter.
Yeah.
Just keep your chips close if you're in the stands, would be my advice. That is not ideal out west, but we'll refocus up here and head down into the Hawks rooms, where Jess Webster is awaiting the victorious side.
Yeah, it's a big week at the Hawks Footy Club this week, of course, with Jack Gunston's 250th and celebrating the 2014 Premiership reunion. And there'll be a very happy bunch as they slowly make their way into the rooms. At the moment, I can't see any players coming in just yet, but I'm sure they're going to file in shortly as the family and friends as well make their way in. And here come the boys now, led by, of course, Jack Gunston in his milestone game with a few goals to his name as well. Today, would have really enjoyed that. Plenty of happy, smiling faces in the crowd here as well. Lots of kids as well. Big smiles on their faces. We know they call themselves the family club here. Lots of cheers as well. Had to hold off a couple of momentum swings from the Crows today, but they got the job done. Yeah, notched their 5th win of the season as they link arms in the middle of the rooms. And they'll really enjoy this one. Here we go. Let's have a listen. Energy in that one, guys. The Hawks, big winners. 27 points over the Crows.
Good on you, Jess. Yeah, they're a pretty happy team down there at Hawthorn, as they may well be. Very quickly, Rama, did you just give the first handball of your career?
No, I got the votes.
Oh, you're doing the votes?
Yeah, I'll take the hard jobs.
What have you got for us?
One to Ginnivan. I thought he was very good today. So had the 22 possessions, 2 goals, 9 score involvements. 2 to Will Day. I thought he was the most effective midfielder on the ground. And then easily the best on ground today was Dylan Moore. So 1 to Ginnivan, 2 to Will Day, and 3 to Dylan Moore.
Great work to you, Adam Ramanauskas, right over the course of the afternoon. You too, Maisie. Great to see you on a Saturday Arvo. Mick, always a treat.
Good on you, Benny.
Don't say anything too mean to me on the way out. Cool Jules, Jess Webster, down in the rooms. We're about to head to the second game of our Saturday trifecta, the West Coast Eagles and St Kilda, and we will find out whether they've been able to roam in Aussie the Eagle on the loose. I would like to know what's going on there, whether the game starts on time. Didn't have that on my bingo card. That's it for Saturday footy from the MCG here on ABC Sport. It was the Hawks winning by 27 points, their 5th win of the season. We're about to send you out west. We'll see you there. The Eagles and the Saints coming up. Goodbye from the G.